Okay, it's saying that the rate, since the distance or the radius is proportional to the mass at the horizon. Which I'm not sure why it's saying that, but it just means that it's proportional to 1 over the mass, and this becomes arbitrarily small as mass becomes arbitrarily large. So to be honest with you, that doesn't really make that much sense to me. It would make more sense if you were describing like the size, but I guess maybe that is what it's being described. Do black holes have? I think actually they do. I heard that black holes. I don't know. Have you ever heard this before, Jace? That black holes are actually they can almost be thought of like subatomic particles, because or not subatomic particles, but like uh, fundamental particles, because they have there's no uniqueness between them. If they have the same, what is it? There's 3 characteristics: the spin, the mass, and
charge.
the
The
charge.
no-hair theorem. Yeah, it's called. I've heard of the no-hair theorem that you're talking about, where they can be described completely by 3 properties: spin, charge, and mass. I mean, I guess obviously it's not a elementary particle, but
Yeah.
it shares characteristics that elementary particles have, I guess.
Yeah, because if those 3 variables, those 3 variables are the 3 variables, but if they are consistent amongst 2 black holes, they're going to be completely identical. Apparently.
Yeah.
Was this? I've heard this before, but I haven't really looked into it. Like when people talk about hairy black holes.
You ever heard of the hairy ball theorem?
Well, I've heard it been stated, but I've never heard about what it actually, like what it's implying for a black hole to be hairy.
I saw a whole video on this before. I totally forget. It's like it has to do with the flow and the sources. Yeah.
The information has to do with the things that make up, that go into the black hole, like the elementary particles and stuff. What happens with their quantum information, because quantum mechanics says that can never be destroyed.
Yeah.
But the no-hair theorem says that black holes only have spin, charge, and mass, and that Hawking radiation is purely thermal, so it is somehow destroying the quantum information. But people have put forth these ideas that actually that quantum information gets stuck at the event horizon.
Yeah. I've heard about that, like a holographic principle where all the information is at the surface and it contains just enough ability to like write down the information.
Yeah, there's also something called an idea that's called a fuzzball, which is like a hairy black hole of all this.
Isn't that string theory related?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard about that one.
Yeah, but it's all of this stuff just has to do with what's happening to the quantum information.
Okay.
Yeah, and these I remember when I was looking at when I was this hairy ball theorem. It was all to do with topology, right? And sinks and what's the other thing? Sink, and then let's see what the other one would be. A source.
Yes, source and sinks.
Okay, yeah. Then I guess that's what you're talking about. Is like with a hairy ball, for instance, it describes it having to be like 2 places basically. So it's like there would be well, let me see. I'm trying to see what it says about one, like something with 1 pole, because it would seem like a black hole would have only a sink then, right? Like it says, it's apparently like there's only information going in and then never coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of ideas of like a white hole. where like things can only come out and not go in. It's basically just like the symmetric partner in Einstein's equations for a black hole. Now, does that exist? Obviously, no one has any evidence for it. But yeah, currently it's just thought that the information goes in and no one really knows what exactly happens to it. So like Kosha said, it's kind of like a sink, but don't really know of any sources coming out of it.
But you know, it's funny because they say that the information's lost and this stuff, but I mean, the black holes will increase in mass over time if they're
Kosha, I thought there was a theory that the information is not lost. It's sort of like hologram or something.
So what?
You said the information is lost? Well, I thought there was some like theory that it becomes like a hologram or whatever when it enters the black hole and the information is not lost.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, but I'm saying if the information is lost, I'm saying. But yeah,
right, because there's that whole theory as if like you watch someone fall into a black hole, it would appear as if they just froze in time and they didn't fall into it or whatever.
Oh yeah, from your perspective.
Right, and that's because they become some sort of hologram on the surface, so that the information isn't lost or something. I mean, I don't know. This is all like really theoretical bullshit that I seen on like Michio Kaku's fucking shit, like when I was 16. But
yeah, but that's what I actually do go through the black hole though. It's just I think from your perspective, they would appear to be frozen, but they would fade. They would also fade over time.
Yeah, I'm not like I know it. Obviously, I just know what they showed on what Discovery Channel or whatever. But like the whole point of it was that the information is not lost, saved as some sort of hologram. So it's not like it's I guess not physical in a sense. The information is not physically kept, but it is. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm not sure. Like I said, you know, that's still a mystery of what happens with it because they do know that with Hawking radiation, there is information being given back to the universe.
But is that information or is that just heat or is that just particles?
Yeah, but when that particle, those particles exist as the information, is the
right. Yeah. Information the particle is not information, but the particle can carry information.
But I mean, it would be that information, wouldn't it? Because it's what wasn't absorbed into the black hole. Like if you're talking like about a
well, from what I know is that the Hawking radiation is not. It's actually what the black hole emits. So it's not that an object falling into the black hole becomes Hawking radiation. It's that the object falls into the black hole, and then the black hole then separately emits the Hawking radiation. But I could be wrong.
That's what I was saying is it's a quantum pair of like a quantum fluctuation, and you know they have the antiparticle and the particle, and if it's based on the one of the particles being beyond the point of the event horizon, being able to not escape, basically. And the Hawking radiation is that other material, the other half of that particle-antiparticle pair.
Well, a photon-antiphoton, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it would be.
Dude, there's a guy.
Not anti. Yeah, but a photon pair.
Dude, I'm going like 30 miles an hour, and there's a guy next to me on this fucking like not a freeway, but it's like a 3-lane road. This guy's on a golf cart right next to me. It's the fucking craziest shit I've ever seen.
But yeah, because ordinarily they would just annihilate. Not the golf cart guy, though.
You want to annihilate the golf cart guy.
I mean, dude, I don't, bro. I'm going like 35 miles an hour. He's matching my speed, and he's acting like he's a car or something. It's fucking crazy.
I have one in my driveway right now that'll do 60. My son builds them. I don't want to do 60 on it because it gets squirrely, but it'll do it.
Oh yeah, no,
Crazy.
that's going fucking 60 on a golf cart is not safe. That's funny. Let me see if I can snap a photo of this. Fucking. All right, I got him. Look in the chat. This motherfucker. This motherfucker. Look at this guy. This
He
guy
looks
is
very happy.
hilarious. Bro, his golf cart looks kind of nice, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's a nice quality golf cart. It's like polished and shit.
Nice.
Hey, Jace, can I ask you a question? Are you still there? Maybe Gummy. I'm just curious about well, I mean, it's based on what Jace just said about the.
I'm here. My bad, man. Go ahead.
No, I was just curious about. I was thinking about a thermonuclear reaction, like a nuclear fission bomb or something. Like when when the neutron decays and it becomes the proton and electron and neutrino, whatever. At this point, the energy that's left over, would that energy not contain any of the quantum information? Kind of like what you're saying about with the Hawking radiation. Is a similar.
No, so what Hawking radiation is like infrared and radio photons. So those are thermal radiation particles. For like a thermonuclear bomb, that is releasing gamma rays.
Yeah.
Yo.
So that's where the energy comes from for that.
Yo, apparently you can fucking eat uranium-235 and you'll be fine.
Yeah, well, Mary Curie used to sleep with that stuff, with all sorts of stuff, and she was fine for a while.
So are nuclear bombs... Wait.
The red pill about that is some of it is fear porn, but I have seen pictures where a guy lost his jaw from eating radioactive stuff, and I heard about ghosting, where you're exposed to some sort of radioactive radiation and all your DNA is gone, and it takes you like a month to basically die because none of your tissues are being regenerated. They call it being a ghost because you're already dead, but basically you don't know it since your DNA can no longer be replaced and replicated to help heal and repair you, and you just slowly decay and degenerate as all of your healthy cells die. So it's kind of hard to know what to believe about the red pill, about how harmful radioactive whatever is or isn't, you know.
But there's different kinds of radiation. You're jumping.
What the fuck?
Dude, I was talking.
My argument is specifically uranium-235, not radiation. So
we're not really having an argument, right? Like Kosho just wanted to know the difference between Hawking radiation and the radiation that's given off in the thermonuclear bomb. And then Lemon came in about walking ghost phase of radiation sickness, which is a completely different thing.
Yeah, I was responding to Lemon because he's saying radiation. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying specifically 235 is not nearly as dangerous as they make it out to be.
235 specifically.
I was gonna ask Jess if you know. I could probably Google this, but like, do all the types of radiation, are they able to create a chain reaction of decay, or is that just neutrons splitting off? Or
Yeah, it's usually for like fusion reactions. You have to have. It's not just neutrons. It's the way the mass is. Its proximity. Like you have to have a critical mass for this self-sustaining reaction to occur. Fusion works the same way with neutrons and photons and stuff, and you have to have them within a certain temperature and pressure range, which gives them a critical mass for fusion. But for fission, you have to get the uranium and the plutonium. It has to be so in this kind of density that's called the critical mass, and then the reaction will be self-sustaining.
okay.
Because just randomly, it will emit neutrons just randomly. Like if you have like something like people have heard of the demon core.
Yeah,
as a famous one.
let's bring that up. Yeah,
That emits neutrons constantly, but it doesn't turn into a nuclear incident that's harmful to humans until the mass is in such a dense state that it becomes critical. Then you get the self-sustaining reaction. Just exponentially escalates from there, and that becomes really dangerous to humans.
yeah. I think yeah, several people died. Yeah,
Yeah, Slaughton and Louis Slaughton, and I forget what the other guy's name was, but they were doing ridiculously reckless experiments with the demon core and ended up sending it critical. It's not really funny, but just the nature of how stupid these experiments were. Like, I don't know what these guys were thinking. I guess because they didn't know as much about it back then, but one of them like dropped a brick. They dropped the tungsten brick or whatever, and the other dropped the screwdriver he was using to hold the beryllium dome thing over it. Like, man, you're not careful when you're doing these experiments with a nuclear bomb core. Like, come on.
yeah. Yeah, he died in a couple of days, and even the security guard got seriously
Yeah.
ill.
Yeah, a couple of he made like everybody who was in the room. Slaughton did when he had his accident. He made everybody like come back in the room and mark with chalk like where they were standing, and he basically calculated an estimate of how much of their life they just lost.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's not something to fuck around with.
Well, yeah, especially that, yeah, because it's already set up in a way that it's gonna, it's supposed to have a chain. It's supposed to have a chain reaction, a sustaining one. So,
yep, yeah, you just need to reflect the neutrons to a certain extent, and then it'll go critical.
And it's so toxic for your for biological life because it just compromises any chemical chemical compound in your body because it's gonna start deteriorating shit. You have like neutrons colliding with like a bunch of your
Yeah, you get these high energy photons which have the required energy to ionize biomolecules in your body. Then you have neutrons which hit nuclei in your body and cause them to fission, and that releases more charges. You just get this like cascading electromagnetic effect going on with all these ions in your body. Your DNA is already an ion, so it interacts very easily, and it'll break it apart. And these were incidents like Slaughton and the other guy. these were just like prompt critical incidents. Like, so when the fission happens, there's a neutron that's released right away, and that's called the prompt neutron. And then there's a secondary neutron in an atomic bomb explosion. It's the secondary neutron that's released is the one that really causes the actual explosion. That's why the core didn't explode when these people had their events. It was just the prompt neutron, the prompt critical neutron. But even that was enough to give them more than lethal doses of radiation.
It's a horrible way to die because you just start falling apart.
Yeah, there was a guy in Japan. His name was Ouchie. Ouchie, yeah. It's like Ouchie or something, but it looks like Ouchie. And he wasn't messing around with nuclear bomb cores, but he was mixing nuclear fuel for a reactor in Japan and doing it. I think he just he didn't know a lot about it. He was just like a technician, just doing what his bosses told him. And they were just disregarding all safety norms and doing this improperly. And he set the reactor off prompt critical as well. And he's the guy that Lemon is talking about, who was what they called the walking ghost phase, where literally he's still alive, but all of his chromosomes have been broken apart, and they're no longer chromosomes. They're just molecules and ions floating around in the body. So he had no more blueprint to reproduce cells, and basically he just rotted from the inside out. His skin fell off, and they kept him alive. I've heard stories that it was his family that kept him alive, and I've also heard stories that it actually was the scientists and the doctors, because they saw this as a unique event to study, what radiation does to the body, and so they kept him alive against his will. Not really sure which one of those two is true. Both of them are plausible to me. But they kept him alive for 81 days. He lost his skin. His skin fell off after like 3 weeks. So imagine being alive for like another 50 days without your skin. Like, it's just horrible.
I wonder if he was like screaming in agony or something, but he probably started losing parts of his body that allows him to scream even.
Yeah, you'd lose your pain receptors at that point, but at least the ones in your skin. But yeah, it just sounds horrible.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, it's not a good way to go.
How many people immediately died? Wasn't it like a couple dozen people or something like that initially died at the Chernobyl incident, like for immediate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but there was definitely some first responders that unwillingly went into that building and got exposed to doses that were lethal for some of them developed cancers later and all sorts of issues. And I heard a sad story that one of the firefighters or EMS people, when they got there, they were like joking around that like, wow, there must be a ton of radiation here right now. And like all the people that he was talking to and himself all died from radiation poisoning.
Like within days or something like that?
Yeah, most likely days. I don't think maybe a couple people or one person may have been exposed to doses that would kill them rather quickly, but most of them probably, died within days to weeks, like a little bit of a drawn process, not an immediate death.
Sucks. It's still one of the safest, cleanest energies. It's just crazy.
Yeah, when done properly and you follow all the right procedures and stuff.
even with the disasters, statistically, I suppose it's clean.
Yeah, and a lot of reactors, like, so there was Chernobyl, then the United States had the SL1 disaster, and these were both associated with the control rods. In the SL1 disaster, the control rods kept getting stuck, and this guy yanked it up, and he pulled it too far, like way too far, and so this fission reaction just took off, and all three of those guys died instantly because the reactor actually exploded and sent the fuel rods like out of the top of it like a missile, and one of them got impaled on it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was the Army who was doing research back in, I think it was the 50s, on like miniature nuclear reactors. But what I was getting at is that the design of these reactors, like, people have learned from these incidents, and there's no longer these situations where like one control rod can send the reactor critical or things like that. I mean, you can't say that there won't be ever an incident, that the safety margin is zero, but it's significantly, a better safety culture nowadays because of these incidents in the past.
Fukushima occurred because of the earthquake and tsunami, right?
Yeah. It was because of the tsunami, got flooded and lost their power generators and stuff, so they couldn't cool the reactors.
Here, I just I had to apologize to him because I passed out while I was working on the fucking thing.
It's all good. I've been in Blender for a while already. I'm almost done, actually.
Oh, you're almost done?
Yeah.
I worked on the orbit shit. Did you already do that shit?
Yeah.
So I was working on this morning and I fell asleep.
All good. Yeah, I just kept it 2D for now.
2D?
Zooming out from the image.
Oh, the image. Oh, well, I mean, I can work on that then. Well, because I didn't have the image to work with, I can at least try to fuck with that. I was actually looking for a good one, but I couldn't find a high quality. They all seem
the wiki
shitty.
is updated already with the. That's the one I'm using. Yeah.
From just Wikipedia? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, Sag A Star wiki. Pretty high resolution. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, the one I got was from New York Times. That was the best one I found. But let's see. Actually, I think the one I have is better than this one. Hold on. Oh, wait, never mind. This is 4,000 pixels. What do you think of the picture? What do you think about the picture, though?
Pretty cool. It's more face on than I was expecting.
Yeah.
But otherwise, looks pretty cool.
What does that mean, anyways? Because it's at the center of our galaxy, right? So there's like really a bunch of shit between us in that, anyways. But wouldn't you assume that it was that accretion disk and all that disk around it would be parallel with the arms of the galaxy? Or no, that's not really expected.
I think maybe naively you would assume that, but
yeah, asshole. Yeah, that's right.
No. I think even I expected a more inclination than what it shows. I saw actually other people asking about this too. Why is it so much face on when like from our perspective, we're inside the arms and we're looking along, the edge, like the line of sight edge,
Yeah.
And then I think I saw people pointing basically like referencing past studies that show in different galaxies it's basically a random orientation. So the orientation of the black hole it can be misaligned in any direction with respect to the plane of the galaxy. So I guess that kind of explains it.
Like when you look at a quasar or something like that, and
basically,
yeah, and you compare it to like the disk, and it's usually not perpendicular.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess because the assumption would be because the when the galaxy is forming.
Oh shit, my food's here, man. Hold on.
Hey, go ahead, get your fucking food, dude. Sounds like an emergency. It's a cool image, though. I like it. Kind of looks like a toilet seat. Hey, Don, are you here right now?
Me?
Yeah.
What's up?
What's going on, man? Yeah. What were you talking about? About you said you're doing a cookout tomorrow. You said you were looking for something to do.
Cookout. Yeah, wait for this kid to wake up, man.
Yeah. It's 2:30, man. You guys must have been out late.
Something like that. I'm chilling yesterday and today. He's about to play again tonight. I'm playing in the morning.
Up in Round Rock?
Yeah.
You remember the name of the place was called? Was it on the? It was off the highway, right? Like you can see the highway from the.
Yeah, it's easy to find.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where it is. I was just trying to see if it was a place I was thinking of.
Texas is the shit, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Elon Musk actually he changed the headquarters for that Boring Company to over by where you are. He's actually they've agreed to they're building a tunnel south of Austin, so they're gonna start building those tunnels all over Austin, dude. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I told you I gotta take my girl out tonight, but I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow and see what you're doing. See what's going down. It's Friday, so.
I'll find something magical. I've already popped in a few little places.
Yeah, but are you staying south in South Austin?
No, north.
Okay, but the other day you were a metric, you said, but I guess you were.
Yeah. I don't know where I am. I tell you where I am. I text you where I am. I don't know where it is, but
Yeah. My friend's so fucking stupid. He was supposed to come over last night. So I was waiting for him for fucking ever. He fell asleep in his car because he couldn't find my place. Shut up at like fucking 6 o'clock.
So what you gonna do tonight?
I gotta take her to dinner. Actually, I'm supposed to be fucking looking for some place right now.
I want to know the low key hot spots.
Well, I told you after hour places are cool, but the main joints are pretty obvious in Austin. They're 6th Street, Rainy Street, then the Domain. If you're north, the Domain is probably it would be a cool place to check out. It's expensive, overpriced drinks. You know what I want to do? I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can go to escape room tonight for my anniversary. My girlfriend would be pissed though. I want to do.
Well,
Some,
y'all,
I don't want to just go to a boring dinner, dude. I want to go. I want to do some fun, like a fun. I want dinner too, though. So.
Sorry, I'm back, Coach.
Yeah. You ate your food, and it sounded like a real emergency, man.
have some wine. That's fine.
I forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah, I was asking you
Whooped
something.
y'all's ass earlier.
What'd you
So
say?
Whoopins.
Whippets?
Whoops y'all's ass.
No, I felt bad for Witch. I wanted to say something, but he had left. But there was like 5 people jumping on him at the same time. Did you talk to him about the black hole, Chronic? Because that's when he left. There was like 5 people talking to him about it, and then.
I don't think so.
Okay. No, yeah, he was talking about how it was like CGI and stuff. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you about this image. Could you describe to me as a layman? I know you hate doing this, Chronic, because you're kind of a lazy person. But could you like explain to me like what I'm seeing when I see this picture of the Aristarchus Sagittarius A? Like what exactly is giving off those like what am I seeing, like what is that, radio waves coming off the black
Yeah,
hole?
there's an accretion disk around the black hole, and there's photons and particles and all a whole bunch of different high energy stuff happening. And what this is a snapshot basically of that. So there's some parts of the disk that are brighter than others, and that's what you're seeing. So if you took another, and they said during the press conference today that that's what they're expecting to do, is to continue viewing this and making kind of a movie, like a stitching together a bunch of images over time. And what you would likely see is the brighter, and you would see some parts rotating, orbiting around the central dark spot.
I see. And I guess it's profound because this is it doesn't give you full detail of the black hole, but it give you a visual detail of it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Some visual
Yeah.
detail, I mean, yeah.
Of course, you can't actually image the black hole. We're just seeing what light is able to escape and come to our detectors that's surrounding the black hole, or so they say.
So they say. It kind of looks like a toilet seat a little bit, but I suppose that could just be a random chance. And so you say they're taking. I thought it was like a lot of data that they take for just this one image. But you're saying that they're going to be able to piece a couple of these together.
Yeah, this is just a snapshot in time. So if you just do this 10 different times, it's going to look different in those 10 different images, because the accretion disk and the photon ring that we're seeing there is in motion.
The earlier Gummy Bear, he's a gentleman who's with us now. He posted a picture. I wasn't there for the context, but it was like a giant room full of computers, and I think it was supposed to represent the data, that like terabytes worth of data that it takes to collect just that one image. Is it is that about how much data it is?
It's some huge number. I don't know the exact
So for
amount
the
of data.
so for the what was it, the M87 one or whatever it's classified as, they had 0.5 ton worth of hard drives that they stored it on. It was 5 petabytes of data.
5 petabytes.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
And that's why they sent it on an airplane with all the hard drives instead of sending it over the internet. Because
what?
Yeah, because so essentially that this article, at least that's the one I linked before, said that the best internet connection in the world are a few gigabits per second, but by shipping them, because they shipped from Hawaii to MIT, essentially they did a data transfer of 14 gigabytes per second.
Right.
Because of the fact that they physically transferred them. So it would have taken a huge amount of time if they didn't do that.
Let me see. You said how many gigabytes a second? 14?
14 gigabytes a second, yeah. And
That's what
5 petabytes
11,
total.
Yeah.
11 days is about 1 million seconds. And I think they would need 5 million gigabytes. So it's taking about maybe 20 days or something like that. Oh.
But it's comparing to the best internet connection possible, and that's not what or current possible, which they probably wouldn't even have. So yeah.
Hey, well, whatever's cheaper.
Yeah.
Wow. So for each of those, the movie that Chronic's talking about them making, it's gonna be like fucking with half a ton of data for each of those images, huh?
Oh yeah, I have no idea how much or if they're doing the same kind of thing this time. Chronic might know more.
Well, yeah, wait, probably is it
What's
the same?
different about this time?
Is it the same capture method as before?
Of course, yeah. If you just do this 10 times, sorry, I'm
I know you're eating.
I'm on my lunch break trying to get yeah, if you do this 10 times, you just stitch the 10 images together, and you can see kind of like a time lapse of what the accretion disk and the photon ring and what the environment is doing as a function of time.
Yeah, but so is this also what that happened with the M87 one? Like this is the same?
Yeah, same exact telescope, same exact array method, data taking, shipping it across all these different continents. Yeah, same.
Why they didn't just take multiple ones? They just did that one and done.
But the one and done. Sorry, the one and done takes a very long time, as Gummy Bear just explained. It takes a huge amount of data, so like takes a group of 300, however big the collaboration is, 300 something 50 people. So yeah, they can't just do this 10 times as quick as it took to release this very first one. There's always got to be the first, right?
Yeah. I remember my first.
Yeah, me too.
Anyways,
they're looking at AGN also, active galactic nuclei that are nearby to us. I have no idea when those are. Yeah, I have no idea when if and when those are ever gonna release, but I picked up on that. One of the scientists mentioned that in the press conference.
Well, I mean, active galactic nuclei. I mean, isn't that the same thing as looking at a supermassive black hole?
Different characteristics, like the accretion rate, or how much it might be feeding on nearby matter and stuff like that. That's why it's called active galactic nuclei.
So, according to this article on TheVerge.com, so I don't know how accurate it is, but they're saying that this latest one on Sagittarius A, they collected 3.5 petabytes of data. So it's less than.
Getting a little better, a little lazier, maybe.
Yeah.
So I wonder, I know because you're eating. I don't want you to fucking tell me the details, okay, dude? I don't want you to tell me the details because you're eating. But I wonder why, like, what's required? Why that's required that much data? Like, what is it? What is the data that they're getting? Because it seems like you're getting radio waves from this thing. Just receive the radio waves and fucking bada bing, bada boom. So like real quick.
I mean, of course, it at a surface level, you think it's that simple.
Yeah.
But you have 20 different radio dishes. You need to you need to orient them and point them at the same part of the sky, and you need to keep them on that part of the sky for God knows how many days and days and days to acquire enough signal to then combine them using very long baseline interferometry.
And you don't want to miss out on any data, so you'd rather store more data than is necessary than get less data.
So a lot of that data is just a waste of space.
No, just the observing strategy itself governs how long it takes to and how much data it takes to combine to make the image.
Right.
Ironically, these are the most high resolution images ever created in human history. That's what's ironic when people say it's blurry and and out of focus. It's actually the highest. Each pixel on that image is 50 micro arc seconds in length. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And you had said something, Sig. What did you say? Hold on.
Why it takes up so much data?
No. You said that it was a snapshot. You liar. It's not like a snapshot if they're taking it a long exposure.
Of course. It's a single epoch epoch of time that corresponds to the data being taken.
Yeah, but how does that? Okay, so let's say, for instance, because you probably know all about this, because they had to take long exposure shots for all sorts of astronomical observations or whatever. But sometimes a long exposure shot, that parts of the image are going to be changing, right?
That's true. Yeah, I don't know the hyper specific details of. I said days, but it could have been just hours of integration. I don't know. You'd have to dig a little deeper into the specs.
You know what?
Of the data.
I'm imagining I work for NASA now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to, or whoever, I work for fucking your observatory. They tasked me to put this together. I think I can figure out how to do it. Yeah, because you want to get as much exposure as possible. So 20 days, however long you do it, and then you're gonna look for. You got to find conveniently the times, because you probably do want to get a snapshot. You don't want to get data from all over the place, right? Like from the first day and then from the last day. Like you want to find.
How much do you expect it to change because like the time scale of this changing? How do you even?
I
think about that?
It rotates and shit, dude.
Yeah, but at what time scale?
Yeah, how fast or slow? I don't know.
Do you
I know the energies are very high.
Yeah,
but
you don't expect it to make a full like say a part of it would make a full revolution in a day. I don't think you'd expect that.
Yeah, dude. It says. Oh, that doesn't fucking help me. It says it rotates at 1,000 kilometers per second, but that's how big it is.
Isn't that the Earth's tangential velocity?
1,000 miles per hour.
Sure.
Let me see. It says, why is it spinning so slowly? I don't know how. I'm trying to find out how. God damn it. I hate science articles, dude. You can't just get to the fucking point.
Me too, man. I saw a good overlay, showing the solar system, the scale of the solar system on the new image. Looking for it right now. Oh, here it is. Let's go. Here we go. I just put it in chat. That shows M87 and the scale of our solar system and Sagittarius A starring.
Yeah, it says it's 400 million times the mass. Yeah. Or, hold on. 4 million times the mass.
Yeah.
Let me see something. Dude, this article is so stupid. It just says, I'm trying to find out how fast it's spinning, and it says, we concluded the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy is spinning slowly.
Yeah, that's the thing about all of these kinds of articles. They're kind of just doing the little clickbait of, oh, look, we took the picture, look, and then you should be done. But
Yeah, once they get your click, that doesn't really matter what they say in the article.
Fucking dickheads.
That's why you need to read scholarly journal papers and not
MIT.edu.
Here we go. Dude, what I want to read, okay, is the answer on the fucking page that has the websites on it, dude. I don't want to even click on any of the websites. I want to say how fast is it spinning, and I want the answer to fucking pull up, which it did finally. Supposedly it says it's spinning so fast it completes one rotation in about 2 minutes. Oh, it says this huge black hole. I don't know if this is the one in our galaxy. Yeah, god damn it.
Also,
I do gotta click on it.
The accretion disk might not be orbiting, at the same rate that the black hole is spinning.
No, yeah, that makes sense. I love this fucking article, dude. On science.com, it tells me about how this black hole, how fast it's spinning. Oh, no. Here we go. It tells me the name. Assassin? Oh, yeah, that's right. Still, though, Assassin. It's kind of a weird name. But anyways,
okay. So,
it's the name of a telescope survey.
I was going to say, according to this, so this is MIT.edu, it says that Sagittarius A star is changing over minutes, so the data is jumping all over the place. That's the fundamental challenge in imaging this black hole. And it says that Akiyama, who led both the EHT's calibration and imaging teams, developed an algorithm that when the data is fed into the algorithm, they generate thousands of images of the black hole, and then they average across these images to generate one main image.
Say it again. Say it again. That last part.
Sounds like CGI. Sorry, go ahead.
That's CGI. What they say is they developed an algorithm that essentially feeds the data into the algorithm, generates thousands of images of the black hole, and then they average across these images to generate the one main image.
Okay, so yeah. I got news for you, dude. I'm not going to say this. Don't quote me on this, and don't repeat this to anybody, okay? But it does sound to me like it's kind of an extrapolation or a sort of a I don't even know if I would call it an image. You know what I mean? It'd be
well, it is like what you have to do for this kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not what I would do personally. I would find moments where you'd have to really dig through the data, but where at that exact moment for all the antennas, you had clear data, right?
But like okay, so I have no clue what the kind of algorithm they do, but to me it makes sense that you have to average over longer periods of time in order for the noise and things like that to average out, so to speak.
Yeah, but if you take yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say because the thing about randomness is that if you have randomness in a moment, you can't really filter it out, but randomness becomes predictable when you have it in large amounts. And so there's a big difference.
Well, imagine if I had like a camera that I told you could take perfect like still shots of people's faces no matter how fast they were moving, and like you just like take like this long exposure shot of somebody like fucking shaking really bad, and then I just take the average of like what their face looks like. Like it seems like it would come up with like some weird looking shit. It's not gonna look like their face. You know what I mean?
But think about it this way, Kosho. The resolution needed to actually resolve specific features, this ring, the dark spot in the middle, stuff like that. The amount of integration time and baseline that you need that's required to do that is what was needed to do it, right?
Right.
Anything less would have produced something, lower quality, less resolved, stuff like that. So, for example, you can use, there's data, I can show you data and images that over time that show Sagittarius A star from one telescope, Keck,
Right.
from only the Keck telescope, and what you see is over time you see a faint region, basically nothing where the expected position of Sagittarius A star should be. And as time goes on, you actually sometimes you'll see some a signal there that's getting brighter and brighter, but then it dims off and gets fainter in these images. But it's not a ring of light like we're seeing with the EHT. It's literally just a point source of light that is changing in brightness. So that corresponds to times where the accretion disk is emitting at high, larger intensities and things like that, or where it's more quiet, where the accretion disk, it might be in the photon ring, might be quieter at certain points in time, and so it's not seen in like a single image. But to get the actual resolution, like I said, it's the highest resolution image ever generated by humanity. And it required this huge baseline to even do. I think that's the main point.
Well, that makes sense now. That makes sense now that like when describing how they have to take the average and this and that. That explains why it does come out blurry. It's because of the technique and it's like I guess it's a sacrifice you have to make in order to get the actual image, anyways.
Well, yeah, because it wouldn't be possible to just take a snapshot and then get this kind of data or get any realistic data.
I took this picture.
Okay, dude.
Damn. Did you die halfway through?
No, I used P900. I wasn't there, dude. I
P900. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I pressed the fucking wait button. Wait 5 minutes. But yeah, that was pretty cool. That little thing. You've seen Interstellar, I'm sure, Chronic.
Yeah.
Because that part at the end, like the really weird part at the end.
The extra dimensional one, or
he goes into the black hole. Like he's dead, but he's in a black hole chilling. Yeah, there's a lot of people like people argue like, oh yeah, that's definitely possible. Like, wait a minute, it seems like a really huge leap of I don't know.
Well, in Interstellar, wasn't he supposedly saved by higher dimensional creatures? Wasn't that the explanation made?
I forgot about that.
That he would have died, but he got saved by some sort of higher dimensional creature that allowed him to see into this time dimension when he was in there. And that's the reason he survived and was able to get out.
I forgot about that.
That's the part where it really does become like a just more of a movie.
Yeah. The part that's also weird in that movie is in the beginning, whenever he's at the school and his daughter was like, or his daughter's teacher was like, the propaganda about us going to the moon, like they, like, at this point in that movie, like, I don't know, I guess I don't know if flat earthers took over the world, or I don't know what happened, but they believed that, we didn't really go to the moon and stuff like that. I didn't really get what the purpose of that was, but what are you showing me, Craig? What is this?
To hammer the point home, the first image is from Hubble. It's very high. It's very high resolution. It's of the region around Sagittarius A star.
That's a
So
beautiful image, man.
yeah, thanks. Near the center, if you basically just zoom in near the very center of the frame, that it looks like the second image. Now the EHT image, the Event Horizon Telescope image, of the black hole that came out today is 1,000 times smaller than any of those pixels.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
So the
any of those
entire picture
individual
is smaller
pixels
than.
than one Hubble pixel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Wow.
so the thing I said a minute ago about if you just take a regular telescope, not a regular, but like a pretty sophisticated telescope like Hubble or Keck or something, then during times where Sagittarius A star might be more active than others, all you would really see with a regular telescope is just like one single pixel would get a little brighter,
Hmm.
Like that's it. Yeah.
Where'd you get this picture from, man?
He's got his
HLA.
sources.
Yeah. It's public. It's not
Well, it
anything
looks like a shit picture. That's why I'm going to see a high resolution version of this picture.
of the top one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking it up. I'm going to the Hubble catalog right now. I'm trying to see. Is there a name for this?
Yes, Sag A star.
That's the name of this image.
No, that's a target you can search
Oh.
on the You can search
Okay.
that target on the HLA Hubble Legacy Archive, and
I can just type Sag A.
well, I mean,
I don't want to spell. All right.
no, you could type the acronym might work, SGR, and then space a capital A with an asterisk.
And you were teaching me how to use this before. What would be the what detector do I want to use? Hold on.
WIFS WFC3 UViz.
WFC. Oh right. WFC 2.
3.
3. What does that mean exactly?
Wide field camera 3.
There's a P in here also. Is there supposed to be P?
That's an
Why?
older instrument.
Okay. Let me see what I can find. They have a filter. I know they do. Hold on.
WIFC3 is the newest instrument they installed on Hubble in 2009, I think.
And the Hubble?
Yep.
They went up there and fucking installed more shit? I didn't know that.
You're trolling. I'm pretty sure you did.
I'm not trolling, dude. I know they went up there to fix it, and I was like, okay, I thought that was I didn't know they went up there to install more shit.
Yeah, there were multiple servicing missions. SMs 1, 2, 3, and 4. They upgraded with new instruments a few
Sorry,
times.
dude. I didn't get my PhD in fucking astrophysics, dude. So
I feel like we talked about this one-on-one before, but you just have a shit memory.
So it's called WFC 3?
Yes.
Oh, my girlfriend's calling.
Rip.
Oh, my girlfriend, she wants to do shit. Everything is so idealistic with her. But anyways, I typed in WFC 3. It says no results. Let me put a space.
Send me the link.
All right.
You're on HLA, Hubble Legacy Archive.
Yeah. What do you think, dude? I just kind of maybe I need to put a space. Let me see. W wide field camera 3. Oh, here we go. It's called wide. Oh, is it an infrared? What is there? A certain thing after the slash? Because there's a wide field 3 infrared.
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, what picture? What kind of picture do you think this is? Do you think it was Do you think it was taken in infrared or some other, or do you think this is an actual color image?
Well, it looks like a composite to me, so I would say probably UViz, different UViz filters.
So the wide
F814W, F606W, maybe. You can just send me the link and I'll help you.
I sent the link.
Oh, my
I
bad.
posted it. Well, the wide field 3, the only one they have is an infrared one. So.
All right, well, click check the display, see what it looks like. Your link didn't work for me, by the way, but.
Oh well, there's a whole bunch of them for the wide field 3. So what are some other parameters that are worth narrowing it down, or it doesn't matter?
The filter.
What are you looking for?
I'm just looking for this. I just find an image just like the one he posted.
Oh,
Actually, I want to find that exact image. I could reverse image search it, but
that would be too easy, wouldn't it?
no. Well, usually in reverse image search, it'll pull up a bunch of pictures that look somewhat similar to it.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm just gonna do. What's the difference between IR and IR fix?
One of them uses a subarray of the IR detector. It's not much difference for your purposes.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, what about multi?
I mean, that might be the composite itself right there.
Okay. So I'm trying to okay, so and it says target, and so some of the targets are quintuplet, SGRA, arches. I mean, what do you think the target is in this?
You just said SGRA, right?
Yeah.
What do you think that stands for?
Sagittarius A.
There you go.
Well, yeah, of course, but I'm saying in your image, do you think that
yeah, I'm telling you, it is. It is. At the center of the image I posted is Sag A star.
Say it one more time. Sorry, I was here.
You did say that earlier, but yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't listening when you said just now. I'm sorry.
It's Sag A star. It is.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right, I'll just pick one of these.
Do you feel like you're a good listener?
I wasn't even listening.
Exactly.
I was looking because fucking CB posted something in the chat. It's fine. Yeah. So I do know that some of these images, like I've seen that NASA, like a lot, like the images aren't in color, so they have to add color. Sometimes they get even just people amateurs to add color. I'm wondering if the image you posted is like that, or if it's actually how
it looks like a multi-filter composite to me. So it looks like the same image of the same exact part of the sky with Hubble in different filters, and they just stack them together. That's it.
But I'm not gonna be able to find that in the archive, am I?
I don't see why not.
I don't know how it works. I don't know if they
It looks to me like it is what's called a high level science product, HLSP, which is usually on the archive.
Okay, is that a filter I could check out?
It could be wrong though.
Let me see if I can filter it with that. HLSP.
Yeah, high level science product.
Sex cat? The fuck is that?
What?
Yeah, it's one of the fucking options. It's one of the properties on here, dude. The target aperture detector and then sex cat.
Yeah, source extractor catalog.
Oh, okay. What the hell, man? You guys are funny. Okay, I've always had a hard time fucking going through this shit, dude.
Why? Why have you? What do you struggle with?
Just what the fucking this. I mean, how am I supposed to know what sex cat means? How am I supposed to know what any of these? Everything's an acronym on this fucking website.
But all that stuff is irrelevant for you. You're just looking for the image, right?
Yeah, I just found out that there's. I didn't realize that there's a tab that you can, instead of looking at the data, you can actually look at the images, like the thumbnail, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I know you do that. Okay, here we go. This might make it easier. Okay, I'm looking at all the. Were you just guessing about that being a WFC3? So it could possibly be a different one.
Let me look at it again.
I'm looking at every Sagittarius picture, and so far all of them are black and white. So. Oh no, here we go. Some color.
One other thing, I know it's from the GES group, so you could, if there's a PI column, principal investigator, you can try to filter by name and go with GES last name.
Okay. Appreciate that. Yeah, Jeremy's in love with that Gez person.
Yeah.
He uses her all the time as evidence for what is it that she said, Jeremy? She said scientific law has to be true
Accurate everywhere.
for every frame. And I tried to tell him that I think that's like a goal or something like that. That's not a truth, because scientific laws have domains. Actually, in reality, idealistically, they'd be true everywhere. But I mean, it's still scientific. I mean, I heard that they like the even term scientific law. They don't use it with new findings and stuff. Like it's a term that's like grandfathered in from the ones that were called scientific laws, but they typically don't use that term anymore. That's what I heard.
Well, it's probably science as having their own Dunning-Kruger, right? They thought they knew everything. Didn't Edison say that everything that was going to be invented had already been?
Oh yeah, well no, it was. I don't know if it was Edison. Oh, maybe that was Edison. Maybe Edison said something like that. But it was another. There was a scientist in the late 1800s who had guessed that that no new discoveries were going to be made. Basically, like they had basically figured everything out.
Did I say Edison or Einstein? Sorry.
No, you said Edison. And
Okay,
I think you're right about the invention thing, but there's another scientist in 1800s that.
So maybe he was being a bit flippant about it and mocking that other guy.
Fucking Chronics. Not. How do you spell Gez? Gave me the wrong spelling.
G-H-E-Z. I didn't give you any spelling.
Oh.
Are you sober right now?
I
don't think he slept last night.
I told you I slept. I fell asleep working on your bullshit. What did I do? I say.
Did you do any blow in Las Vegas last night?
No, I was in Vegas. I don't do blow, man. Like once every couple of years or something. But yeah, chronic.
I think it actually might be IR, different IR filters.
So
once in a couple of years you do blow?
Yeah, once every couple of years. I mean, not often. But you said the detector, the WFC2.
Yeah.
Was that an assumption or was that
What?
I'm asking for real because I don't know.
I just double checked. It is WFC3.
Okay.
But it's the IR, not UViz.
Okay. Let me look it up then. Okay. So I have GES and I have WFC3 IR. Now let's take a look. Looks like there's 1,600 to go through. Okay.
What do you do? How did I? It took me less than 2 minutes, and I already found it.
You found it?
Yeah. Here, I put it in the chat. Wait, is that gonna? Huh? Yeah. Actually, yeah. Scroll down to the bottom.
Okay. So is it built from all of these images then?
No. So yeah, where I was wrong is the composite still might exist on HLA or HLSP, but I haven't done a thorough search for it. But the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 6 Sag star rows at the bottom were used to create the composite. Yeah.
Okay. And this is something that you or I could do with the data from this from here. Like we could just take these images and
Do you see at on the very left column, the dataset column, the strings, they begin with capital IB41.
Yeah.
If you just click one of those and you'll get a preview of the single filter image.
It's bottom 5, you mean then?
It's 6 on my screen.
Check your eyesight, dude. Maybe it is bottom 6. What else, Steve? Okay. Well, no. Oh,
the bottom 6 that are labeled SGRA for the target.
All right, you're right, dude.
Yeah, you can see a preview if you click the IB link on the left.
Well, I don't have an IB link.
Yeah, you do.
On the left, I got you.
Very first column on the left.
I was looking at the right. Okay, that shows me the
single filter image. Yeah.
How do you think that I would compile them? Like, what do you do? Just like layer them? I don't know.
You download the raw. You download each raw image, and what you can do is you can layer. You know what filter they were taken in, which is the filter column. On that table, you see the filter column. They start with like capital F100 something.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So you know so you measure the amount of flux, how bright the pixels are for the stars, and you know what filter that was taken in. So you just relate that amount of intensity to the wavelength that was observed, and you can colorize the image or create a composite.
Inversely, or the way it actually shows up. So if it says F153 should be more or should
is redder, yeah.
I'm saying
you can also look at the column just to the right of the filters. It gives you the central wavelength for that filter.
Okay.
In nanometers.
Okay.
Or is it nanometers?
Yeah, you know what? Then that means that all these everything you're seeing then is that's what I was saying before too, like the color and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of put in that's kind of put in with a bit of artistic liberties, right? Because these central wavelengths are not. These are in the
Correct. But what I would say though is the relative intensities between the different parts of the image are consistent with what the data show. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right.
So yeah, of
it would be
course you could put of course you could just put like a in the whatever post processing after you create the composite. Of course, yeah, you can make the entire color scale different shades of green if you want. Like yeah, definitely.
Right, but the goal is to make it look like what it most likely really does look like.
Well, I mean, it depends on. I wouldn't say that. It depends on what your goal is. People have different goals.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
The deep field images. Those fields. I mean, those images are color images, though, aren't they?
The Hubble deep fields.
Yeah. Maybe they're not. I always thought that they were.
What filters are they taking in?
I don't know. I always thought it was just the color. It was just a color image.
Well, if they're taking in blue, green, and red filters, then yeah, you can correspond them to you can correlate them to what we would see in the visible spectrum.
Well, anyways, that's a cool image. It really is a cool image. I just I don't know. I don't want to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of that exercise was, but
well, the point of the exercise is I'd like to see the image as it looks like, as the picture's
taken in its raw form.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. The link I sent you. I guess that.
Yeah, I know, but it's in its raw form in a way that I can't view because I can't view infrared, so I have to, like I said, make these extrapolations or these artistic liberties and stuff.
I guess sure.
It's cool and all, but I'm just saying. Yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah. Because there's some point where there's the thing I'm looking at is what I'm looking at, but it's mixed with somebody's artistic idea of what it looks like too.
Can you guess what you think it would look like if the same image was taken in the visible instead of the IR with Hubble? So using the same instrument, the WFC3, but instead of the IR filter, you use a green filter or something. You know what it would look like?
Like a bunch of dust.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't get nearly as much detail. All of these individual dots and stars and stuff would all be blurred together and obstructed by gas, because it's so dense in that region that you can't see anything invisible.
But then that's correct. Then this isn't this isn't what you see. Then this is like I don't know. It's almost like a God view or something. Like we have some ability to see this in a way that's not actually.
I guess as much as an X-ray when you go to the dentist is a God view of your teeth, and then sure, I guess I agree with you.
That's a good point.
God view.
Well, I'm just saying, like I'm imagining, like, that's just what it looks like there, but technically it's not. It's like this would be what it looks like if I could, like,
yeah,
and then clear.
You're not qualifying it enough when you say that. I wonder what it just looks like there. You need to qualify more. I wonder what it looks like in an infrared, through an infrared filter, through my eyes, through an ultraviolet filter. You got to be a little more.
Yeah, that's true. You ever seen the SDO, that website? They have got the pictures of all the different colors of the sun.
Yeah.
Like just seeing it, and it is crazy when you think about like what something looks like. It's kind of like a question that is it's relative to whatever's taking that. It's going to be different for anything that's any optical device that's taking it. Like, but the question of what does it actually look like? It's almost like impossible to describe because looks like so many different things at the same time. It's weird.
Hmm.
If you could see in all spectrums at the same time, like what would it look like? You know what I mean?
Sure. I would just guess white light, but maybe I'm dumb and wrong.
Is that what you think? It would look like white light?
I don't know. Maybe. Could be wrong.
I'm trying to think about it now. No. Yeah, maybe. You'd also see like weird shit all around the room and stuff. Like you see like, radio waves and microwaves, all that type of shit floating around your room. Anyways, I'm supposed to take my girlfriend on a date. I'm sitting here talking.
Yeah, I gotta get back to work, man. You're procrastinating. All right, I'll catch you later. I'm gonna go back.
Yeah.
See you.
This cool shit though, dude. This data. I don't want to say it because it's not necessarily my sentiments, right? But it does kind of sadden me a little bit that I always thought the deep field was an actual just a regular image. I'm gonna search this website and find the best the best image they have that's not composite or that color added to it. Let me see what's going on.
Which one is it?
The one that Chronic posted
Archive.
a little bit, yeah, but we're talking about the archive. We're talking about the ones from the archive though. But I like the image he posted at 2:59 my time. I was trying to find it on the archive, and it turns out it was actually a composite of infrared images.
Is there a way to actually? I can't find those images. All I find is all black and white infrared.
Yeah, he posted a link. The last link he posted, the ones at the bottom of that page, the bottom 6 make up that image.
WC3.
Oh, so what are you surprised? What are you surprised you couldn't find a real image?
No, I can find real. No, these are real images, and then that's fine. I'm saying the image that, like the one that looks nice and poppy and the color and stuff. It's not that those were added in afterwards. They have color images though, just not of that.
Yeah, because it's Disney, bro. You're looking at cartoon shit, outer space cartoon stuff.
It's not, dude. Have you ever been to the Hubble archive? There's so many.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never been to the Hubble archive. You want to know a fun fact though? Fun fact about Hubble?
Yeah, what is it?
Hubble and Adobe Photoshop share the same anniversary.
Oh wow!
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
Coincidence. Could be a little coincidence, or it could be they're just giving you bullshit.
Yeah, what was that one riddle or the one thing about 23 people? You have 23 people in a room. What are the chances or what are the chances that half of them? No. What is it?
The two of them share the same birthday. You don't know your own riddle, bro.
Yeah, that's what it is. No, but that's not it though. It's what?
It's the birthday paradox.
Yeah, no, but it's like that one. Like what? Yeah, I guess you're right. That is what it is. It's not really a paradox, no. But regardless, I'm gonna find a color image. I'm gonna show it to you right now.
No, I'm not even gonna look, bro. Don't even waste your time. I'm way too busy to be fucking around with fake space pictures.
Yeah, I should be way too busy to fuck around with space pictures because I'm supposed to be finding this place to take my girlfriend on a date tonight.
Yeah, go take your girl on a date. Tell her I said holla.
I'm not gonna do that.
Tell her, be like, yo, Jeremy said holla. She'll know what's up.
I wonder if wide field camera is hold on. I want to see if this is in color. Come on. Okay, these are in color. Yeah. Okay. Kind of. There's some really cool pictures on here, though. I don't know. I'm gonna stop looking through these fucking pictures. Let me find this place to take her on a date.
Tell your girl I said holla.
Yeah, I heard you, dude. I should.
Are you gonna tell her though?
Yeah, I'll tell her. I should have done this way earlier.
Right.
18 coolest, most romantic spring date ideas. Okay.
Yeah, take her somewhere nice because she brings me the leftovers. Little doggy bag.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, there was a place. Oh yeah. Urban Axes.
You gonna go throw some axes?
Yeah, you can go throw axes. But there needs to be food there too, though. Oh, maybe I could take it to a drive-in.
Take her to an observatory, Kosho. You guys have a little space date, a little globy date.
Yeah, but there's one open today.
She's gonna need a telescope to try to find Kosho's dick.
That's good.
Oh.
Good point. He's not gonna want to see Ninja Turtles. Dude, what the fuck? This drive-in movie theater. I'm like looking at movies they have Teenage Ninja Turtles, The Big Lebowski, The Dark Crystal. What the fuck, dude? These movies are old.
Dude, The Big Lebowski's dope.
Yeah, but I'm like,
Don't you ever diss.
I can watch that on the fucking TV, dude.
What was Dark Crystal, like a Labyrinth spinoff? I love the Labyrinth. I never saw the Dark Crystal.
It looks like it looks like Labyrinth, but it's not a spinoff.
Was David Bowie in it?
No, I think it's made by Chris Hansen though.
Yo, has your boy Beats made anything good yet in on Netflix or in Hollywood or anything?
I mean, he was supposed to be working on that League of Legends show, but he wrote Cheetah Girls too.
Yeah, I'm not going to be running and telling my friends I know the writer of Cheetah Girls too. So, like, I'm always waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, did you see that new thing on Netflix?" And I can say, "Oh yeah, that's a good show. I know the guy that wrote that." Like, I'm just waiting for that day.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who've seen the other show he does. What is it? What is it called? Shadows and Bones or whatever.
Shadow and Bones. He wrote that.
He wrote 2 episodes. Yeah.
2 episodes. That's it.
Yeah, the one where they had a gay sex scene. He wrote that episode.
Of course, he wrote that one. You probably were his ghostwriter for that one.
No, I was not. I was like, did they make you put that in there, or did you decide to? Did you choose to do that? I guess you just chose to do it. And good for him though, dude. He doesn't have any shame. That's what's up. He doesn't have any. He doesn't feel. He shouldn't feel embarrassed, but that's good. I know you couldn't do that. You'd be like, I'm not write a gay sex scene. I'm not doing this. What the fuck? This isn't a drive. Oh. Let's see. Dude, this is gonna be impossible, dude. I gotta still get rid. Fuck no.
I mean, listen, I'll take her. Just cash at me like 200. I'll take her out for a nice time on the town. I'll have her back by 2-3 a.m. the latest.
Okay, that's perfect, dude. I wish I could hire somebody to take her outside instead. I'd just pay them. I would have paid for the date.
You know what you can do is hire a dude to make you look like a tough guy. Like you can hire him and he'll let you he'll go try to kick it to your girl or something, and he'll let you beat him up. Real service people offer.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Like he'll act like he's wasted at the bar or something, and he'll just start hitting on your girl, and then he'll try to punk you, and he'll let you just punch him in the face.
Can that backfire pretty quick?
How?
Because he's like, what the fuck? You just hit the guy in the face. He was just messing around. I was like, yeah, well, I didn't want to.
No, but he'll do like some crazy rude. He'll do like some crazy, rude, obnoxious shit.
Okay.
What's up?
Fucking hell, dude. I'm just gonna look on the maps. I'm not gonna fucking. Goddamn, I should have done this. He wants me to make a reservation and do all this other.
Yo, who's out there, man?
What's up?
What's up, bro?
What's going on, Nate? Nate, dog.
Oh, man, just driving home, man. What are you up to?
We were looking at some NASA pictures or some Hubble pictures, and then I'm ready to go on a date. I think.
With your girlfriend or with another girl?
With my girlfriend, Jeremy's wife. It's our anniversary today.
That's what's up, yo. Why you cucking Jeremy though? That's really messed up.
He pays me to. That's how I met his wife.
How's cooking?
Cooking? What?
Does she cook good?
Oh, yeah, she's all right. Yeah.
What's up?
Sometimes like Jeremy has some leftover. He makes some spaghetti. It's leftovers. I eat some of that.
Nice, nice.
Or he's in the kitchen cooking while I'm doing the deed. That way, when I'm done, it's like ready to eat. It's perfect.
Right.
He's not bad,
Sleep
man.
on his side of the bed.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, we're swingers. We got the upside down pineapples and shit.
Upside down pineapples. What the hell is that? I don't know.
Did you say upside down pineapples? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's probably his.
Yo,
Go ahead, man.
you saw them new black hole pics?
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to work with Chronic on making this animation of them using it. I fell asleep. He ended up making it himself. But yeah, I saw the pic. We were talking about it a little bit ago. I mean, it's legit, but it's also kind of shit. But he said it's the highest resolution image ever taken by any human on Earth.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty amazing that we were able to take such a picture, but at the end of it, when you realize what it is we're taking a picture of, like, yeah. Yeah, I think it's just pretty cool that we have the ability to image things so far away,
Sure. Well, I mean, it's a black hole too, so it's like
Yeah.
a black hole, man.
I can't wait though till we're able to use, LIGO and Virgo, like use gravitational waves to get images of the black hole. That would be something really interesting to see,
Yeah, I guess,
And
but using LIGO to take an image is like using sonar to take an image.
Yeah,
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, but it would just be interesting to see, what kind of features what kind of details we see, And then there's this whole idea that you could even use gravitational waves to get an image of what the universe might have looked like right at the Big Bang,
Technically, if you're receiving them from, well, technically, how would you know if you're receiving them from? I mean, you can't really date gravitational waves, can you? You can do that once you
Yes,
can
you
see
can.
where they're coming from. Well, no, you can see which direction they came from, but the information doesn't really tell you
and
anything
knowing
about the date.
which direction.
Well, right, it
Why
would
not?
be like a CMB. You'd have this, but just with gravitational waves, you'd have this background of gravitational waves coming from all directions in the sky that are of
Exactly.
similar, if not the same, signal.
Oh, right.
And the idea of the Big Bang is that, of the four interactions were all, combined into one
One.
under a certain symmetry. And gravity was the first interaction to break off from the other three.
Right.
Whatnot, the first symmetry broke. So that would give us, you could look back further than just the electroweak epoch that we could look back at now. You could go even further back to the strong force being unified with the electroweak, and then the split with gravity of those three with gravity.
Okay, and so
Exactly.
I'm saying, but in order to identify that the gravitational waves were coming from this event, I guess the signature would be that it would be coming from almost all directions, basically.
Yeah, it would be like the CMB. It would be a uniform signature over a very narrow band of frequencies coming from all directions.
But it would just be a little bit older, Yeah.
I think it's actually a couple 100,000 years older, if I remember correctly. Maybe not 100,000 years. There's a long period of time before electroweak was.
I think it's it's 10 to the negative. It's either 36 or 43 seconds after the t equals 0 moment is the electroweak epoch. So it's right after. For the first thing, gravity splits, and that happens right almost instantly. Then the strong interaction, and then you get the electroweak epoch. But these are very, very quick succession.
I'm thinking
it's the recombination event is what you're thinking of, where the CMB was released. That happened like 300,000 years after is when that happened.
Okay, but so then we'd be able to see back that far. Then we'd be able to see back, because right now that's when we can see is where the CMB was released. But using this
with particle accelerators, we could see back to the electroweak epoch.
Really, how?
Like
you
what
can
they do
create.
You can recreate the event.
The event.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. Like I've been to the RHIC in Brookhaven, and they would smash heavy ionized particles from heavy elements like gold and lead and things, and then it creates this gluon quark plasma. So the idea is that would have been one of the first states of matter, or the first states we would have of anything within the universe.
Right. Yeah. I knew that they could recreate the event and see what happened, but so I meant I thought you meant like using
the CMB is as far as you can see back by just getting a signal from the sky, but you can recreate conditions much further back than that.
So do you think that through these observations in LIGO of gravitational waves that if we do achieve that, if we're able to see back to that point, do you think that we can use that to confirm things that we've observed in the Large Hadron Collider? Like we could observe, confirm, because obviously, we've when we did those collisions, we're assuming that these were the that this was these were the events that occurred and shit like that. These were the conditions and shit like that. But there's no, I guess, confirmation of it, I suppose. So it's like viewing it through LIGO would actually confirm that assumption, right?
Yeah, there should be certain hypotheses about what kind of data and the impact that would have on certain gravitational wave signals that can be tested and verified or ruled out.
Right. Nice.
And then hopefully it would take us just that one, pinky toe away from having a grand unified theory. You know, we would really know what it looks like to have all of the 4 fundamental interactions wrapped in one. I don't think it would be a theory of everything yet, but it would definitely unify the 4 forces. I think there would still be other things we would still need to answer, you know, like CPT, parity, neutrino masses, matter antimatter symmetry. I don't know if those would be answered.
Well, isn't it just an assumption that that these forces should be there should be a unified theory? It's not necessarily a fact.
Yeah, it's an assumption.
Yeah, but I mean, it's an assumption based on strong evidence. The fact that we could, you know, come up with the electroweak theory.
Yeah.
Kind of points.
Well, electroweak, electromagnetism in general, even is a unified theory, and
Yeah.
but there's it's very possible, in my opinion. Like, I'm not anticipating this to be the truth, but it's very possible that, say, for instance, gravity and the dark energy are their own sorts of forces that have nothing to do with the other three, and we just have this different model in the future or something like that. I mean, isn't that possible too?
That is definitely, yeah. I mean, we could find out something. Is he breaking up or is it me?
You're breaking up a little bit, Jace. I don't know if you said.
Yeah, it's him. Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on? You said so. I heard you say electric weak. I didn't hear what else you said.
Chase, you there?
That's still bad.
Kinda.
Yo, give up, man.
It's still bad right now, dude. Hey, what would you? What was the? What did you say a second ago?
About the electroweak. I mean, it was you talking.
No,
like you put it.
Yeah, I was just saying. Oh yeah. I was just saying, yeah. Isn't it possible? I think it might even be likely, to be honest with you. But I mean, I don't know how likely. Oh, that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask Jace. Why is it that? I guess he was going to mention this, but why? How is it that they can? What's the rule that dictates that the conditions that the Big Bang would have meant that these would have to have been connected? I forget. There's something about the temperatures or the energies or something like that. Made it so that they would have to have been part of the same force. Yeah, take your time, Jason. You do whatever. But I don't know. Maybe one of the other guys. Maybe maybe Nate.
What do you mean?
What is it? What? Okay, so it's like we know that at that certain, like when you extrapolate what happened at the Big Bang, you have to extrapolate that the conditions, what the conditions were, and those conditions dictate that the electromagnetic force and the weak force were connected, and then the electromagnetic and the weak and the strong, and then gravity as well. I was just wondering what dictates that.
I think it's basically the temperatures and the densities and the energies you would have had.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. I know that the conditions dictate it, but I'm wondering why.
Because I think the energies would have been too high for the fundamental forces to separate from each other, right? Because basically, the fundamental forces, they need certain things in order to manifest. They need certain fermions to interact with certain bosons, and at those temperatures, those kind of particles wouldn't have been able to come into existence for the fundamental forces to act independently. So at the start of the universe, all you have is energy. There's no matter, there's no fermions that are able to interact using bosons, none of that. So all of these fundamental forces are all wrapped into one thing. And it's only once things start to coalesce and cool down that they start breaking away from each other. So now temperature cools down, gravity, space, time comes into effect, As these energies cool down, you start having your quarks and your gluons. Now you have the strong nuclear force coming into effect. The strong nuclear force brings these quarks and gluons together. You have neutrons and protons, first signs of electromagnetism. You know, you have your heliums and your hydrogens. And as these cool downs, finally, electrons come into effect. You start having chemistry, you know, real electromagnetism going on. You have light, you know? Yeah. I think I covered all four, yeah. And then as this chemistry starts happening, you obviously start having decay. You know, it start coming together and forming. You have all of these nuclear processes that happen that cause all of this decay happening. This is now your weak nuclear force. You start having all of these different elements coming into existence within the cores of stars, you know? You have your heavy metals being made, I think up until iron. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Oh, all right.
Are you speaking to Kosho?
I'm speaking to all of you, man. I don't know.
Well, I couldn't hear you for 2 minutes, and then when you came back, I
What?
wasn't paying attention anymore.
Oh,
No, but
wow. Wow,
that was my connection. That was my connection.
Oh, I just spat some crazy knowledge, bro. Ask Jeremy about it.
I assumed you were speaking to Kosho. That's why I didn't say anything.
Oh, do you want me to repeat what I said? Or you good?
Well, if you want to, that'll be fine.
No, I said a lot, man. I mean, basically, Kosha was just asking, like, what are the parameters that dictate when these forces come into play, come into existence, you know? It's basically just to do with energies, temperature, and densities. Yeah. Oh yeah, Kosher Jay said give him a few, man. He's got bad reception. Who's that? God damn.
Does anyone know Fortran?
No who?
Fortran.
What's that?
It's a programming language. I'm looking to a code here. It looks very weird. It looks like it's Fortran, but I'm not sure. It looks like a very old programming language.
I took like one introductory programming class, and that's about it, man.
That's a shame.
Why?
I don't know. Programming should be in high schools.
It is. I mean, some high schools offer it. Like I know.
Yeah, mine did.
Like, yeah.
It literally changed my life, because if I didn't know programming, I would probably at this time trying to be an astrophysicist, which are not that well paid.
Are you good with R or Python?
I don't know Python. Know a bunch of other ones, but I don't know Python.
Okay. Do you know what
I'm a
R
JavaScript
is?
guy. R?
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
I think it's like a language for mathematicians. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a data science programming thing.
Right. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
think
I have to use it a lot for molecular biology type things. They really encourage the use of R or Python and those kind of things. So I'm still kind of learning. I'm not the greatest at it.
Right. I mean, Python seems to be very easy. I never tried because I'm a JavaScript guy, and they basically, when you can use one, you can also use the other one. So I picked JavaScript since I know it from 2012. So like I know a lot of JavaScript. So I never had to use Python. So I never did. But yeah, when I took data science in my last year in university, I had to choose either Python or R. So I asked the professor if I could pick a third language. And then I convinced him to allow me to pick JavaScript. So I picked JavaScript.
You're lucky. I mean, I don't know if you're lucky, but I've had a hell of a time trying to learn how to use Python and R on top of all the other stuff. Like, it's no longer good enough to just learn science anymore. Now you have to learn how to do all this extra stuff on top of it. And it's just extraordinarily more difficult.
Well,
Exactly.
I mean, we have a slave called computer that is very, kind of stupid, but very powerful. So if you don't know how to use it, you're kind of like behind everyone else.
I hear you, man. I'm just bitching about it. But yeah, it's definitely a good tool. It's beneficial to know.
Yeah, you can test a lot of stuff just by coding.
Yeah. Kosha, did you asked me something before, or did you guys want to? I mean, to like interrupt your convo.
Yeah. Kosha was trying to get an answer from you. I'm not sure if he's still here though.
Well, I'm here if he comes back.
Hey, Jace, do you know how to calculate the density of air from its temperature, pressure, and humidity? Because
From
I
its
found
temperature. Go ahead.
Yeah, pressure, temperature, and humidity, relative humidity. Giving those three informations, do you know how to get the density of the air? Because I found a calculator here, and the formula that it provides isn't the same that it uses. It provides one that it's just an approximation, and the original one is written in this very weird programming language.
Yeah, I could hand calculate out if you gave me temperature, pressure, really all I really need is the temperature. But having the pressure is nice too. I could get the density for you.
Well, I actually needed a formula, not any specific solution.
Oh, okay. So,
but if I know what you're doing, then I can turn that into a formula.
Yeah, so you're gonna start with the ideal gas law.
Mm-hmm.
So PV equals nRT. So you have your temperature, you have the pressure. You can just make up any kind of volume that you want, and you're gonna solve for n, which is
I
number
can solve for n per volume, right? Which is almost the density.
Yeah, you can solve for the molar volume, but if you want the density, it would be easier to solve for n, not v divided by n. Just solve for n, because then you can use just the periodic table and Avogadro's number to get the mass and stuff,
right?
Which will lead you to the density.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, there's air isn't a single gas, and the proportion of the water in air changes depending on both temperature and relative humidity, right? Because temperature
I
dictates.
get that.
Yeah.
Right. We started at step 1, like just the ideal gas law. But
okay,
I'd have to write it out for you, I guess. So I can't do that right this moment, but in about a half hour to an hour, I could write out the steps for you and the formulas to use. But you can get the density of just the air in general and the density of each gas that composes the air as well. And they'll be just estimates, right? There's always going to be fluctuations. Like if you were to put the air in a mass spectrometer, the chances that this is going to be spot on is very slim. But it'll be very close to what you would get if you were to measure it.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
But yeah.
The reason why I'm doing that is, you might have seen a video in which a guy just left I think it's a helium balloon. I'm not sure. He just puts a bunch of sensors in a balloon, and it just goes up to about, like, almost 40,000 meters, or 40 kilometers high, and then it pops and falls. But in the meantime, when it was going up, it was recording temperature, pressure, humidity, and if with those three, I can then create a gradient of density in the atmosphere, which I'm interested in doing.
Okay.
What I did so far was just to use calculate the N per V, just moles per volume. But that isn't taking humidity into account, so I don't have exactly the density. That would be nice to add to the equation.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, you could use, at least for the method that I would use, you can use the molar volume. It complicates things a lot more rather than just getting the number of moles. But what you should look up is the exponential model of the atmosphere. That's like a base model of the gases of the atmosphere, of the density of the gases, and what kind of gases, temperatures and pressures and energies that those gas molecules have. Obviously, it's not, like I said, it's a base. It's like where someone would start if they wanted to learn about atmospheric models. So it's not.
I'm sorry. Can you wait just a second? I have to go real quick for a couple of seconds.
How is nitrogen made naturally?
Star go boom boom. Who asked that?
I was asking, how is nitrogen made naturally for our atmosphere?
The chemistry.
Yeah,
It's made through chemistry. It's a byproduct of chemical reactions.
What? Did you say nitrogen?
And he means right N2 gas, like
I
nitrogen
thought
that's
you
in
meant
the
like.
atmosphere.
I was gonna say you gotta explode a big ass star, and then you get some nitrogen out of it.
Like a nitrogen atom is made in the CNO cycle and
a nitrogen
nuclear reaction.
Nitrogen gas is produced, and two is produced like that. But is your question, how do we get nitrogen gas from other things on Earth, or is your question, how do nitrogen atoms form?
We have nitrogen in the air that we breathe, and what keeps that topped up? You know what I mean?
See, that's a good question. Yes, be the nitrogen.
So, like, it's interesting when you said interstellar, like stars and stuff. And I guess if it was dense enough when it releases it from up there, then naturally it's going to fall down to the ground. Is one idea, or something on the ground, a radioactive material that's in the ground somewhere, scattered around the Earth, that converts something into nitrogen, just like uranium converts nitrogen.
Uranium's a heavy atom. Nitrogen is number 7. It's one of the lightest atoms. It's primarily nitrogen atoms, or the ion, the nuclei of nitrogen, made in a nuclear process that occurs in certain stars called the CNO cycle. And that will then release it during a supernova, is when it will get scattered throughout the universe. And then there will also be other nitrogen nuclei that form during the supernova due to those conditions. But primary contributor maker of is the CNO cycle.
So anything on Earth, like flora, fauna, that sort of thing, where anything naturally occurring from the Earth.
Now you're talking something different. If you're talking about nitrogen gas.
Yeah, cool. I'm going for nitrogen gas, yes. On the Earth.
Yeah, that's a byproduct of chemical reactions.
Got any examples?
Yeah, like, the reverse nitrogen fixation process. So the deamination process that certain plants go through. They'll release nitrogen, ammonia, and ammonia will react in the atmosphere to also form nitrogen.
Cool, so we've got nitrogen from plants. That was my first sort of guess. I know we get methane from plants as well if we shine UV light on them.
It's an example. It's not the only source, but it's one example.
Can methane convert it to nitrogen? Have I got that right?
No, carbon-14 can convert, so the carbon atom can convert into nitrogen.
Awesome. Yeah, so anything like carbonated CO2 sort of, I guess CO2 would be carbon and oxygen. So is the carbon dioxide under the nitrogen actually creating the nitrogen, possibly through when it's the carbon dioxide mixing with the surface of the water, and then the air bubbles that release are the air bubbles that the fish probably like, that probably gets released from the surface or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to think, where do we get nitrogen from on the Earth?
the C14 to N15 or N14, my bad, N14. That process is a nuclear process that occurs in the atmosphere. Occurs through the weak nuclear interaction. Neutron decays into a proton.
Yeah. With you. I read up that uranium, because I was trying to say this earlier, uranium, heavy deposits that we've got all around the world underground, could possibly, well, uranium converts nitrogen into oxygen and hydrogen. I think they discovered that in the 1880s.
Uranium converts nitrogen into hydrogen and oxygen. How does that make sense?
Well, it was a video I was watching, and they experimented. And they put uranium in a bell jar with nitrogen in there, and then the result was oxygen and hydrogen. Something to do with that.
All these things, uranium, nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, those are all separate atoms. Now, hydrogen is just a proton. Oxygen and nitrogen are close to each other in their proton and neutron makeup. They're one proton away from each other. But uranium, and they are very light atoms, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, very light atoms. Uranium, however, is a very heavy atom. That's why it undergoes fission reactions, because it's got so many protons and neutrons in its nuclei that the atom isn't very stable, and thus to get to a more stable state, it will decay through radioactive decay processes.
It goes through different metals and phases. I think one of them ends up being lead. The end decay of either 235 or 238 or something.
It'll release an alpha particle, which is a
Yeah.
nuclei. And
Exactly.
so every time it does that, it'll go 2 elements down in the periodic table, 2 numbers before it. But it can also decay through beta decays and stuff. But yes, a common series of decay is to lead.
They had the radium advertised, like in America, and it was the thing to be. It was like putting fucking chemical, like makeup and stuff like that. So radium, radon. Ever heard about the stuff going on in the 1930s like that? And then all of a sudden they retracted it because it was radioactive or something.
Yeah, did you ever hear about the guy who, I forget what it was called, but it was like a medical tonic. It was water with radon in it.
Yeah.
Or radium in it. And this guy drank it like every day for years, and they had no idea that this was dangerous, a radioactive atom they were dealing with. And eventually his jaw separated, his lower jaw separated from the upper jaw, and he had to have it like surgically removed, and it was just a mess, and he ended up dying very shortly after that because of the effects of radiation.
Didn't something of that sort of effect comes to mind graphically as House of Wax? Did you ever watch that? The movie?
No, I have not.
Same thing happened, but the same physical thing happened. His jaw just dropped off, but anyway, different story. You know what? Like hydrogen peroxide's fucking dead. You know, you add 1 extra oxygen to water, and you get some, a toxic substance. But apparently, it's not really toxic until it mixes with air. So it's something like that.
It's an
reading up about
oxidizer.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
dangerous to humans. viewpoints because it's an oxidizer. In the presence of other molecules, it will donate the extra oxygen to another molecule. And that can sometimes not be a desired outcome that a biological organism would want.
Was another thing was aerating water and passing a frequency through it. There's a program I watched called The Science of Bubbles, British sort of documentary, and they were basically washing things off just using aerated water, and at a certain frequency tapped to the water before and it was just running out cold. So basically it was saying you can clean stuff with cold water just by aerating it and putting a frequency through it, because you're aggravating all the bubbles, so you're aerating the water in a fashion. Well, that's quite interesting. Oh, thanks for that, mate. Cheers.
Yeah.
Always thought about the process from the ground to the highermost, and you know what converts into what. Like the sun converts hydrogen into helium, so 4 hydrogen makes 1 helium. Maybe it keeps some for itself to keep it burning, but it's releasing an excess amount of helium, and then what turns helium into something else, and then so forth and so forth.
Yeah,
I guess
you should look up the 3 nuclear processes that the sun performs: the proton-proton chain, the triple alpha process, and the CNO cycle. So the first step is the hydrogens. That's the proton-proton chain. They're converted into helium. Then that helium is used in something called the triple alpha process. That typically occurs towards the end of the star's life cycle. And then another one that just runs concurrent with the proton-proton chain is the CNO cycle. But the triple alpha process, which uses up helium, typically only occurs when the star is getting ready to die, per se.
It's interesting. Hydrogen peroxide, they use it for rocket fuel.
Yeah, it's an oxidizer.
Yeah. But you know, is it cheaper than trying to extract other fuels, you know, or use fuels up? But going back to nitrogen, you know, because I want to go in a minute, and thank you so much. So there's enough nitrogen being produced naturally to keep our atmosphere at a stable level, you know, of equal,
Well,
you know.
Nitrogen's an extremely stable molecule, right? The 2 nitrogen atoms are bound together. They're in a triple bond. They're sharing 6 electrons with each other, and it's one of the most, if not the most stable chemical bond that there is in nature. So it takes very specific processes that usually biological organisms like plants and the fungi that plants have that can fixate nitrogen so they can undo that triple bond and actually get the nitrogen into a biologically useful form. But other than that, there really isn't much other natural process that can break apart that triple bond that an N2 molecule has. So it's an extremely stable molecule.
Yeah, cool, man. Cheers for that.
Yeah. So once it's formed, it's not like it's being broken constantly. Once the nitrogen is formed in the air, it's most likely going to remain a nitrogen molecule.
I was talking earlier about how high could you go to be weightless? Like if you got the ISS
at about 88% gravity at 200 miles, 320 kilometers, that sort of thing there. Maybe round off to 40 at 400, 10%. I mean, you work out about 4,000 kilometers maybe. How high up do you reckon you would get that you're naturally weightless? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. That's outside of my realm of knowledge. Someone else knows.
I was thinking if it was like, if it was 12% short at 400 kilometers, then you'd be looking at roughly, fucking head's fuck, mate. How many times more than that would you be at maximum if you use the same scale, the same ratio? Like 4,000 kilometers, you know what I mean? And then you'd be like fucking weightless. But does it rapidly fucking, do you rapidly lose, like go down in weight, or does it go down in a scalable way? You know, equal?
So
like the pole.
what are the numbers? What do they say that the weightlessness percent is at the ISS?
ISS, 88%, so 12% less.
88%. 88% of Earth's gravity. Is that's what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. And how high is that again?
What do you want, miles, or do you want kilometers?
Either is fine.
I think it's like 200 miles, 200 to 250 miles high.
Okay. Well, ideally, right then. So if it's 12% per every, say, 250 miles, you can just
about 8.
See how many miles it would take to get to 100% at that ratio.
So it times it by about 12 or 12.5, and you're going to get yeah, 250 times 8. Sorry, 8. 250 times 8. Head's fucked. 2,000 kilometers. Wow. Yeah, 2,000 kilometers. About 1,300 miles.
Okay, interesting. So that's when you would be in weightlessness due to not having the Earth's gravity affecting you.
Yeah, so then if you've got orbitals, you've got satellites, you've got anything, you could use the atmosphere as a lensing sort of tool. That you might be seeing things like sort of focused in, just due to the density and whatever like that. Probably like binoculars, maybe looking at it backwards or something like that. It just zooms into view, whatever. But yeah, you know, if you've got stuff above a certain height of, let's say, 1,300 miles, then, you know, could you have a system, therefore, after there that's been pretty much was static, and then, you know, a big bang happens, and it just pushes them in the right direction. They just end up just staying in that direction, not going around in circles, but maybe a straight line or something like that. I don't know. But obviously, it would go round in an orbit of some sort because there would be an attraction from the middle, etc., etc. You need to make it elliptical, so there's a bit of sort of pinch, you know. But if everything's floating up there, then pretty much satellites, all that stuff is it's probably achievable. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the ISS, maybe if it was a hell of a lot bigger, but a lot further away, then it would just possibly use things like gyroscopic, you know, movements and stuff like that. But that stuff takes energy, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you've got to weigh up. It's more efficient to go really, really high because you're using less energy, you know what I mean? And you're actually getting close to solar energy, for example. Yeah. All right, cheers for listening, man. You know what I mean? Cheers.
I hear
Good. Have a good evening, man.
How's it going, Mr. Moyak?
Go show you back.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I was away. Yeah.
Good.
I was asking you something. I totally forgot. It was about the. Yeah, that's right. I had a question about the combination of those forces. Like, what is it that dictates them? Dictates them to be connected, because of the conditions.
Right. So I heard the other guy. What's his name?
Nate.
Yeah, Nate. I heard he gave a good response. I don't disagree with what he said.
Yeah, but I already knew that though.
Yeah, it is the temperature and pressure and density of the of whatever
Oh yeah, right.
phase that it's in, be it quarks or the quark-gluon plasma or just nuclei of atoms, etc. But what lies behind it all is symmetries, right? The whole idea of the standard model is that these things are invariant under certain transformations. The transformations of special relativity for the most part.
Is that related to like what they call like reflections and what's the other?
Yeah,
Reverse. I forget what the reflection and whatever else. Yeah.
it's group theory, so that you get these symmetries, they fall into these certain classifications, sometimes called point groups or space groups, depending on what kind of thing you're talking about. And you get irreducible representations and reducible representations of them. And these are just mathematical things. And they're basically, for the standard model, it's describing a vector in a complex vector space. So it's a complex valued vector and a complex vector space, complex valued vector space. And the symmetries that this vector has corresponds to all the different elementary particles. For like QED, it's the electric charge is what is the invariant symmetry underneath that. And for quarks and stuff, it's a little bit more complicated. But you get the point. And so it's this symmetry idea that lies at the heart of it. So what the thinking is that, like, you have this t equals 0 moment, and then the Big Bang begins, so time begins to tick forward, and within fractions of a second, like the Planck time, all the forces are unified, because at these temperatures and pressures, there wouldn't really be a density. I guess an energy density, you could say. All these, all the interactions would all be unified at that point. Then the first symmetry that breaks is between gravity and the strong nuclear, weak nuclear, electromagnetic force, or just the strong and the electroweak force. They break away from gravity with the first symmetry that breaks. Then a very small fraction of time goes through, and then the strong nuclear interaction breaks from the what the hell is that buzzing? Sorry. The strong breaks from the electroweak, so now you have the electroweak force, the strong nuclear force, and the gravitational force, or a lot of people call them interactions. It's interchangeable. And then the last symmetry to break is with the Higgs mechanism, and that's what breaks the electroweak symmetry, and so you get the distinctive 4 interactions that we see today: gravity, the strong nuclear, the weak nuclear, and the electromagnetic force.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I didn't realize it had to do with symmetries, but yeah, because I knew it was because of the conditions, of course. But I was just wondering why it's like it's dictated by the model basically that they were one, but it's because it's to do with the particles that they govern, though, right?
Yeah. For what you're talking about with the forces, the interactions, it some of it has to do like gravity and the strong nuclear. Those are to do with the fields, the quantum fields of the particles that mediate those. But with the electroweak, you start to get certain symmetries of the particles themselves that are coming into play, like with the Higgs mechanism. And basically, it's just that the above certain temperatures, these symmetries get restored, and thus the forces would unite. And that's why people say that in a particle accelerator, they can achieve temperatures to observe the electroweak interaction, and you can see the gauge bosons, the Goldstone bosons that are associated. The decays that are associated with those that are associated with the electroweak interaction have been observed in particle accelerators. But trying to bring the strong force into the mix, it just seems kind of like a lost cause because you need significantly high temperatures. So
That makes sense, yeah, because basically you have to make a quark soup, huh? That's kind of the conditions that existed for the strong force to be connected.
No, this stuff, these symmetries of the interactions, was long before there were any matter particles.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Though those came, I mean, long before in terms of the Big Bang timeline. So these are fractions of seconds.
See, that's what Nate was saying that's why I was so confused for a second. 'Cause Nate was saying that that was why they were together because those particles were basically together and stuff. But yeah, it's not. There's more to the absolute temperatures. I heard there's a maximum temperature, or is there? I remember seeing this somewhere that there was a maximum temperature. Yeah, there was. I think I saw that on Vsauce or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
It'd be fun to find that.
There probably could be an estimate for like a maximum test temperature, but said not sure. But yeah, the matter particles, like the fermions, is what you were talking about. Those, like the first the progression was with the interactions first, then the like particles came about afterwards, and they went through a similar progression, but not due to symmetries breaking. Those were strictly due to conditions at different temperatures. The fermions exist in different states. Like you'll have the quark gluon plasma at first, and as it cools, they'll form into nucleons or baryons and hadrons. And then as it cools more, you get the recombination event where they can now capture electrons, and that's what the CMB gets released at. But those are strictly due to conditions and not symmetries breaking.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but I was confused with the whole thing then. I found a thing though. Also, hold on, let's see. Sorry, hold on. Oh no, never mind. He says there's no limit. Never mind.
Yeah, I would think. I don't see a good reason as to why a temperature maximum value.
Well, he says it would cause a black hole or something. He has a Planck temperature.
If you consider the energy, the the relationship between temperature and energy, I guess you can make arguments eventually if you have a certain amount of temperature, i.e. energy, in a specific location, that it would form a black hole, but kind of.
No, I think he describes, if I remember correctly, he describes his temperature because it's like our understanding of physics breaks down basically, but that doesn't mean it's the hottest temperature. It just means that we don't understand what would happen. Let me see. So I'm reading the text. Oh, he's talking about adding more energy to something with like a Planck length wavelength or something like that. Of light, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, that I've heard things like that before, so I know what you're talking about. I just don't know a lot about it, about how all that stuff is theorized to work.
Yeah, I guess because it's it doesn't make sense to have a distance smaller than that. So I guess it doesn't make sense to have a wavelength smaller than that. But I mean, I think I've always thought that was just a limitation of what we understand.
Right, like the Planck length, the Planck time, those are proposed to be like you can't have anything smaller than a Planck length or a Planck time. But until the whole quantum gravity thing gets figured out,
We can't really say.
Yeah, you can't really say definitively. It just, I mean, it makes sense with
What
what
we
the
currently know.
rest of the model proposes.
But yeah, because it's obviously flawed, but we just don't know where it's flawed, and we don't know where the adjustments need to be made. Then yeah, so that's crazy to know how much we don't know. You know what I mean? Because or to not know how much we don't know, because I bet you it always feels like you're on the cusp of, like, there's only a couple things for us to know, and then we'll know almost everything. But it's not. It's probably not even close to the case.
Well, right, like they thought they had everything figured out back at the turn of the 19th century.
Yeah.
They thought they just needed to take a few more precise measurements, and like physics was going to be figured out. I mean, not every scientist thought that,
Yeah, but there's
there
a guy
were some who proclaimed that. And then Max Planck and Einstein and Heisenberg and Schrodinger, all those guys just turned physics on its head.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's what a lot of people don't realize about the ether, is that whenever it was, they say accepted by a lot of people, that was because the paradigm, it was, there was so much that wasn't even there. There was so much they didn't know at that time. So they completely changed right after that.
Yeah, it was basically they're ignorant. They had radiation worked. How the photoelectric effect worked. They were trying to figure those things out, and they all had a influence on how the general consensus viewed how light traveled and stuff. With the whole ether thing.
Fuck, sorry. Planning to see my girlfriend at the same time. I just focus real quick. But yeah. Oh, yeah. What's funny about that is only 100 years before that did they actually learn what air was. They didn't even know what air was before that.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy how fast you learn things, and then you just learn. I mean, chemistry. Would you consider chemistry starting at that same time too, or would you consider like alchemy being like a precursor to chemistry? Basically?
Well, it was the guy in France.
Yeah.
What's his name?
I'm thinking of. I always get it wrong, but yeah.
He got murdered for proving that it's actually chemistry that's going on and not alchemy.
I thought he got killed because he was rich.
Yeah, well, the government or the aristocrats at the time, they sentenced him to death because they didn't like his views on chemistry and alchemy, and also his political. He didn't help his case with his political views either, but a big portion of it was because they all want alchemy to be real so that they could turn things to gold and all that, the philosophy tablet and all that stuff, and he was like, well, no, that's not what's going on. Phlogiston doesn't exist, etc.
Yeah. Lavoisier, whatever.
Yeah.
No, but see, I always thought, maybe I just got it wrong. I thought that just because he was a rich dude, he got caught up in the French Revolution, like when they were chopping everyone's head off. But I guess it was probably right before that. Then.
No, you might be right on that. I just know he was put to death, and part of it was due to his views on chemistry and alchemy.
Yeah. Well, it could be
because it wasn't the full thing, but it was a piece of the puzzle of why they put him to death.
Well, they were killing everybody who they thought. It was kind of like that scene at the end of Batman, or the Dark Knight Rises or whatever, when they're just like fucking up all the rich people for being rich, basically. And he's like look at this fucking science guy. He's a fucking thinks he's a chemist. He thinks he knows what air is, and he thinks he knows what the hell he's talking about. And they probably were into alchemy or whatever, because they probably didn't know anything. But before he had died, he had given so much. He was probably one of the most prolific early chemists, at least. I mean, I don't know if I could say anything about all the chemists, but he's kind of like the Newton of chemistry, right?
Yeah, he had a big role. Like, he disproved phlogiston, which that was pretty much what's considered the birth of chemistry, and he had contributions after that. And then Mendeleev with the periodic table. They were all trying to figure out the periodic table, and there was different representations of it, but ultimately some Russian guy named Mendeleev won out on that. And then the method I learned in my analytical chemistry class, our teacher gave us a lab that was kind of a history mixed with chemistry, and it was about Lord Rayleigh's method for measuring the I think the density of the different molecules in the air, like of nitrogen and oxygen and stuff.
Oh, right. You know what I always forget, or what I always get confused about, is how they came up with Avogadro's number. I always have to look that up, and I always don't remember what I would have said. It must not have been accurate back then. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know how it's even. It seems so. It seems like a very specific, but small or large number. See, because I remember in chemistry, I don't remember if it was Lavoisier or whoever it was, but it was determining the fact that there was ratios in doing electrolysis and breaking up the water into like equal. You have two parts. You have basically double. No, it wouldn't be double. It'd be two. It'd be six. No, it'd be 8 times as much. So you have 8 times as much oxygen as you do, or 8 times as much weight of oxygen as you do weight in hydrogen. I have to go look back up how to derive all this stuff. There's a lot. If you really, when you go back and you think about how we know the things we know, it's kind of like we know a lot of shit, and it's from like this investigations of very obsessed people, really determined people to investigate these things. But it's a lot of what's the word? Kind of nuanced things that you gotta get into. Strange stuff, and clever people too, man. Oh, did Jace peaced out. I don't suppose there's any more Lavoisier fans in here. I guess not. And that sucks though that they chopped all these people's heads off, because they didn't like rich people anymore, and so they chop off the head of one of the smartest dudes, most fruitful dudes ahead. Lavoisier actually completed the works of several people, including Cavendish, and actually gave the correct explanation of their experiments. Wow.
Yeah, my bad, Kosho. My phone died right in the middle of my sentence.
I mean, you're good. I figured something with your connection. I was just admiring Lavoisier some more, anyways. I was saying I didn't realize that he was the one who actually completed Cavendish's work and explanation. Well, what were you saying when you got cut off in the middle of your sentence?
No, I was just saying I know Lavoisier. He did something with the air to disprove phlogiston and show that it was actually oxygen. That what's going on, but the method I learned for like measuring the air, in my undergrad analytical chem class, our teacher, it was kind of like a mini history / analytical lab experiment, and we did Lord Rayleigh's method of measuring it, which is has to do with UV vis spectroscopy and stuff.
Right. I know there's another way to do it too. It has to do with cooling the air. You cool it down at different rates, or they liquefy at different rates. So you can kind of separate them that way. Like you can collect nitrogen that way, and then you see how much of each you're collecting, basically.
Yeah, like I've seen people on YouTube use like a cryo cooler, and you can collect dry ice. You collect the carbon dioxide, and you can form it into dry ice, but you get liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen as well.
Yeah, because before, actually, if I remember correctly, before Lavoisier, they're actually, like I said, they didn't even know what air was, and geez, and I forget when Tor and Torricelli and the other dude. No, Torricelli was around the time of Galileo, I think. So that was a couple hundred years before that. But yeah, so Torricelli was he was the one who was like, the air is actually a substance, and there's pressure in it and shit like that. But yeah, they didn't even know what was in the air. They didn't realize that it was like the oxygen that was actually what burns things. Yeah.
Yeah. For a long time, they thought it was magic. They thought it was the thing that gave life, basically, the breath of life.
You. What is air?
I thought about it like 10 times. You know what's funny though? It was him doing that for so long. Was one of the reasons why I even learned about a lot of like how we understood what air was. A lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people don't realize that they didn't know what air was like 200 years ago. You know what I mean? They didn't realize it was made up of different components. They had no idea what oxygen was at all.
I knew they didn't know, but I was really impressed at how the guy figured it out.
Oxygen wasn't known at all.
No, I'm saying I know they didn't have any clue what it was, but I was really impressed at how he figured it out. Damn.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know. I don't think it was him. I forget the guy's name who initially separated it and then saw the ratios and stuff.
He came up with terms like depleted air or something because it killed mice and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is rather recent on the large time scale. I mean, the most direct way to measure the air nowadays, you just stick it in a mass spectrometer, and it'll tell you exactly what the air is.
I was talking about that somebody the other day, and I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Witsit or somebody, but it was about, and I forgot what the context was. Something to do with mass to charge ratio. It might have been Witsit, but yeah, they were saying that there's no mass to charge. There's no way to know that. Isn't that what the mass spectrum, whatever it is? That what it does? It tells you what the mass to charge ratio is.
Yes, what it does is you can select different kind of ionization modes depending on what kind of mass spectrometer you have and what kind of molecule you're trying to analyze. But in the overall premise of what it does is it puts a charge on the molecule, either a positive, you can have it in positive mode, which is what is typically used, but you can also do negative mode as well. And you can have it put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as many charges as you want, basically. I've never seen people go more than like 3. But it gives you the ratio of the mass divided by the charge. So if you have just one charge, then it tells you what the mass is. Because anything divided by 1 is just that number.
That's what they tell you.
All right, that's why those arguments are so ridiculous to me, right? It's not just what they tell you. Like, this is, I've worked with the inner workings. I've taken mass spectrometers apart and like worked with the inner workings of them intricately. And like, people are gonna, I know you were just trolling, Moyak. I know that, but there are people who are serious when they say that oh, that's just what they tell. It's like, no, man, this is how the machine works. I fucking built the thing, for Christ's sakes.
I can't remember what context I was talking about mass to charge ratio, but I was in a long conversation about it. I can't remember what it was now. It wasn't, but I wasn't about mass spectrometry because I was using mass spectrometry to show this person that there is what was it I was looking
How
at?
have you been using it if you can't even say it?
There's a difference between mass and charge. I've heard Witsit try to say that mass and charge are the same thing, but there's obviously a difference, because you're measuring the mass, which is one number. It's a gram value usually, or a mole value per unit charge, which is usually given in electron volts.
I could change
So
it.
they're two distinctively different things.
So properties, there's objects that can have properties of either in totally different ranges, and so you have a large mass with no charge. You have a thing that's small with no charge, or a thing that's large with large positive charge or whatever. So it's like it's like that's why when they said Coulomb's law is really just or gravity is really just Coulomb's law. They hijacked it. It's like they're two different properties of the object, so that doesn't make sense. But
yeah, like isotopes demonstrate it perfectly, because like carbon-12 has a mass of about 12.016 grams per mole, whereas carbon-13 has and that's, so if you take a carbon-12 atom and you ionize it, so you put a +1 charge on it, its mass will be 12.016. If you take a carbon-13 atom and you ionize it, you put a charge on it, its mass will be 13 point something. So obviously,
Do that on a
they're
tiny scale?
the same atom with the same amount of charge, but they have different masses. So they're obviously two different things.
Did you do that on a really tiny scale? Like a bar scale?
No, you do it with a mass spectrometer.
Oh, that's man-made.
Oh no.
that's not nature then. Hey, you know what? I remember where I was. I think it was Bandsaw actually. It was Bandsaw, maybe somebody else I was talking to. But it was about how they measured the mass of a single proton. That's what it was. We were wondering if they've ever isolated a proton, how they did that, and then if there was a measurement for the mass of a proton and how they did that, and that was where so that's they did something called can I remember the name? Some technique, I can't remember what it's called, but that's how they isolated the proton, and this is how then they used the mass to charge ratio. They had to measure the mass to charge ratio to do that, and then measure the charge, obviously, and then determine the mass.
Well, right. To measure you can you can use a mass spectrometer to measure the mass of a proton. it's just a hydrogen nuclei without the electron. So you could stick hydrogen in the mass spectrometer. Some mass spectrometers use hydrogen as the ion to slam into another molecule. It's called hydrogen ion ionization. So it literally has hydrogen just slam into your other molecule to put a positive charge on it. But yeah, if you just put hydrogen in there, it'll ionize it, it'll strip its electron away, and then you measure the mass. I mean, that would be the most easy way. Obviously, there's going to be errors in there. If you want the exact mass, you're going to have to be a little bit more in depth with it, which is probably the methods that you were talking about.
Yeah, they were able to isolate just one apparently, or supposedly, but what was it? Hold on. Oh yeah, right. I remember. I mean, it might have been when you disconnected, but I don't know if you know the answer, but I always have trouble remembering how they determine Avogadro's number. It seems like such a very specific number, and I totally forget.
I think it had something to do with gases. He's doing stuff with gases. I used to know how he. That was so long ago.
I know it has to do with carbon.
He was doing something with gases, and he actually didn't like the term Avogadro's number got coined after the fact. They kind of gave him credit. I believe he was already dead even at the time. But for a long time, the definition of like the mole had to do with like a ratio of like 1/12 of a carbon 12 atom, or it was something crazy,
that's
like
right.
complicated. And luckily, IUPAC and the chemistry organizations did away with that crazy definition.
Wait, they don't use that definition anymore? What do you mean?
No, there's a different definition for the mole. It's like an exact value.
Yeah. Oh, right. So it has nothing to do with. But it was based. I thought it was. Isn't it supposed to be a close estimate then to what the number of particles in a liter? I think it's a liter of carbon 12, right? Yeah. Or so there should be 12. So there's 12. There's 12 moles in a liter of. No, that's not right. No, there's a mole of atoms. There's a mole of carbon 12 in a liter of carbon 12. I think something like that. 12
Yeah,
grams.
it used to be to do with the carbon. I believe it was carbon 12 isotope, and it was 1/12 of. It had some crazy definition like that before. But now it's just defined as a number. It's just 6.022140076 times 10 to the 23rd elementary units. So be it particles, atoms, molecules, electrons, protons, whatever unit you're working with. But let me see what
I'm looking here. It says the guy. 'Cause I remember now the Perrin was the name, but apparently he did it. Is after Einstein. So it was 1909. He actually used Brownian motion. I'm not sure how he used Brownian motion to do that, but
Okay, so it was just to close out. So it was previously defined as the number of atoms determined experimentally to be found in 12 grams of carbon 12. So it's like an obscure way to define things. So in 2018, the IUPAC and the IUBMB and the American Chemistry Society and the Royal Chemistry Society, they all got together and along with the international standards people and changed the definition to something more reasonable. As far as what Avogadro did, go on. What did you find?
Oh no. Oh no. Right. It was the dude Perrin who actually came up with it. The Avogadro's number. He said after Avogadro had died, but he used Brownian motion, in some way. I don't. It doesn't really say, but it hadn't been pinpointed exactly what it was until they were able to actually. They had to actually know the mass of an electron. Apparently, let me see. Oh no, the charge of an electron. Okay, and then they did the charge on a mole of electrons.
Okay.
I don't know. Some shit I'd find out. This from Scientific American, so
Well,
they're skipping.
I don't know what like experiment they did, but this is what it says at least, is that it was Avogadro's constant was chosen so that the mass of 1 mole of a chemical compound in grams is numerically equal to the average mass of 1 molecule in Daltons, which 1 Dalton is 1/12 of the mass of 1 carbon-12 atom. So yeah, it's very convoluted.
Yeah. It is super convoluted. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but luckily now it's just defined as a number, so we don't have to go through all that mess. They measured it to a certain amount of significant figures, and just that's the definition.
Why they don't just make it 6? Like,
Well,
if you're
so
gonna
it's
do an
the
arbitrary, if you're gonna make an arbitrary number, just make it 6.
It's the approximate number of nucleons in 1 gram of ordinary matter, and a nucleon are either proton or neutron,
It's
so
like an
they are very
average of a
similar.
proton and neutron's mass. Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, if you have 1 gram of ordinary matter, you should on average have 1 mole
of protons or neutrons, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Protons and neutrons.
No, is that not what that says?
That's not right, because if you have hydrogen, then yes, if you have a gram of hydrogen, you'd be about around a mole. But anything more than that, like helium, has a mass of 4. It's like 4 point something grams per mole. Carbon has a mass of 12.016 grams per mole. So that means 1 mole of carbon weighs 12.016 grams.
Oh yeah, but that's a mole of carbon. So this is saying the number of nucleons. So it's not saying the number of the number of molecules or the number of atoms. It's saying the number of nucleons. So the number of protons and neutrons.
But that's where most of the mass comes from.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so all it's saying is
Say it again. Maybe I misheard what you
so
said.
I'll read it straight off. So it says that the Avogadro's number is the approximate number of nucleons in 1 gram of ordinary matter, where nucleon refers to proton or neutrons.
Right. So if there's a mole of carbon-12 atoms in 12 grams of carbon-12, then that makes sense, because that means that there's 12. Then there's one.
So there would be, so for a carbon-12, for example, you would have in 1 gram of carbon-12, you would have approximately 1 mole of nucleons, which are protons and neutrons.
Because who knows? Because you would have a mole divided by 12 carbon.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I misheard you first.
And so if it is carbon-12, we would think that it's roughly, of course it's not exactly, but roughly half a mole of neutrons and half a mole of protons.
Yeah, carbon-12.
And therefore it would be a 1/6 of a mole, or no, a 1/12 of a mole of carbon-12s.
Still, though, I feel like you can get rid of that fucking everything after the 6. Because, like, what's the point?
Well, I think it is in order to make it closer to the right proportionality.
Well, right, it's in scientific notation, so it's not really 6. It's 6 with 23 zeros. 6.022, the other 6 digits, and then 23 zeros are.
Yeah, if it's 6, if it's 6 digits and then it's to the power of 23, that means it's already rounded to the power of 10 to the 17. So it's already rounded by a lot.
Yeah. You might be off by 2% if you just use 6 then. Even though they're probably off anyways. I mean,
so when I, like, for every chemist I know, when I just use 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd. That's good enough for most things that you're doing in biochemistry and chemistry and stuff. I don't know who would need to be more precise than that, to be honest. Most
but the thing is, I feel like you can just ignore moles because it's just a number. Like, if you want to be more precise, just don't use them. Don't use moles. Just use the number.
Well, so usually this is how it goes. Like, typically we don't use Avogadro's number in just daily chemistry. What you're using is you have. Let's just stick with just elements, atoms. So say I'm starting with carbon, and I have 10 grams of carbon. All right. So I'm going to perform a chemical reaction. One of the reagents is carbon. So we know that each gram weighs 12, or we know that you have 10 grams. So you have to divide that by its molecular weight, is what we refer to it as. So you have to divide it by
to know how many
12.016 grams per mole. So that gives you the moles of carbon that you have. And the reason you need that number is because if you're using another reagent, say now I use oxygen, well, that doesn't weigh the same as carbon. So I need the stoichiometry to add up. You can just guesswork it, but you'll be wasting materials. So to make chemistry more efficient, you have the moles of carbon that you use, and from that you can get, by timesing it by the molecular weight of oxygen, you will get how many grams of oxygen you need to use to have an equivalent number in your reaction, so that you're not wasting materials.
I agree, but the thing is, whether you state it as like grams per mole is kind of arbitrary, because you could even use grams per 1 million or grams per 1. Like, there's no
it's not
necessity for the number. Well, not completely arbitrary, but but what I mean is the calculations themselves, to me, none of them require Avogadro's constant. They just make it they make the numbers a little bit nicer.
Right. Well, like I said, you don't ever, for what I just described, just basic chemistry, you not Avogadro isn't involved in that. What Avogadro's number would come into play is when you have your moles. So if I had a certain amount of moles of carbon, say I had 1 mole of carbon, and I want to know how many atoms that is, that's when I would use Avogadro's number. Or say I knew how many atoms it was, and I wanted to know how many moles I have, that's when I would use Avogadro's number.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, instead of saying I have this many moles, that's the same as saying, oh, I have, for example, like this many millions, this many whatever arbitrary constant you want. There's no significance in relaying it as moles.
Well, it's a name we've given a unit. It's not 10 milliliters. Try to convert between how many atoms that is. That it's got to be in the mole unit, right? So yes, it's an arbitrary unit that we've made up, but you can't just substitute any unit if you want to stick within reality. You can say you have 10 milliliters of carbon, but then you're getting outside the bounds of a definition of what a liquid and a solid is. If you have a solid substance, you don't have milliliters.
It's because when you're looking at ratios, I'm trying to I'm doing again when you break down H2O, like if you didn't know what any of it was, and you break it down, you see you have 2 parts. I guess you would end up having 4 parts of oxygen and 1 part hydrogen. I think that using moles is if you use moles, you can get a better idea of what the ratios of the 2 things are, right? Based on their masses,
Yeah. You figure out the code, and you can also figure out the number ratios. So you can get both molar ratios and number ratios. Like you can figure out how many exact oxygen atoms you have compared to hydrogen. That's what these gram per mole and Avogadro's number. That's what those things allow you to do. And that's why on the periodic table, the weights are given in gram per mole.
So you can easily break, like if you know what chemical reaction you're trying to induce or what chemical reaction you're making, or for instance, like say you wanted to make water with hydrogen and oxygen, you would know it'd be easier to kind of look at it, how much of each, how much mass of each to prepare.
Yeah, you'd know how much of grams of oxygen you needed to weigh out and grams of hydrogen you needed to weigh out, so that you're wasting, so that you have the exact ratio you need, so that no materials are wasted, or that you don't have enough material, or you're using way too much material. That's what the gram per mole weights and Avogadro's number and all that allows you to do. It's a way to make chemistry more efficient.
Well, the actual number, okay, all it actually is it kind of makes the atomic masses, or not the atomic, sorry, the per mole numbers, the grams per mole numbers closer to whole numbers. This is all I see.
Well, there are
I'm thinking
whole
of it in a
numbers.
different.
Yeah, like the ratios makes the ratios whole numbers.
The only thing that you use Avogadro is if you have a certain molar amount of particles, electrons, carbon, oxygen, protons, whatever it be. You have a certain molar number of that. You want to figure out how many exactly atoms of carbon it is, or number of protons that it is. That's when you would use Avogadro's number. Or if you have, the number of protons or the number of carbon atoms that you have, and you want to know how many moles that is, that's when you would use Avogadro's number. Those are the 2 ways that it goes. You can't use it any other way.
Well, yeah, I'm not debating whether Avogadro's number, like how it's used. I'm just talking about why it is the specific number it is. And to me, the only thing it does is it makes molar masses closer to whole numbers. That's the only thing it does. To me, I can't explain it as very well right now, but to me, that's all I see it doing.
It could be. I think it's just related to what those guys were doing that developed it at the time. What they were doing. It probably had some correspondence to what they were doing in their experiment. because the whole having it defined as 1/12 of carbon 12, that just seems super convoluted, and like it was for a specific kind of reason.
It is because you have 12 nucleons in a carbon 12. And so I don't know if it's because they thought protons and neutrons had the same weight, or if they just thought there was a single kind of nucleon. But it just makes it seem like they wanted to have for exactly like related to for each one nucleon. And the only reason why it's a bit of a weird number and not like perfect in any way is because of the fact that protons and neutrons deviate. Like they're not the same mass.
That could be that makes sense. I get what you're saying.
Because if say protons and neutrons were the same mass, then a 12th of a carbon 12 would literally be the mass of one nucleon, like either proton or neutron.
Yeah, it would be a whole number.
Yeah, but since proton and neutron are off, that also means that their total mass, 6 of each, total mass divided by 12 is more of an average between the two, not either.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where it kind of comes from.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That would make sense. Like I said, I don't exact stuff was, but it makes sense.
Did I bring up with you, Jace, the Xenobots? Did you seen those?
No, what is it?
Xenobots? Yeah, dude. I thought you'd probably get a kick out of this one because it's
They're like living robots or whatever you would call them.
Yeah, it's actually a new form of artificial robotics, basically. Yeah, it's a new form of life. That's exactly what. Yeah, it's a brand new form of life, but it's kind of a new field of everything. But it's in a field called soft robotics.
Yeah,
you know
I've seen those before. I don't know.
The ones that look like little Pac-Mans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they have the scientists like piecing the cell, the amino, the stem cells together with tweezers. Is that crazy?
And don't they like birth themselves by collecting stem cells together?
Yeah. Because the Pac-Man ones that the AI had told it to make, like it uses an AI to predict how they should piece the stem cells together to get it to toxic mass. And so it told it to make this Pac-Man looking one. It told that would be the best model for cleaning up and collecting material. And they did it. It was successful, but then they decided, let's see what happens if we make the material that it's collecting stem cells themselves. And so they did that, and it inadvertently started not reproducing itself, but reproducing other life forms like it, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's a crazy because the weird thing about it is people think about nanobots and like nanotechnology and like that whole thing, and that seems possible and stuff, but that's completely artificial cells, like recreating like the proteins and stuff like that completely artificially so that you could have a tiny little nano computer inside your body, whereas these are actually living cells. Like your body, if you made these out of your cells, your body wouldn't reject it.
Yeah, I hear you. For the days of make life, so don't be surprised. Like I can go in the lab right now and make protocells or protobions. So we're not that far away from actually, making organisms in the lab.
Wow. I mean, that's basically what they're doing, but it's like a new form of it. But yeah, that's crazy because they use frog stem cells, and like I said, the scientists are just piecing together, following the instructions of the AI, piecing them together, making the shape that it's telling it to make, and the pattern, putting the stem cells in the right spots. So you can get more complicated with it, of course. It's just crazy that they're doing it by hand. Do you think there was be a more efficient way of doing that?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know how new
You're breaking up
developed
again.
the tech. Damn it!
I can hear you now. I can hear you now, but but it was bad for a second.
I said it. That's interesting, right? And I don't know how new exactly it is, but I'm sure they'll develop the technology further if it's useful. If they find a use for it, they'll definitely make their techniques more accessible to others and more sophisticated and stuff.
When I'm watching that, I watched. I was like, dude, I could do that shit, dude. It's like I could probably find some frogs, and I don't know how you take stem cells out of them, but
You can just find some frogs, steal their
yeah,
stem cells,
Just
and make
steal
some
it.
bots at your.
they put it together with tweezers. I'm like, oh shit, whatever they call it. Moyak told me what they were called. I forget whatever the doctor tweezers were, the tiny little tweezers, forceps or something. Yeah,
Forceps, yeah.
Biceps.
I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't know you can make cells just by fucking like put it together yourself.
Well, stem cells, I don't know a lot about biology, but stem cells just like appear to be magical somehow to a layperson, so I don't really know what's
Well,
going on.
these aren't even the magical kind of stem cells. These are specifically muscle. They the two types they use are muscle cells and skin cells. And the reason why they use these two types is because the muscles, the order they put them in, determine on whether the muscle cells are going to contract, and the action it's going to do is going to make certain parts of it move a certain way. You know what I mean? So it's really just contracting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know with with human stem cells, it's a big rigmarole to do things with with human stem cells. It's a dog and pony show you have to go through,
Yeah.
but it's definitely worth it. What it sounds like to me is they're kind of using not exactly stem cells, but they're still stem cells, but they've already gone through a differentiation phase, so they're kind of progenitor cells. Um, that's kind of what it sounds like to me if they're doing specific.
Those are similar to the adult stem cells. We were talking in here about adult stem cells. I didn't know that we had those, but there's like the adult stem cells that exist like in your bone marrow, I suppose. And but they're not the kind of stem cells that can do exactly everything. They kind of are already isolated, or isolated to a certain task or set of tasks. But I heard there is a way to reprogram that stem cell so that it can become like a regular stem cell that can do almost anything.
Yeah, you can remove the marker it's gone through and into its progenitor phase. You can revert that by removing some certain proteins and certain ways the DNA is configured. There's ways that if a cell has gone through one of the developmental steps, that you can revert it.
Yeah, I wish white.
So just from quick googling, it says that the three types are adult stem cells, embryonic stem cells, and something they call induced pluripotent stem cells.
Those are probably the ones that they take the adult ones and then they revert them back.
Yeah. Because of course the first two are quite self-explanatory, adult and embryonic. But the last one I have no clue. Induced pluripotent. Let's see.
I think that's what it says. It's induced pluri. So it sounds like they can reprogram them to be more versatile.
Yeah, it says they're derived from skin or blood cells that have been reprogrammed back into embryonic-like pluripotent state. Yeah, so pretty much what you explained. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting though. You know, I wish White was in here though, because the reason I was looking into this anyways, and actually that's how I learned about the xenobiotes, from looking into it. But White was talking about stem cells, adult stem cells, and we were talking about the reprogramming thing, which I saw that they can do like in the lab. But he was describing a way that you can do it with diet and habit, basically. reprogram your stem cells, which I was obviously dubious about, but I'm still,
Well, right. These are biochemical changes, right? They're changes. They're changes to the receptors and the proteins that a cell expresses. They're also changes to the markers in the DNA, how it's adenylated and how it's methylated, and if there's a poly A tail and some other markers that DNA get. There's certain molecules that get attached to DNA that designate it to do a specific thing or to be a specific cell and not express other things. So, like, you wouldn't want your liver cells expressing muscle cell receptors, like
right.
ion channels and things like that. Right. So the way that occurs is the DNA gets literally turned off in the liver cell for that expression. So the feasibility to me of someone just altering their diet and having those changes, right, as I said, these are biochemical reactions that are occurring. It just doesn't seem plausible. I'm not saying it can't be possible. It just seems highly unlikely to me. I'd have to see more exactly what he was talking about. But as described, it just sounds like a long shot.
Yeah, I should wait for him to come because, like I said, we were talking about it for a little bit, but he was telling me about stuff I didn't really know about, and so I told him I'd look into it, and then I'd come back and talk to him about it, and I looked into it, and I just haven't talked to him about it, and I'm curious to hear from him again about what he was claiming because he sounded like it was, and when he was describing it, and then I looked into it, and I said, oh well, it looks like they can program it to so there is a way to make it revert back. So I wonder if he's right, and maybe there's a natural way to do it, but I have no idea.
Yeah, well, like I said, the way to do it, you have to do these biochemical. But I'd be willing to hear what he has to say. What evidence he or what papers or whatever he has to prove.
You know what? I remember he did post. I asked. Well, I don't think he ever sent it to me. I asked him to DM me. But yeah, when he comes back in here, I remember. I'll bring it up. Let me. I don't think he ever did. He DM me? Hold on. Oh, here it is. White's word. Let me see. Maybe he did DM me. Oh, yeah, actually, he did. There is something here. Hold on. Man, I could probably go through my DMs and there's probably lots of good stuff in there, dude. I feel bad because sometimes I don't check them for a long time, and then by the time I do, I forgot what more.
Why don't you just see that there's like a little red dot that shows that you need to look?
I do see it. I just have yeah, he posted this for me, and invalid web alias. Hold on. Hold on one second. Oh, it was my fault. Hold on. No, it says it again. Invalid web alias. Hold on. I'll search it.
That's what you do when you when you need to hand in something and you haven't actually done it. So you hand in an invalid link or something that's corrupted, so that you can get back to it another time.
That's funny.
It's like one of those unethical life pro tips where it's like you corrupt. There's supposedly there's a way to corrupt a Word document that makes it like not knowable if it was like intentional or not. and so you can get away with it if you hand in one of them as a for a project.
But what do you mean? It makes it what?
It makes the Word document corrupt, so that it doesn't. It's as if it doesn't save correctly, and so when your teacher or whoever you handed it to tries to open it, they get an error message, and so then they'll come back to you and be like, "The thing you handed in was corrupted," and you just go, you get more time on your hand to write the thing.
This is how you guys do things over.
No. I've never done this. I'm a good boy. I'm a teacher's pet. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's clever. But I mean, I hate to say, but what this sounds like to me, it sounds on the same order of the people that say, "Oh, just eat healthy and exercise and take vitamin C or drink vitamin C, and that's gonna, stop viruses and stuff." It sounds on the same order as that.
Yeah, perhaps and the thing is about that is I feel like that by itself, of course, I don't think it is enough, but that certainly does assist, though, right?
I mean, a minor extent. Vitamin C is a coenzyme, so it helps enzymes perform their action, certain types of enzymes. Some of those are located in the immune system, but it has nowhere near the effect that some people claim that it does.
It's kind of like the whole, like, some people say that, oh, if you eat healthy, you won't get cancer, which isn't true, but it also is true that some things can give you a higher likelihood of cancer. So, like, at the same time that they're not completely wrong, eating healthier will make you less prone to cancer is not the same as making you immune to cancer. So it's like a different claim.
Yeah, there's always a kernel of truth, right? Based in all these crazy claims, and that's the kernel of truth. It's certainly not a bad thing to take vitamin C and to exercise and eat healthy. Those are great things. They're beneficial for your health, but they are not going to prevent the mechanisms of viral infection.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. It's just not how reality works.
Can you overdose on vitamins? I feel like you can, but I don't know enough about biology.
That's an interesting question. It would be considered a poisoning, probably.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, vitamins act as coenzymes. So what that means is they are needed in order for an enzyme. For the enzyme to perform its action to turn a substrate into a product, that vitamin is needed in the process of the chemical reactions that occur. So it donates an atom at some point, or it accepts an atom. It has that kind of action. So if there are enzyme or vitamins that bind covalently to their enzyme, so it would be plausible that if you have the millimolar concentration so high that you could stop an enzyme from performing its action. It would just depend on what the action of that enzyme is, if it was poisonous or not to you.
I know fat soluble, like vitamin A, E can be taken in too great a dose. Vitamin C and stuff gives you kidney stones and whatever else if you overdose on that.
That's true. You can get kidney stones.
The only thing I know is, like, when it comes to enzymes, I'm pretty sure it's considered an enzyme, is because I'm lactose intolerant, and so I got like lactase pills, like lactase enzyme pills, and I know for a fact that you can't overdose on them. Just
you can.
That's the only thing. You cannot, at least according to the internet, because that's one thing I have looked up.
Yeah, because lactase, the enzyme you're talking about, it breaks down lactose, it's a dimer of two sugar molecules. So I like, and it's very specific. As long as it's not interfering with glucose, then you should be in the clear. So at least that's what my reasoning behind it would be.
So I found a good. I found the item at least that he was showing me. It's pretty interesting though, and I thought maybe I don't know if you could see if you saw like you're driving, Jace, but it's called Stem Enhance Ultra, and it looks like it's like a pill that they give to old people, or they sell to old people, and so down where it says the science, it says that it was what it does is it optimizes stem cell function in the body by increasing the number of both stem cells and endothelial progenitor cells in the blood circulation, supporting optimum renewal. And it says it also contains mesenchyme, which was shown to increase the blood concentration of GCSF that plays a role in stem cell release. I was going to ask about the stem cell release. What exactly that? I don't know if you know that pertains to, because he was bringing that up too. That that they, I guess they yeah.
I didn't say anything.
I thought Gummy was going to say so. Okay.
No, I was gonna say this site appears to be an MLM.
What?
A multi-level marketing scheme.
Yeah.
Where you buy into it and you get other people to buy into it, and you get like the trickle down economic, like a multi-level marketing triangle scheme, pyramid scheme. I mean.
But regardless, though, I mean,
yeah, I'm just saying it's usually that does indicate that the products they sell are usually not the best.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if there's just wondering about their claims. I'm going to see if their claims are if there's any truth to it. That that it's possible to increase the whatever it said, the stem cells, that it's possible to either increase the relation in your blood, increase those what do you call them, the progenitor cells in your blood circulation, and also the renewal of the stem cells, and also if it's possible to do this other thing where it says it's going to increase the blood concentration of this other thing that helps the release of the stem cells, and what that even means, releasing the stem cells.
Well, all right. So your body can release as many stem cell, whatever, I guess, from their storage. You can do something to release as many stem cells as you want. If the body doesn't have the concurrent signals to use those stem cells for a purpose, it's going to serve no purpose. Your body's just going to have to regenerate those.
Okay, right.
Freaking driving a motorcycle down the road. Sorry. Right. So this stuff is multifaceted. Like it's got to go beyond face level of just saying that it helps release stem cells. Your body releases stem cells in different areas to do different things all the time. But it's because it's signaled to by something, by the epigenetics and protein signals and hormonal signals, immuno signals are causing that to occur. So this medicine would have to somehow provide those extra things that actually put the stem cell to use.
Okay.
And then the second thing, like, right, I don't know anything about this. I've never seen this pill before, but what I can say, the generic trend with these things that haven't been regulated and gone through, official clinical trials where the FDA and the regulatory agencies are checking up on you. They're often, you don't know what really is in it. You don't know how much of what they're claiming is in it. And you don't know how valid the results are. So, like, that doesn't quite, you can't just dismiss it outright, but you can't also make claims that it's a positive thing either. Yeah, that has to go through the proper validation, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. I was just curious about the actual about the possibility of something like that being capable. But you answered with the first answer you gave about the it's one thing to release them and to have them, but it's another thing to delegate them on I guess work you
Yeah,
want to do.
it's very like this stuff is very complicated. There's signals and
Well, okay,
biochemical
so
reactions that have to go on for these things to become progenitors and to differentiate. Then the body has to test those as well for what they're designed to do, especially with immune cells. They have to make sure that these immune cells, your body has to make sure that the immune cells it's producing isn't going to attack itself. So there's all these other things that are involved, and it gets in depth and detailed. So I just don't know what they say about those kind of things to give you a super straight, kind of yes or no, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah, it'd have to be tested thoroughly. Sure. Okay, interesting stuff.
So, according to their very first reference is a study on mice, which says that this thing enhanced recovery from cardiotoxin injury, but did not affect growth or affect hematopoietic, whatever the fuck that word is, recovery.
Blood, something about
when
blood.
compared to control. So essentially, their first study they showed says that it only works for recovery from cardiotoxin injury, and that's their own study that was on the top of the list. So
Yeah, because if it doesn't do something for hematopoietic, those are the cells that are involved in like the primary immune response. They're like neutrophils and other lymphocytes like that. Like if you fall and scrape yourself, the cells that come to the site of injury, they are progenerated from hemopoietic stem cells. So if those aren't present, it can't do much for external injury. It can help with cardiac things, like they said, because you don't need those cells. That's an internal thing. It's a different kind of cells that are being affected, the cardiac cells. So it could certainly have an effect in that case.
Yeah.
What were those called before? Hemo something or others? The ones that help in the healing? What was that called?
Hemopoietic is how I've heard most professors pronounce it.
I'm gonna I'm copy pasting the word into chat. I pronounce it like hematopoietic. It's like if I knew nothing.
Why do you think they make these dumb words?
Well, it probably means a combination. Like hema must mean blood. Yeah, exactly. And then the other means something. I just don't know what it is.
Actually, to tell you the truth, it's not dumb. The same with chemistry. It's like it's kind of like a syntax of
Yeah, it signals that they're white blood cell progenitors. They're the white blood cell progenitors. That's what it means, because there's also myopoietic stem cells or progenitor cells. They're technically progenitors at that stage, and those are they produce the cells that have a different role in the immune system. So the names are coded. They have these weird names for a reason.
Yeah. Same with chemistry. So you gotta know how many. You gotta know if this compound is, the oxygen-related compound, and how many hydrogens, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the IUPAC naming.
That makes sense.
It's a fun, very.
You break up a lot again. You must be out in the you must be out in the woods.
I said it was very fun learning the naming convention, organic compound.
Yeah, I took two chemistry classes.
Go ahead.
No, yeah. So you broke for a second. I thought you were done, but I took two chemistry classes in college, and actually I like chemistry a lot. I like physics more. Biology was the last science that I studied because I just never seemed interesting to me. But whenever I looked into it like in detail and stuff, and it's actually extremely interesting.
Oh yeah. I obviously I chose biochemistry, but I had to take some physics, like university physics 1 and 2 and quantum mechanics 1 and 2, which I enjoyed, but definitely like the biochemistry chemistry kind of stuff more.
You know those CGI videos, the videos of the proteins. You know what I'm talking about? They came out like 15 years ago. Those are real cool, right? It's cool to see like the inside of a cell, and then the proteins, like these machines, these very like precise machines doing these precise tasks. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the colors they're there, to represent different, different. Damn it, cutting out. the colors are there to represent different structures, but that is kind of what the enzymes in the DNA and stuff. It's not too far off from what it really looks like.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And then earlier you said about the stem cells, about how the stem cells, whenever they've chosen whatever cells are going to be, basically they just ignore a whole area of the DNA, right? So does that mean that before it does that, so does it mean a stem cell is basically the DNA, a cell with the DNA in it that doesn't have anything kind of
Turned
blocked
off.
out? Okay.
Yeah.
That's basically
Yeah. So it's a cell that the whole genome, but right, like you wouldn't want a liver cell expressing a hair follicle, right? So certain parts of the genome, because every cell has your entire genome in it, every somatic, every body cell, not sperm or egg cell. All of those but sperm and egg have your entire genome in it, but you don't want your entire genome being expressed in every cell. So when these stem cells, the body will send a signal to it. Usually that's a hormone or a protein or a peptide or some other biomolecule, and that will signal what kind of progenitor it should begin to differentiate into. And then it'll keep signal. It'll have to get certain signals along each step of its differentiation into becoming whatever kind of cell it is. And during that process, some of the signals and some of the mechanisms that come into play involve turning off parts of the genome. So it involves adenylating parts of the DNA and methylating parts of it so that the polymerase enzyme can't copy it and can't turn it into mRNA so that those proteins and enzymes and stuff will get expressed.
Okay, so I don't mean to get into the details and stuff, but I put the video on right now just because I like watching the video. But I know that the copying is basically it's a chemical, they have chemical pairs basically. So it's like it's going to attract the the complementary that's basically how the copying goes, right? It's like that each strand is kind of attracting, or is it, it's going to attract the complementary one. And so what you're saying is that to turn it off, they do this thing called methyl whatever, which basically makes it so they don't copy those parts, or makes it so.
Yeah, it stops. It makes an area of the DNA that will electrostatically repel the polymerase enzymes and the primase enzymes that are needed for replication. So those enzymes won't be able to access that region of the DNA to copy it or turn it into mRNA. So you won't get those genes expressed in that cell because the enzymes can't get to that part of DNA.
So wait a minute, okay. So but this part that I don't get though. So if every cell has the entirety of your DNA, right? Then if it's making copies that's ignoring that part of it, how do those copies have your entirety of your DNA? I mean, that when you're
Because copies of DNA is different than making it into a protein, where you make it into mRNA and then it's translated by a ribosome into a protein. The process of copying the DNA to for cell division is different than the process of expressing a gene in the form of an enzyme or a protein.
Oh, okay. I never
Or
knew that.
for copying the DNA, you can the cell will unmethylate and unadenylate those areas so that the enzymes can access it. But there are a different group of enzymes that don't perform the reactions needed to express the genes. Right?
Wow.
It's a different process.
See, I didn't know. See, now I know something. I got a different picture now of it. 'Cause I knew about the copying, how it copies, and I know that there's these intricate proteins that are, and then the little machines that are there that are, doing all this stuff. But I didn't realize that, and I know that it copies it to make the RNA, but I didn't realize that part of the copying is not just to make other DNA strands, but to part of the code is actually coding proteins themselves. It sounds like from what you said, right?
Well, genes are what they code for proteins. But what I'm saying is there's two different processes, right? Copying the DNA to just make another copy of DNA for cell division is a different process that uses different enzymes, different proteins to complete that process than the process of making RNA, which is it's not DNA, it's a different nucleic acid. It doesn't use thymine. It uses uracil. There's some differences, and that mRNA is what's eventually. There's some modifications that occur, and that's what eventually leads to the mRNA being translated by a ribosome into a protein. That process is different. And it requires different enzymes. So when the cell wants to reproduce, to go through mitosis, in the case of body cells, it will unadenylate and unmethylate those regions so that the enzymes that are going to copy the DNA just into another strand of DNA can get to it, but it won't allow the enzymes that would make it into an mRNA. Still, those are being epigenetic regulated off during the process.
Yeah, so it's crazy because it sounds like that methylating whatever process is like a temporary thing, and then it can clean that shit off so that it can copy those parts again for the cell division. But it makes me think like, don't you wonder like about abiogenesis and life itself, and like how crazy these these things just came about? You know what I mean? it's so much. It's so intricate to imagine that it like by chance and by just the right conditions and stuff like that, like these occurrences happened, and they happen in such a way that it's a very beneficial occurrence, so it's going to keep happening. It's going to be able to reproduce and stuff. But it's just crazy.
Right? It's not. I strongly go against the whole like this all happened by chance. Right? It didn't happen by chance. It was a natural progression. Right? You have the Earth is formed. There's all these different CO2 basic inorganic compounds on the Earth that are composing the Earth, that the Earth releases into the atmosphere, etc. These are chemicals. They will react with each other chemically, and these chemical reactions are happening constantly. They build up into autocatalytic cycles where they're not quite biomolecules yet. They can't perform biomolecule actions, but they're self-replicators. They're self-replicating autocatalytic cycles, right? And there's different ways of natural means that you can do to achieve this. And there was a group and other groups that found that when you have these autocatalytic cycles, you just add the right phosphate that occurs naturally, that these molecules will, they're already the constituent parts of ribonucleotides, but you add this phosphate gets thrown into the mix that's found naturally on the earth, and they spontaneously form RNA. And then RNA, as it does in the body, it can perform biological functions. It can work as an enzyme itself. The ribosome is a riboenzyme. It's an RNA enzyme. But these are very basic, right? When they first form, there's not all this intricacy. You have these protocells once you have the pathway of mechanisms that leads to the spontaneous ribonucleotide formation. Then there's other pathways that have been discovered where phospholipid bilayers, so the cell membranes, can form. And so as long as you get this ribonucleotide inside of a phospholipid bilayer, you have a protocell now. And as time goes on, it self-replicates itself because RNA can perform all the actions needed to self-replicate, and it just takes off from there. Eventually, you get to full cells, and these are basic cells. They don't have all the intricacies that cells have nowadays, right? These are just basic single-celled organisms. And once that occurred, the thing with bacteria, like bacteria can just bump into each other and exchange genes. So they don't have to actually reproduce with each other. It's called horizontal gene transfer. So once you have these single-celled bacteria cells, they're swapping genes like crazy. So there's all this biodiversity happening there. That's technically not one of the main mechanisms of evolution. Typically, when you're speaking on evolution, it starts with the dawn of metazoa, the animal kingdom, because horizontal gene transfer it's a different thing than inheriting genes. These are just bacteria that they can bump into each other and exchange regions of their genome. But yeah, then you get this, over time, the whole evolution thing, mechanisms of evolution that diversify, and as these organisms diversify, the internal processes are what's causing the diversification and complications of the internal mechanisms. That's what's making the organism more complex. right? It's going hand in hand.
That's just crazy. That was I'm thinking about, like, the craziest part is that it's able to reproduce itself. That it was able to, make a copy that, it had the will to even make a copy of itself, and then that was able to reproduce. But you think about it, that we showed those Xenobots did that on its own without even being uh, told to do that or anything. They just it just happened. Yeah, I guess I never thought I knew about chemical evolution, like about like how the cell walls, can naturally can come about because of conditions, and then that creates an environment that's kind of isolated from the rest of the world. So it's like if something gets caught in there, it's got time to um, you know, it's safe from the environment basically. But yeah, so just to me, that's I could see how that happened, but I thought it was just a big step from that to like reproductive cells. But the way you described it, kind of it makes a lot of sense that you know like the things that come up naturally and then exchange and then diversify, on its own pretty quickly.
Yeah, the reproduction was already in place, like you said, and like I said, with the self-replicators, these autocatalytic cycles that go self-replicating. That is basically the beginning of reproduction. It's basically just cloning itself at this point. It's not very sophisticated reproduction, but it's reproduction nonetheless. And then you get the spontaneous formation of RNA, and once that happens, RNA can do all the basic mechanisms of life all on its own.
What is that? What is that like a spontaneous RNA? Is that sort of like one of those kind of like a spontaneous, like the way like the proteins kind of form randomly?
Yeah, so right, like these autocatalytic cycles, these are chemical reaction cycles where each step is building a more complicated molecule. And at the I guess you could say the end, like, right, it's a cycle, so it doesn't really have an end. But if you want to say at the top of the cycle or the end of the cycle, it's basically a ribonucleotide. It's just the single unit. And so you have all these autocatalytic cycles happening now because these can self-replicate, so they're exponentially increasing. So you have this huge buildup of these single ribonucleotides, and when this specific phosphate gets thrown into the mix that's just found naturally on Earth, they spontaneously, that phosphate can catalyze the dehydration synthesis reaction needed to link the single ribonucleotides together into a chain of ribonucleotides, which is called RNA.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you make it seem so it's not so fantastical. It's not like impossible.
Yeah,
I never thought it's
right,
impossible. I just think there's a big jump.
the thing with it is that a lot of this stuff has just been discovered in the past 20 years, if not the past 10. There's been huge leaps and bounds in abiogenesis and origin of life research within the past 20 years. So most people just aren't really familiar with it. It's not even really taught to even graduate students really yet, because a lot of this stuff is just so new. So you have to, be really researching into the topic to know, what's been discovered, experiments are being done, and the mechanisms that are being put together.
Okay, so is it your understanding that abiogenesis is like is something that could be sort of maybe reproduced in a lab?
No, right? The Earth isn't the proper conditions. That's too faceted, right? Abiogenesis means that there's no life, and then you have all these mechanisms that lead up to an organism. That can't occur anymore because there's organisms already here, right? So that's one facet of it. Like the event that occurred, like no scientist ever is going to be able to say that this is the exact thing that happened, because we can't reproduce that in a lab. Like I just said, life is already here. And the second part of it is the Earth is no longer the conditions that it was, hypothesized to be in different measurements that have provided data and evidence for that. It's no longer in that state. The CO2 and different kind of gases that were around, and different minerals and stuff, and the concentrations of those and where they were located, things like that. The molecules in the ocean, types of minerals and dissolved gases and stuff. All that stuff is different, right? But what can be done is plausible mechanisms. You can say, given these hypothesized and validated conditions for the early Earth, this is a natural mechanism that could have occurred then, and you can show that mechanism happening in a lab or in the field naturally. Things like that can be shown, and those can be strung together. You can show how this mechanism leads into this other mechanism, which leads into this next mechanism, and it's a slow progression towards an order.
Okay, yeah, and so what about like a simulation? Like, you don't think, like, if you had a idea, a model for, say, every chemical reaction and every particle and the exact conditions of this event, and then you just played it over and over and over again, like a bunch of times. Has it been modeled and simulated, and like, do you think it could be?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone's like put every parameter in, right? Like they'll have a specific thing they're trying to work on, and so they'll model the necessary things they're trying to work on and run a simulation to see if it's even worth it to work on that, if it's even plausible, given a certain parameters, if what they want to try to work on, if it's plausible.
All right.
The extent to how far they've taken that, I don't know the exact extent, but likely people have done some pretty in-depth analysis, because it's a good tool to determine if something's worth trying to get the funding and spending the fund.
Yeah. Well, they do like the universe simulators and stuff like that, and just figured, like, I don't know, because I guess it's not like there's not like a big debate. Like, it's like we're in this community, we're debating about it, but I guess there's not a giant debate about trying to do a simulation to show abiogenesis occurring or whatever. But I thought it'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting too. I think we're right, like we're much further in our understanding of the universe than we are in our understanding of abiogenesis and the origin of life stuff. So I just think we're not like far enough along yet. We don't know enough to have like a very in-depth kind of simulation, but maybe at some point someone will kind of put everything together and try to make a simulation like that.
It seems like, I don't know, it seems like if you have all the pieces, and the idea is that that's what it was the pieces were there, and also the environment was there, and then enough time had gone, and all the time is just iterations of the simulation. You have it run like really fast, but I guess with that much data, I mean, I guess it would have to be run. Yeah, I guess it would probably require a lot of computing power. Yeah, it'd probably just a waste of time. But I guess the things that you've suggested earlier about, like, how the abiogenesis comes about very naturally, those things have already been substantiated and, I guess, validated.
Yeah, and like I gave some simplifications. Gave I gave some simplifications of a few mechanisms, but there's like extraordinary number of mechanisms for how all these different things can happen. That have some of them have been observed either just in a lab or just naturally in the field. Some of them have been observed both in the lab and naturally in the field. And like, right, it's what I was getting at before, that like no scientist is ever going to be able to say like this is exactly how it happened, right? It's going to be like there are these plausible mechanisms that we can demonstrate under said conditions that these things happen, and that any combination of these could have led to the first life form.
Right, and you look at the the evidence we have for the conditions and the evidence that those conditions were there, were present, all that kind of stuff. But I got a question because I talked about this in Gems before, just because of my understanding of biology. But I want to ask you because yours is different. But I wouldn't be shy. Knowing what we know about the universe and the size of the universe and everything, people always say, "Oh, then what's up with the Fermi paradox? Like, why don't we see other life elsewhere?" And I was thinking, the more I learned about biology, I was like, well, it does kind of make sense that it was like you said, it's not luck or not chance. It's process, but it's still chance is still required to put those pieces together. Like the pieces still have to be in the same place, and the conditions still have to be met, and that requires a little bit of chance. And anyway, so I was just curious. Like, do you think there's a good chance that there's life? That this event of chemical biology, abiogenesis happening somewhere else. And do you think it would look similar or completely different?
Right. So this is just a personal opinion.
Yeah.
I think our understanding, our observations of the universe and the cosmos and all that is fairly robust, but like we can't see detail on other planets, especially the further out the distance. It gets harder and harder to even measure atmospheric composition and things like that. So I definitely think that there could be, there's billions of galaxies. They all have billions and billions of solar systems and planets. There certainly could be a good chance that there is life somewhere else. Will it be carbon based as we are? I don't know. I can't really think of, like, carbon is just the perfect element for the functions of life as we know it.
Like a chemical slut.
Yeah. The bonds it forms and its electromagnetic and electrostatic properties are just, they're perfect for life and its functions. That whole upper right side and hydrogen those are the perfect elements for all the functions that life needs to do based on their electrostatic and electromagnetic interactions. And that's why life uses most. But being based like a silicon based life form, I don't know.
Well,
I guess it's possible. I think it's unlikely, not very unlikely, but just unlikely, but still possible.
Yeah, and, you're basing what you're saying off of what you've seen and what you know about us, because that's what we have to study. But it's also true that there could possibly be many other combinations of mechanisms and chemical processes that turn into a similar sort of result of this evolution and reproduction sort of thing. So I think that's interesting too, because it's like ways you couldn't even imagine. You know what I mean? Like that can still come about.
Yeah, That's absolutely true, and my opinion, it is obvious. It's biased. It's based on my own, knowledge of how life works with organisms here. But what I would say is it's the strength of these interactions is what really holds it all together. It's not necessarily the interactions themselves and which atoms they are. It's the strength of those interactions. It's in a very, with things like carbon and oxygen and nitrogen and phosphorus, sulfur, hydrogen, it's in a very, very good range for being conducive for things moving around and having all these internal mechanisms inside. Now, can there be, some collection of heavy atoms that can be arranged in some way where their electrostatic interactions are of a similar strength to carbon and oxygen, nitrogen and stuff? Sure. So I mean, it's possible. I just, it's a good thing to think about it. It's hard to.
Yeah, exactly. Something a computer program would have to figure out for you. But because it does seem like the challenge of, because you always think about aliens, like, try to imagine what they'd be like, but it's probably possible that it's almost like impossible to imagine how they'd be like, because if they went through an abiogenesis process and it actually was not similar to the one that made life on Earth, then it would almost be, it's crazy to even think about to imagine what you would see. You would imagine, you think there's a good chance that it would turn out similar to life on Earth, but that's just an assumption. It's a fair assumption, but it's not really. It's hard to even determine how safe that assumption is. And then there was one other thing I was going to ask you about. Life. Hold on.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I don't know. This life stuff, it always makes me think, because I guess that was what I was going to ask. I was going to ask you if you think, because when I was in Gems, I was arguing that it could be very, very possible that we are the only iterations of, or the only abiogenesis. Maybe it only happened once in the universe so far, or something like that, or maybe it only was successful once in the universe so far, and it's hard to determine the probability. But what if we are the most capable things in the universe? That's an interesting thought to me, at least. That would make a big difference, I think.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's certainly possible. I've had that thought too. Like, there's nothing that requires to be other life forms on a different planet, be it if they're carbon based and similar to us, or if they're based on something. There's no requirement in the universe for that. So it's certainly possible that we, it's just us, and we just happen to be the one time when everything lined up perfectly for life to begin
And sustain.
Yeah.
And persist. Yeah. And not only that, but we, like, if you just look at, even if you look at life on Earth, I don't know how many different species there's been, but I know they say 99 point whatever percent of them have been killed, and there's so many that are alive today, and so it's like us out of all the number of species, there's a very small number, and we are very much more successful and capable. We're very different than any other life form, for certain reasons, because we've had this advantage that no one has had so far, as we know. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. There were some key events during our development and evolution, that have led to us being so successful. And three of them that I could think of off the top of my head are that other species are comparable, that they have one of these, but they don't have both. They can even have one of them that are better than us, but you need
Right.
both.
Exactly.
And those two things are our hands, the
Exactly.
fact that we have thumbs, and our brains. And
Exactly.
what led up to the brain was actually our ability to sweat, the development of the amount of sweat glands that we have, and the thermoregulation, other thermoregulation mechanisms that we have. That allowed our brain to develop, because what it allowed was for our ancestors, where other animals can be super quick, but they can't do it for long. Whereas a human or a ape, whatever you want to say, can, though it can't sprint and catch up to the animal, it can just keep on coming. And eventually that animal is going to either have a heat stroke, it's just going to give up. And so our ancestors were able to successfully hunt on the savannah like that, which led to more protein intake and other kinds of nutrients and things that led to the development of a larger brain and the intelligence that comes with that.
I didn't hear that part about but that makes a lot of sense. What you said about the I would have said the same thing. The same thing, by the way. Those two things, those are the two things that make us capable. But the thing what you said about the split in the brain. Have you ever heard of the cognitive trade-off hypothesis? It's based on so when I saw the people who are studying it, they're comparing our brains to the brains of a chimp, and kind of the biggest difference between us two, it being something similar to what you were saying about they have a better short-term memory. Like they have a much better what do you call it, picture, they can pick up what do you call that, photographic memory. And so they could look at something. They test these chimps, like look at a screen, and then they can flash it off immediately, and then they can point at every object that was in the picture like immediately, perfectly, which we can't do. Like, we can't even come close to doing something as good as that. But we can do something else with that same part of our brain. Like, there's the hypothesis that we use that same part of our brain that they use for that, but for things like language and sort of, I guess, what do you call that? Conceptual ideas and things like that. Things that make us capable of sharing memories and stories and experiences, which is a huge, huge benefit. Obviously.
Yeah, I've heard the cognitive trade-off hypothesis, and
You don't buy into it?
I'm like iffy. I'd want to see more still from those researching it. I just think overall, like, both our brain and our intelligence and our physical, our body, our physical capabilities are just, they're very well rounded. Like, certain animals can do certain specific things much better than us, but we're the organism that can do most things in a very well-rounded way. Like, we have very good cognition, very good long and short-term memory, very good coordination, and the ability to control muscles and make precise movements and stuff. And then also our body plan, our layout with 2 arms and thumbs and hands and feet, 2 legs, how our internal organs are protected. It's a very well-rounded layout, what our ancestors had to do. And then once they developed this thermoregulation ability, it was just taken off there, because now they can just basically run down an animal like the Terminator and just chase it down.
Yes.
What about, like, you know what I'm saying? Talk about how you think the finger mutation progressed.
Like,
right?
the dexterity
like the
of the thumb.
disappeared, like Like how did in between like, you know what I mean, finger nubs wasn't worth a shit. So there probably wasn't an in between and shit. You know what I mean? Like, what do we got? Where did our fingers come from? Insect legs, spider legs, and shit.
Well, there's animals that have claws.
Yeah, like apes already have hands and fingers, but certain mutations lead to the movement of
fingers, bro.
ligaments and tendons and things like that.
The first ones was where was the first fingers at?
Don, you're asking about the first fingers, and that's a long time ago, man. That was fucking.
Where was it at?
Dinosaurs had fingers, man. Fingers are very old, but
yeah, reptiles have fingers. Some of them.
You're talking about like the dexterity of our hands, like that raccoons, humans, apes, and even if you look at like mice and rats, like you can see them being dexterous, like you can see them picking stuff up and that kind of stuff, and yeah, man, it just kind of probably developed. But there's lots of things with hands like that, and I think actually, I don't know if this is true, but squid and octopuses, don't they have like a much better dexterity than we do? Like they could probably grasp onto anything. I would think.
Right. They grasp like grabbing abilities with the tentacles, but it's the thumb that really makes the difference. We have a thumb, so we can precisely grip and manipulate things, whereas a octopus, it can still do that. Just I'd say not, to the precise extent that we can.
Yeah. And even this combination. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don. You're right, buddy.
It's creation, man. I mean, it's updating the program. Like, think about your evolutionary progress. Where did your fingers come from? You got a bacteria and a fish. I mean, what?
You missed the whole. You missed the whole.
Right.
I get it that the humans are awesome. I get it. We're the most awesome. We are. We are the best.
That's the whole thing, though, right? It's the reason evolution.
You broke up.
The reason that evolution persists, besides the evidence for it, is that its proponents put forth these dishonest things about it. If you're going to debunk something, you should look into what that thing actually proposes and says it is.
I'm looking into it with you. I mean, you've looked into it, right? Where did the fingers come from? I mean,
we went over that, man.
You can just say you don't know. You can say you don't know. It's okay.
Look at the animals with the first limb, and then that was just like 500 million years ago. But regardless,
you're clueless. I get it. I get it. You're clueless.
You missed the whole. We were talking all about like the cells, how the cells formed, and then like how abiogenesis. Because I had an understanding about how cell walls could form, but Jace went into like how the whole process is basically at this point validated. Like
I got it. Abiogenesis.
Yeah.
Gives you fingers. I mean, you just skip right along. There's fingers, mutations, and then opposable thumb and arm, and
opposable thumb and arm. I think the arm.
So we have it. Dude, we were talking about whales having legs and fin legs earlier. Like, dude, like, what is it? Alligator, shark, and shit. Like,
oh, Don.
Don, you sound like you're having a good time, dude.
Bro,
wow, you guys all really think evolution's like that definitive? That's real.
Where are the fingers coming from? Just say you don't know.
I've in the past hour or so, like, I mean, I've always thought, I was always a believer in it and stuff, and I understood it to some degree, but what Jay said, it's like, it's even more confirmed to me. He says a lot of the abiogenesis stuff that hasn't been shown in labs, like that we all talk about, hasn't been shown in labs. He says a lot of that stuff is validated at this point, like, the process from start to finish almost.
All right, that's awesome though. Like making life from like inanimate, like making that's one step, and then an evolving is like a whole another. The mutating bacteria, like that's miles from fingers or a fish or a multi-cell thing. Like what the fuck?
Anyway, can I get some citations of this validation, please?
Well, something Jay said, which I don't know if he sounds like he's driving, but one thing Jay said that I didn't know before was that our RNA can spontaneously come about in the nature. Is that right, Jace?
Yeah, I have of the write-up experiment.
Breaking up a little bit.
I have a folder of write-ups of these experiments, tons of that I could just flood the chat with if you'd like.
Wow.
Okay. What about
actual proof, like actual scientific experimentation validating abiogenesis? I'm all ears. This is going to be great.
So this is tight, bro. Going from zero RNA
I spoke for him. I shouldn't have said it like that exactly. What he's saying is the components, like each like a little component that that can bring it about, not the
started.
Can you guys admit that maybe that's not what happened though?
What happened then?
What? So you agree though that you don't know that abiogenesis happened, or your claim is there's no other viable option?
Go ahead, give me an option.
Introduction of like a designing force.
Okay, and the substantiation for this?
Yeah, even trying to combine abiogenesis to evolution, it introduces like lightning to primordial soup. It has to have an introduction of force.
Ancient idea.
Well, that's the very basis of its initial postulation, though.
No, it's not. It was one experiment.
So it doesn't require energy? Is what you're saying?
Electricity can provide a catalysis for amino.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. I'm not trying to. I think you might be breaking up.
We were talking about this stuff. We're still talking about it. It's actually good. There's more people now because
still going, Kaito.
Well, let me just say this thing though, right? I'm trying to understand. So you agree though that it may not be the actual way it happened, though, right?
Jason said that himself earlier. Actually, he said it in pretty simple words that he doesn't think there's ever going to be. Because I said, could you think they're ever going to simulate this in a lab or simulate it on the computer? He said not in a lab because they would need the conditions that the Earth had back then, and he and also life already exists. So you can't make life not exist to do the test. But he said that what they could do though is they could show how each step could have come about and how it could have been just a process of chemical evolution. But that's not to say something else didn't happen instead.
Right, because that goes without being said, because it's nothing more than guesswork.
But you can't make one step go to the next step.
These are steps that are demonstrable.
You can't even show how you can walk down the pathway, though. That's the point.
Of course you can.
Okay, so you agree that there are viable alternatives, though, right? Can you name one? Are you saying that you can't think of one?
What's yours?
Creator, a designer.
All right, and what's the substantiation?
All the evidence of design.
Like what?
Sustainability, cyclical nature of all the sky, magnetic field that is sustained over all of time, self-sustainable cycles.
How do all those random they together to make a life? What exactly do they do?
Oh, I'm not the creator. I don't know. So you understand that in that scenario, we wouldn't know. But my point was that you act like there's no other viable option. Now, maybe more precisely articulated, your position would be you were not comfortable with just tapping out that early. you would rather try to figure it out further. And that's cool. Just realize that's what you're doing.
I think that's fair. You said that, man, because that I'm gonna let Jace respond, but that's exactly I think what the point of science is not to is not to tell you exactly what happened, but to tell you here's how it could happen without including an unknown.
But it's intrinsically unknown, though, so it's a foolish, futile pursuit. So, you see the irony, though, right? Like, you're trying to avoid not knowing, but intrinsically you do not know.
So I'm really leaving it open for Jace because it sounds like he was about to say something. But
Yeah, I'm doing something at the.
Okay, let's go. I was going to say real quick. Then no, that's not the point though. I don't think the point is to actually say, hey, now we know. Because the truth is that you can never know. Like you said, you're never going to go to the past and then live it again. But the point is to lay out a path to show how this could have happened, to show mechanisms how this could happen, and know all those steps and every step of the way, that not include anything that is impossible or mysterious, or you don't really have the mechanism for it. It can be explained naturally.
No, show. Where's the evidence
Seems
to show
agree.
that one species turns into another? Where's the scientific
Yeah, I
evidence
want
to
to,
back that sort of stuff up?
but that's the next
No.
step. That's the
What
next
you,
step.
you say, but
I can
well,
give
no,
you a list
no.
for
They want
thousands.
where one
Let's
species
let's
has
talk about that.
actually turned
Let's talk about
into another species, right? I'm not talking like
the banana.
from a dog to a dog, like canine to canine, right? Or horse to horse. One species to another. You've got a long list of that, do you, JA? So I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
I'd love to see a
I'll
long
post it.
list.
Give me a second. It's from the early. It's from the early. The list is.
Oh, you got a bad mic, man.
It's got a bad service right now, but it cuts in and out. Yeah. You said you got what, Jace?
This is what we asked for yesterday, Don.
Yeah, well, at least what Kosho said, the confidence level check, it seems like we're all in agreement there, at least on the possibility. Like, even if they don't have it, it seems like it's at least their story. I think it's crazy. You hear me challenge them on the fingers, you know what I mean? But at least maybe they have a story. Now, J.A.'s like, I know I'm not going to be coming at it with proper language, and I'm going to sound, I probably don't even know
That's
nothing.
fine.
But, like, can you tell me, like some of the theories behind when like the mutations happened and extra chromosomes was added in? Because is that part of the theory? Like there was 2 chromosomes, then 4, and then 10, and then 20, and is that a thing?
So what you're talking about? Like, do you mean like doubling the genome, so doubling the chromosomes?
No, well, through like mutations, like the mutations are happening, and like DNA is maybe changing, but there had to be times where there was chromosomes being added, maybe, right? Because aren't there species with different number? So I was going to say,
So
did it start
typically,
with low and get high, or did it start with 1,000 chromosomes and then they keep losing them through mutation?
typically, the emergence of chromosomes comes polyploidy events where the chromosomes are just duplicated, be it the whole genome or just certain chromosomes, or there could be in very limited cases a mutation that will cause one chromosome to fuse with another, things like that.
So you had to have the one first?
Okay, I mean, that's interesting. I guess it seemed like,
So
yes, just growth.
speciation doesn't typically, it's not like the number of chromosomes doesn't cause speciation. Speciation happens through other there's typically 4 types of speciation mechanisms.
Okay, but he asking you about the fundamental process of getting all the chromosomes. So, would it go from 0 to all of them? Would it would it 1 occur and then it goes to all of them? Like, you have to have the 1 first to replicate, right? I mean,
As me and Kosho were talking about earlier, you have these autocatalytic cycles that are producing these ribonucleotides. They're all around. There's these natural phosphates that when these ribonucleotides contact, they will spontaneously form RNA, and that RNA can further carry out processes.
okay, and so in the process of getting DNA, do we have like a replication process that increases the number over time, or how does that work? Like, it's all random and then the perfect number happen and you have above and below? Like, is there any actual agreed upon specific defined theory for this aspect, this part of the process?
Are you talking about reproduction?
Well, replication.
Yeah, like right, so now you have these ribonucleotides that are inside a cell membrane, and they can replicate themselves, right? So these are protocells. Eventually, they're going to start making other structures because ribozymes, that's what they do. And even in your body, the ribosome is a ribosome. It's an RNA enzyme, and it carries out biological processes. Right? So they build these other structures, very simple structures at first. Eventually, you get to the original cells. Then, these keep replicating. These single cells have the ability to do something called horizontal gene transfer. It's very easy to observe in a lab. They can bump into each other, literally just bump into each other and exchange genetic material, exchange genes. They can exchange whole chromosomes, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, and so the original state that was, it was transformed from, I guess we'll say, was what? What was the inorganic matter? The original inorganic matter.
The original inorganic matter?
Yeah, that then turned into organic life.
Yeah, things like water, CO2, ammonia, some sulfates, metal ions, etc.
Okay, so we do still kind of have the primordial soup theory.
No.
Well, pretty much, yeah.
No.
So what specific
The
matter
primordial
is it?
idea? The primordial soup idea was that these things were in like a puddle, and lightning struck it, or there was some kind of event that occurred that they spontaneously formed these structures. That's
the claim
we
of what
know
happened.
that's not how it works.
That's the claim of what happened to the primordial soup, but I was only bringing that up because it's the same idea, like this combination of different things that creates, like, there's not a specific
it's a chemical progression.
Right, it's not a specific
It's just
matter
what's observed
with water. Is that correct?
With things like ammonia, water, sulfates, CO2, metal ions, inorganic compounds, and atoms.
Like, you can do them all independently, or they're codependent?
They build step by step. So, right, like you have one or two things can react with each other. It produces a third more complicated thing. Not super more complicated, but a more complicated thing. Right? Then it comes into contact with something else that can act as a substrate in another reaction, and it builds again, building up and up and up.
But specifically, so all life on Earth came from water?
No.
Okay, so
it's ridiculous.
Well, you're basically saying that. I mean, so can water do it by itself?
No.
Right, so
It's
it's
not what I said at all.
Exactly. So
it's chemistry, dude.
I understand what you're saying, but my point is, the inorganic matter is a combination of inorganic matters that turn into life chemically, right? And so if water must be there, then you can't not address that part.
Right, but we're far past the stage of water, though, when something resembling a life form can be identified. We're way past water at that point.
Well, water is
So
the
it's
very
not
area it
coming
happens,
from
right?
water. It's not like you have a bunch of water molecules lying around and they form into an organism. That's ridiculous.
Oh, they just formed out of air and landed on the ground.
No. I said you don't have a bunch of water molecules lying around and they just form into an organism. That would be ridiculous.
Well, that's a straw man, though. I never said that. It's just that we were all taught, and it's always been claimed that it happened in water, right?
Water is a media that it could have
So you're
certain
saying
reactions.
Sorry.
Some reactions water, some can happen in other systems.
Okay, so you're saying that we don't even know, when it comes to what the theory is, we don't even know for sure what the medium is.
Well, it can be shown that it can happen in multiple media.
Right, but we have no idea. So we don't actually have that.
What do you mean we have no idea? You can show that it can happen in multiple media, whatever reaction you want to show.
Well, okay,
it's happening. It happens.
It could happen in thin air. It could happen in thin air. And
No,
you could fall on the
that's
ground.
not how chemistry works.
So it happens on the ground. It could happen on dry land.
It can happen in the ocean. It can happen in any other solvent.
So water.
Sure.
I mean, what's the other options?
Fingers.
Things like ammonia, the ocean, obviously.
The ocean is water again.
Yeah, but there's more to that media, right? There's dissolved mineral ions and all sorts of other atoms that are going to participate.
Okay, so the fundamental idea is that water is inorganic matter and life came from it.
No, it's
amongst other things.
combination.
Yeah, of course.
Holy shit, not just water.
That's the base media. Or so you're saying the only other option is ammonia?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, man. Do you know how chemistry works?
I know that there's only one abundantly available thing you can invoke right now, and that is water.
No, there was ammonia, CO2, sulfates, nitrates.
Just as fluid on the ground?
No, dissolve water.
Okay,
things dissolve into water.
So again, all of the theories, they all require water, though.
Sure.
Thank you, man. Jeez Louise. So anyway,
that's not what you were saying at first, though. You were saying it comes from water. In what we just described, the water is just acting as a solvent. It's not coming from water.
So how would you define life? Like a circulatory system?
Hang on, I'm in an elevator. Probably me for a second.
Hey, real quick.
All life comes from water, bro.
Before when he comes back, I want to just remind. He said something a second ago about how RNA, which can develop naturally in nature, and he said if this in a cell membrane, and then it has the environment now where it can begin to start a reproduction process. And I was just going to say the cell membrane also can happen naturally in nature, and that they've observed this and in the lab at least, but because cell membranes are just made up of fatty acids, which naturally coalesce into a cell membrane. Just based on where the charge is.
The thermodynamics of phospholipids, they automatically form into micelles when they're dissolved. Thus, most cells nowadays, the media that they contain is water mostly. So that seems a vital player as the solvent for a lot of these things.
Yeah, it seems like the only viable one. But how could you go and make a claim about what occurs naturally in the natural world by taking a sample, effectively, of organic life and saying, "Look, this can happen from inorganic matter"?
Right, it's not the only viable solvent, right? There's DMSO can dissolve ribonucleotides and RNA. Things like dichloromethane, those can dissolve RNA.
Well, what's the logical postulation behind having an abundance of that for the probability of this happening?
It's a solvent for a chemical reaction to occur.
And you would need an abundance of it.
Yeah.
Right. Because it would happen in the water before any of these things, based purely on probability, which is the best that this theory can possibly have, right?
No, certain things can only be dissolved in certain kind of solvents. So that statement is just wrong.
So what can't be dissolved in water?
Most organic molecules.
So then we can or cannot use water.
You can, right? Ribonucleotides are a biomolecule.
Okay.
They obviously dissolve in water because that's what they're dissolved in your body.
Yeah. So that would make the most sense then, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So really the only actually viable one with any potential probability, I would say. See, I threw that caveat in there. I would say. So that should bridge all the gaps here. You have to say that organic life has come from water. And then we must define the difference in organic life and water.
But it's not that simple, right? Like some organic molecules, you need a more organic solvent, like dichloromethane, things like that. But some organic molecules will just dissolve in water, right? So it's not that cut and dry. And you can have reactions happening in organic solvents, you can have them happening in water, right? They're forming different molecules. Then all of a sudden something happens on the earth. They get mixed up. Now they're all together in a solvent that is a mixture. Now they're free to react with each other. Right? It's just chemistry, dude.
Yeah, I understand. It's just all kinds of theories, though. And you've in no way substantiated that you can come up with life, much less the following steps of the specific design to build the life from inorganic matter. I'm simply saying that you can do things in a chem lab and you can try to isolate RNA. Does not in any way prove that inorganic matter just sitting there in certain conditions is going to turn into organic life. And you have to take from the earth in its present form to make any test, thus effectively requiring a begging the question to continue.
Right, so we have a machine in the lab that can literally just make RNA for me, right? But what the claim is, right, what me and Kosho were talking about, right, is that you have these chemical reactions that are occurring, every single one of them. You can show that they would have occurred in these media that were present. Then you get to autocatalytic cycles. So these are self-replicators. Eventually, those form into ribonucleotides, RNA. And then
what is the
other
how long does it take that? Like out of
yeah, it's going to be a long time, right?
Like a one in how many? Any idea?
That's a chance. Are you asking me about time or about chance?
Well, like how often would it happen? Like if you're replicating in a lab, you should be able to get probability statistics, right? I mean, you just keep running it over and over and over and over and over.
Well, some of these things are just spontaneous. They happen every time.
Like fingers?
They're thermodynamically spontaneous. So you mix
so they would happen.
these two things together and it happens.
So all we would need is that one event. So that could happen all the time, all over the place on the earth.
No.
Or was it? Okay. Well, a combination of
What
what
do you
specifically?
it's one event?
Yeah, you think it was just happening all over the earth at the same time?
Some of these things, yes. Not all of them.
Okay, so organic life was being created at different times all around the earth.
No. Who said anything about life? We're talking about chemical reactions still.
Oh.
Okay, well, I don't think anyone disputes that chemical reactions occur in nature.
Right?
Yeah.
Glad we can agree on that at least.
Okay.
That was the point that we were making, though, is that I'm not clear on how the RNA that he said the nature. I can't substantiate that, but I have seen how the fatty acids form with the conditions that they had, just completely naturally. That they'll form, and enough of them there just naturally will tend to coalesce in such a way that a cell wall is formed, and a cell membrane. I mean, and he was describing how the RNA can form in nature, and so all it requires is that RNA ends up in the cell wall naturally, and then I guess from there, he's got more steps, but that step alone, seeing that happens naturally, that's it's kind of indication that okay, maybe maybe these things could come about without any influence.
Oh my goodness. All right, man. If that does it for you, probably did come from rocks and water. How dare you strawman me? Yeah, dude. I don't know. If you float your boat, I guess. It seems very unfounded to me, to be honest. I don't.
Like I said, I
Like
could
isolating
provide
chemical
a bunch of
reactions is one.
sources.
Well, yeah, but yeah. Please show me the proof for abiogenesis, because. And then what's so funny about the whole
That's a
idea?
straw man.
If you get if you get a cell, right? Then what happens? Like, oh, it just magically it becomes a cell. Like we'll say magically, but right, just improbably. And then within that time period of becoming a cell and ceasing to exist, it's able to also duplicate itself. That's what we have to have to happen.
Before it's even RNA, it can self-replicate. Right? These autocatalytic cycles are demonstrable things. Not hard to demonstrate either.
Could you elaborate what that is, though? Because I don't. I'm assuming.
It means it's a molecule that catalyzes its own replication, its own synthesis. So once one is made, it acts as a catalyst of itself.
Yeah, isn't that mechanism itself also pointing to a design?
How would that be pointing to a design? These are molecules.
Intrinsic sustainability of molecules doesn't point to design.
No.
How? Okay.
Who's designing it?
That's a different question.
I don't know. If you want to make that crazy leap of logic, you're free to.
Chemically, natural chemical reactions can happen that things can, duplicate and ensure sustainability. That doesn't point towards a design.
I can see where they would.
Not when they're happening naturally.
But
they were happening by design, then it would point to design.
Nature was designed. That's the point.
Something comes
spontaneous.
spontaneous.
That's an unfalsifiable claim.
Jace, what about the splitting though? Like, can't you see like the thing is formed and then it wants to like attract or take in more of its surroundings or whatever, and grow, but how does the splitting happen? Where does the programming to like split happen?
What do you mean the splitting?
How about this, Jason? Can you give us an example of one of these the catalytic as those simple reactions? Like just a simple example, because I'm trying to think of a simple example, but I'm sure I don't know if you have one on the top of your head, but it's sort of like the way in which the specific compound will naturally create another version, create another compound that's exactly like it, and that process will continue. Like I
Yeah, right.
can think of natural reactions that where this occurs, but I'm trying to think of one on the molecular level.
Baby crystals. Do they do?
Right.
Go on.
So these would originally, you'd have the constituents being catalyzed, be it autocatalytically, so then they themselves are doing it, or there could be mineral catalyzation, metal ions that can catalyze things like that. So you'd get a ribose, so a ribose sugar, that's a constituent, and the nucleobase, the nitrogenous base, a pyrimidine or purine molecule, right? So they get stuck together through a chemical reaction. Now it has a property that now it can much easier autocatalyze that reaction of sticking the nitrogenous base onto the sugar. So now it can just start exponentially spitting out these ribonucleotides. Stop making words up. Right. I'm simplifying, but that's the base idea, the base principle.
Yeah, I'm looking at examples right now too. Is it so? This process is called autocatalysis.
Yeah, autocatalysis.
Autocatalysis. Okay. And that's this process of like a chemical structure, basically, the process of it, like the duplicating, basically, but naturally, just based on the,
Yeah. So you have a molecule, right? It needs two constituent parts to form, but you have the product, and that product can take the two constituent parts and catalyze them to react to form another product of itself.
I'm reading about it right now. It actually seems pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's an entire field of chemistry. It is autocatalysis.
Oh, the iodine clock reaction. I don't know how that's an example of it, but that's that's how the water to wine thing works. But best no, I don't know how that's an example of that. Let me see.
I did the iodine clock reaction in undergrad and chemical physics.
It's a neat trick.
So is that where they got fish fingers from, Kosho?
No, it's not actually. The fish fingers came from this lizard I posted here.
It's so odd that you guys think these are.
No, man, think about it, man. Look, it's easy to see how these adaptions benefit us in the end form. But what's hard for me to see is the middle forms. Like these extreme, I don't expect that there's extreme mutations, right? We're kind of sold that there's these subtle mutations, right? So how do you go subtly from no arms to arms, to fingers and shit? Where did the fingers?
I don't think that's subtle, man.
Because it doesn't have.
That's the point.
It would be ridiculously unsubtle. It doesn't happen in one step, Don. Right?
I'm
like these are millions.
Give me an example of your steps. Bro, I'm ahead of you already. Give me an example.
Take it. You're not looking at the screen, man. There's a picture of that they think has the first fingers. Is this thing that looks like a fish? That looks like it has these weird looking fucking things sticking out of its neck, which we would call arms. And maybe that was a deformity that ended up being beneficial to it. Maybe those fingers and hands are what allowed it to be mobile on the surface and stuff like that.
Now, before it even got to that finger thing, think about this. So, y'all think it was just a snake and then all of a sudden it got that arm, or do you think it had a baby bump first and then a bigger bump and a bigger bump and then the arm?
These all be guesses.
You eating cookies again, John?
What, Bendy?
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
You're eating cookies again.
Oh no, chocolate covered pretzels, red, white, and blue.
He's always eating fucking foods, nuts and pretzels and chocolate.
Red, white, and blue chocolate covered pretzels.
Hey, you guys agree this entire theory could be completely wrong, though, and it could just have been designed.
It's not impossible.
I agree.
But like that's not how work, man.
So it's
Sure,
not possible.
It's possible, but the plausibility is almost zero. Like the from what you've given me, my reason for accepting that is barely above zero.
So you're a big banger, Jay.
Okay, so we've gone from you're just having a grasp at straws theoretically hundreds of millions of years ago, and to say that the other bio option is design is basically 0% possible, but not literally, just really close. When
That's
the competing theory is wildly unfounded. I mean, it could be wrong by hundreds of millions of years. It could be wrong about the entire mechanism. It could be entirely wrong about everything. I mean, let's be real. Don't conflate whatever observations you use to make up the theory with the theory. The theory is the interpretation of all the evidence put together as some type of postulation to explain what happened. So it's not, I don't know.
The
yet to understand.
mechanisms are undeniable, bro. Right? They're undeniable. They can be demonstrated to be true.
So you think, Jay, don't let me put words in your mouth, but you think there's more chance that slime crawled onto a rock and is now talking to me over the internet than a creator?
What I think is that it's hilarious and sad at the same time that you think that's a valid argument.
Well, obviously I skipped a few steps in between, but that's basically like otherwise it's a really
it's
long
a straw man it's an argument ad absurdum meant to make it seem ridiculous.
Well, hello.
Well, it is.
Let's talk about the steps in between.
Is it not slime crawling onto a rock and then
No.
standing upright and then walking and talking?
No, not at all.
You're joking me.
That's like a gross misunderstanding.
What if we give you slime? What if we give you slime? Okay, from abiogenesis to slime. Okay, what next?
Okay, hold on.
Don,
are you guys trolling?
No,
they're halfway trolling. They mean it, but Witz is not trolling. But I was gonna say just because Witz had said something earlier, which I respected, because it shows it has some insight and the different sides here. But what you said earlier, what's it about? That you can respect that. This is basically a attempt to not just throw in the towel and say we don't know. Let's see if we can figure out how this could have happened. That's what you were saying. That's basically what we're doing, and that's true. That's exactly what we're doing. We're not throwing in the towel and saying we don't know how it happened, or someone must have done this when we weren't looking. We're just going to give up.
Yeah. But that was my whole point, though, Kosho, was because oftentimes it's represented as some sort of definitive fact or something. And, if you would just be honest about, well, for me, it's not good enough to just tap out and point to design, although obviously intrinsically always viable. And if you're wondering what design could explain, because it's kind of an answer all, and you want to keep going, that's cool. But when you put your chest out and be like, this is basically definitive fact, and the chances of design are incredibly low, that just seems a bit dishonest to me. I understand where the more logical argument.
No, what's it? You don't. What have I said is definitive fact? I have said something is definitive fact. What was it that I said is
Well, I'm saying you guys
definitive fact?
present evolution as if it is. As if it is definitive fact. Like you guys present evolution as if it is.
Chemical reaction.
Yeah, because it is demonstrable.
So the theory
That's
of
a
evolution,
different topic, though, than what
Why
we
does
were talking
slime
about
better-
before.
Why does
Well, no.
slime need adaptation? Slime survives perfect on its own. It can already replicate itself. Why would it need to
You
be
got a
better?
fucking rock in your mouth right now, dude.
No.
So it's not just you're basically saying they're unrelated, but to even postulate no design, right? You're going to have to go abiogenesis, evolution. That is the confinement of claiming no design. That's what you guys have so far. Right.
Not me personally. I haven't. I've said this before, but if I was to tell you the whole truth of what I currently believe is, I do believe in design, just not in the same way you do, because I believe in what Jace is saying and everything. Abiogenesis. I believe in chemistry, and I believe in the Big Bang Theory even, and I believe that maybe there was some entity that actually designed the rules of nature, and then set it forth. Because
So you would agree? You would agree?
Hold on.
All right.
I don't think that that's I agree though with what you said before, was it? Because that is me having to throw in the towel, saying, okay, well, I don't know how those things came about, so I can safely say that that's a possibility that somebody just created those rules and then set the universe in play. But
so you agree, since you don't know, that it's possible then that the Big Bang was just God turning on the simulation computer program, and that was it. That could have been it, right there, right?
Basically, what I
You
just
agree, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So is it also possible that we're grossly misunderstanding the design mechanisms of design? So it's not possible that we're grossly misunderstanding the mechanisms implemented by a designer.
No,
I don't think it's possible misunderstanding it.
How is it?
I'm not making claims about 500 million years ago, man.
I don't think it's possible that simple chemical reactions every day that I misunderstand them. I don't think that's possible.
That's not synonymous with claiming abiogenesis happened 500 million years ago to eventually give us life and human. Those are different things. Yeah.
It should be happening right now.
I think it's closer to 3 billion.
It is about 3 billion. To believe is ideal, but
wow, that's so much worse.
It's not important though what the time was, but the one
it's
thing
not important.
Well, I'm saying it's not important that you said it incorrectly. I'm saying
was the Earth still in the same orbit, and was it colder or hotter? Do you think the Earth was colder or hotter?
I think it was both. And anyways,
what?
Hold on, dude. Hold on, please. Anyways, earlier one of the things me and Jace were talking about also was because we believe in the vastness of the universe, and we also believe in abiogenesis here on Earth. And so I was asking him, like, what does he think about this being the only time it happened, or had it happened, is it likely to have happened elsewhere and stuff like that? And these are true things that we don't even know. You know what I mean? So it's like it's true. It's true that these things are unknown, and we're just trying to find out if we can figure out how this could have happened without any extra help, which is a fair task.
Yeah, but would you also acknowledge though that in the scenario that there was a designer and you were maybe trying to confine the potential mechanism, that it would ultimately, if you looked over your whole life, it would be a futile pursuit and wasted time. I mean, not that trying to figure things out is ever a waste of time. I think that's why we're here, maybe. But outside of that, I mean, fundamental presuppositions should be occasionally checked in anyone's life, because no one goes and tries to learn about something they think they already know.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you're just as free to go out and demonstrate and gather evidence of your idea of design, you're just as free to do that as I am to show how certain chemical steps can lead towards certain progressions.
Yeah, and those progressions I can also use as further evidence of design because it has an intrinsic mechanism of sustainability built in.
If that was my point, though, that was the point that I was trying to make about what my creation theory or idea was. What you're saying now, Witsit, is along the lines of what I was saying. Is like these laws of nature, or this is what we're discovering, and this is what we're trying to see is this true? Can we find out all the laws of nature, and can those laws of nature make everything that's happened since the beginning of time come about just by those laws alone? Which would be amazing if if that was purposely done, or if it was done in a way that made all this happen. It is a kind of magical, cool kind of thing,
But it would require like that ultimate design be implemented, right? So that like to put it together the way that it is, to basically look at like the quote unquote human body and then be like, oh, that's random. Seems wild. I mean, I've heard the arguments for like we have things we don't use. Actually, that's just what stupid humans say, that we don't need them, but we do. So I don't know. Like it's just a big leap for me. But either way, my point remains. Even if were to concede the patchwork that you presented as if it's like a unified sequential theory of the process, if we were to accept your patchwork, the fact that it's dependent upon an intrinsic chemical sustainability is further support for design. It can be strongly argued. It's certainly not mutually exclusive evidence. Right?
What you're describing is what's called unfalsifiable. When your theory is so broad that it can incorporate any data, it loses all its scientific validity.
Well, but if that were actually true, it's still true. So are you saying thus ultimately we cannot as people figure out truth? That's effectively what you're saying.
No, I said you're just as free to go out and demonstrate that that's true as I am to demonstrate that it's this other thing.
Well, yeah, you just kind of, we've been trained to breeze over sustainability as if, although highly improbable, stacking those on top of each other, those improbabilities infinitely, is logical. Is in fact the more logical. It's not, though. And if you add the heliocentric model into it, which you're going to have to start talking about freaking 3 billion years, bro. You're going to have to add this whole idea of this magic globe and everything. It's all kind of tied together. Like you have a very unfounded area where it's like, I get it. I don't think that all the people in the labs are dumb. I don't think that you're dumb. I don't. Like, it's just, I'm saying that if the presuppositions are wrong, that has huge implications, and people become proportionately ignorant the less they check their presuppositions. I think society doesn't really ever even address them existing now, so we're pretty ignorant.
I'm not sure that's. I mean, I know for a fact it's not universally true. It may be true for people, and it is certainly a flaw. But I definitely do think there's the presuppositions are put in check. I mean, like you guys, for example, you guys ask these questions, and there's people like us that get in conversation with you guys, and it's forced us to put our presuppositions in question. And so, I mean, it certainly happens all the time. And then the other thing you said something about fuck, what did you say? Oh yeah, right. About that not being a possibility about the creator. But you have to remember that's why that's why we don't use proofs in science. Like there's no scientific proofs, and then we don't prove things with science. Is because science doesn't lead to a outcome where there's everything else is ruled out. Basically, it's like just because we come to a conclusion about like evolution or whatever is not the same thing as stating that like every other possibility is now impossible.
Do you think you can science creator, Kosho?
I think one day humans will be able to. I think if God is real,
Really?
I think one day
You think
science will cover this. Yeah.
you could actually science a creator?
Yeah, I think if God is real, I think that science will one day come across this. Yeah.
If we were made from the natural compounds of things that are here, and it was created, you're effectively trying to figure out literally how to be the creator. You know, like in the scenario that this place is designed, this pursuit that we're discussing is an attempt to literally like replicate the creator, like be the creator, like so you can see how it's very potentially futile.
Or maybe it's just an attempt to know the creator. It's an attempt to know the rules of that he set forth. Right now, we don't even know all of his rules or all of his the structure that he's created. And that's all we're doing is learning what are these rules and learning what how does it work.
Yeah, like when it was originally postulated, it's like lightning struck, right? Because it's introducing energy, right? Like electricity. Similar to like how they say life is produced with us, right? Like a spark. We know that there is a reality to electricity being able to affect matter in many, many different ways. So what if the creator has introduced energy to natural compounds to make life? In fact, there are pretty prominent religions that claim such, right? So, in fact, this can be argued as substantial evidence for a mechanism that only the creator can fully put together to make human life. It's not like an exclusive piece of evidence for atheistic, materialistic, nor abiogenesis evolutionism, or whatever you want to call it. So, scientism, effectively wrapped up in the bow of scientism. Call everything science. Therefore, we can say vague euphemisms and be right.
All right, you started to begin with. The Miller-Urey experiment. People already understood chemical and that they require energy if they aren't a thermodynamically spontaneous reaction, which ammonia and CO2 are not going to spontaneously react. Those are very stable molecules, right? So where the electricity comes from is just a source of energy for the reaction to happen that could have been contained in lightning. It was one idea that they had, and they demonstrated that it actually could happen, that you can use electricity to form amino acids. That has almost nothing to do with the formation of
Okay, so
you broke up at the end.
Formation of life.
I said it has almost nothing to do with the formation of
life.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so what you're saying is we don't need an energy input, but based on certain compounds, if we invoke the more stable compounds, we would need an input of energy. Lightning was just a grasp at straws postulation as to how that energy could be introduced. And the present chemical compounds on the earth can result in what we call life. There are many religious ancient texts that say the Creator made man from the dirt of the earth. Right.
Well, I'm talking about the specific, the scientific postulation that was made at the time. It was made by two gentlemen named Miller. The other was named Urey. And what they thought is, because, as I said, if a molecule is unstable, it will spontaneously react. It'll be thermodynamically favorable to spontaneously react. However, if a molecule is a very stable molecule, it will not just spontaneously react. You have to provide energy to overcome the energy barrier. Now, they looked around and saw that lightning contains energy. It's a great source of energy for a chemical reaction like that. Ammonia and carbon dioxide, the constituents of amino acids, are very stable. acids. You can't just mix them together and have them react. There needs to be an outside source of energy to overcome the activation energy barrier for the reaction.
Like a
So
creator.
that a lightning strike could be a very good source of energy for it. And thus they simulated it using electricity. And what they found is you can indeed amino acids that
Right.
way.
And you agree that
It has
that could just
nothing
invoke
to
a creator.
do with forming life. Amino acids are a billion steps removed from a living organism.
Okay.
So every time you say that they used electricity to form life, anything of that sort, it's a straw man. Because that's not what the scientific community claims.
Okay, so a billion steps away from life.
Yes.
Explain that for us.
Amino acids are the constituents of proteins. Proteins, you need tons and tons of proteins just to make an organelle for a cell. You need a bunch of organelles to form a cell. You need a bunch of cells to form a living organism for a multicellular organism.
Okay, so you need amino acids first.
Yeah, they're the constituents of one part of many.
Right. So you have
need
to have
tons of amino acids.
Right, you actually need all the constituent parts.
Yeah, because this mechanism is not an auto-replicative mechanism, right? So you would need this to be happening almost all the time, which is why scientists don't claim that this has anything to do with the formation of. It's highly implausible.
Well, you need the amino acids, though.
Yeah. Once you have ribozymes and RNA, those can catalyze the formation of amino acids. And they can do it over and over. That's what the ribosome in every one of your cells does.
Mm-hmm. So all we need are these ribosomes to pop up out of inorganic matter, and then all the other probabilities get thrown out the window. Effectively, is your argument, right?
That's just a straw man again.
Well, I just asked if it was your argument, so.
No.
Okay. So, but overall,
just one step, right? It's one step of.
Yeah. Amino acids are fundamental requirement. If you jump up above it and say, like, look, this will make everything we need. Okay, but I mean, I guess then instead of drawing this out more, yeah,
RNA is not made of amino acids. You don't need amino acids to make RNA.
I didn't say that.
RNA can be made by catalytic cycle.
I didn't say that though, but like, yeah, you have to go make the amino acids later with the RNA. So my point is that you skip up to a mechanism that will basically try to help you eliminate all the probability issues. Because if you get into the specifics of
your body does that today, ribozyme.
That's begging the question, though,
amino
man.
acids.
That's begging the question, man.
How is that begging the question?
Because our bodies are designed.
That's just baseless assertion.
Oh, okay, but I'm saying if the body is designed, you can't point to the body as an example to prove it's not designed. That's insane.
Your unsubstantiated has no bearing on mechanisms that I can show.
So we must assume the body is not designed to go further?
No.
Okay.
You need to substantiate that it's designed.
Well, it's sustainable.
All you've done is say that all these mechanisms just fall under a designer. So you've blanketed it all, that it can expand to anything, which is by definition unfalsifiable and also pseudoscience.
But we can't understand our bodies at all. So what actual pseudoscience would be is claiming you know all about them holistically. When the truly, we don't even kind of sort of understand the brain yet. The brain or the eyes or even fully the heart. We don't even understand the body.
Body for a living.
Okay.
We don't understand every single aspect of it. But there's plenty of things we understand.
You guys barely know anything about the brain, nor does anyone alive.
What don't we know?
Like, have you ever looked into the actual intricacies of like neuron exchanges and being able to try to somehow replicate, map, and ultimately transfer, in theory, any type of conscious thought? It's like an impossible task. We don't fully understand the neural exchanges at all. Not even close.
That's assuming consciousness is built the above down. What if it's an emergent property from the ground up?
We still have neural exchanges that can't even be understood.
What do you mean can't be understood? They're chemical reactions, dude.
Yeah, we can't replicate or fully map out and predict the brain activity of humans. Still, we don't understand how the brain works. We also don't understand entirely how the eyes work. So it's not that we don't know anything about them. That would be a straw man. Like, EEG is not new. But all we're doing is looking at like electric activity in the brain. Well, we've gotten more sophisticated over time, and the most sophisticated would be the Neuralink research. Okay, and they still acknowledge gigantic issues with trying to even fully, they don't even expect to ever fully map it out, to just get an algorithm that's consistent. And there is no consistent algorithm. So it's very difficult for them to figure out the brain exchanges, man. So I'm saying, like, invoking the body to say, look, we'll assume that this isn't designed, and then look, this works in here, which is how this could happen without design. It's very circular when, in fact, the body points to design, bro. We can't even understand the mechanisms of the body yet.
That's again, you're just saying unsubstantiated.
So,
right, just because there's a lot of conditions involved to completely map out these things accurately is not evidence that it's a design. It's not. You have to show evidence that it's a design.
No, what it's evidence of is that we have yet to fully understand it, and therefore we cannot go on to further, more bold claims of how it came into existence.
Just because we don't fully understand it, something still doesn't make it design. Right? There's a lot of initial conditions and parameters that are involved when you're talking about activity. There's nothing to do with being designed.
The human body is far too complex for us to fully understand at this current point of existence. So,
that crazy statement.
It is just objective and doesn't prove design. But if the body were designed, that would make perfect sense. So, whatever.
What? It makes perfect sense if it's.
Oh. Not so much. No, not perfect sense. If you're saying you claim it's not designed, not really, because you have an envelope of claims.
It makes much more. We see interacting with each other, catalyzing and performing biological processes. That's what we observe. Anything outside of that is unsubstantiated that you're bringing in.
Okay, exactly. I agree. Anything outside of that is unsubstantiated. Like when you claim that this took place 3 billion years ago and then developed life. It's purely speculation. It could be objectively entirely wrong. So it's a philosophical differentiation at that point.
No one's
how you choose
that claim, though. That you think for some reason. What I've claimed, there are extraordinary numbers of mechanisms, any combination of which can be shown, demonstrated, that can lead up to the possibility of abiogenesis. But no scientist ever is going to be able to sit there and say, this is exactly how it happened. because we weren't there, and we can't have it happen again, because you can't have life coming from non-life while life is around. That doesn't make any sense. So what we can claim is that these are natural mechanisms that you can observe either in the field or in the lab or both, and that they lead to this development, and then there's another mechanism that can lead to this development, and they cross with each other and lead to a further development. You have a succession of steps that potentially lead up to self-replicators, and then protocells, and then cells, and then the evolutionary mechanisms take over.
Okay, so yeah, you got a bunch of claims, and first, actually, the one that always gets skipped over is the actual
None of these
claim.
are claims. These are steps that can be shown to be true.
No, you cannot show
Yeah.
anything changing into something else. That's not real. So
That's not what we're talking about. Like,
you brought
do
up
you not
evolution at
see
the
how
end, man.
dishonest this is, man?
You just brought
Like,
up
you
evolution,
can't
man.
see the
You brought up
dishonesty in your arguments. It's like
no.
ridiculous.
No, so I was about to make a point, man. So the point is that one of the crucial things you skip over before even trying to explain abiogenesis is the very, introduction of matter itself. To have the inorganic matter. Now you're really going to, of course, still struggle to prove that it can form organic life. You disagree. Okay, cool. If that's what you want to believe. So the fundamental part is you have to get the matter, then you have to show that the matter turns into life, then you have to show that that life will evolve into what we have today, and that it takes so long it won't be observable, reasonably. That's just objectively that's all that's left, and it's like, okay.
No.
If you want to come up with stories.
No one's under any obligation to show anything. That's just your ridiculous standard, so that you keep pretending that it's created.
No. It's just, it's a logical necessity of viability.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, man. It's a logical postulation that you're supposedly presenting.
Nope.
Okay, well, if you don't want to talk about how you got to have matter in the first place, and you got to show matter turning into life, then whatever. But clearly, you got to have the
matter in the first place. Does matter exist or doesn't?
So now you're invoking just a perpetual existence.
No, the existence of matter is a whole separate issue. Abiogenesis.
Yeah, before you can even start to invoke abiogenesis, you have to address that issue. That's what I'm saying. The part that typically gets skipped over is just how you had the matter in the first place. And that's a very difficult question to answer. I'm not
exist. What? I don't get it.
Well, yeah,
matter exists right here.
So yeah, but how did you get it? Like, how is it here?
Sure, you can you can say God put the matter there. Again, that's unsubstantiated. Geologists would strongly disagree with disprove that.
Yeah, so you'd have to formulate a claim as to the formation of matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's pretty clear which side
it was either here when the earth formed from matter, or it was a creation, as you are claiming, hinting at.
The earth formed from matter is invoking matter, but the question is, how did we get matter? So I agree, it's not very easy.
We're way out of abiogenesis now.
I'm trying to throw you a life jacket here.
You're going to the astrophysics and how nuclear processes happen in stars and things.
Well, I'm making a point that if we can't answer some of the fundamental axioms that lead up to this theory, right, then yeah, dude, if it requires the invoking of a designer anyway, then I mean, we're pretty much wasting our time trying so hard to figure everything out without one. I mean, it's still going to be complex to fully understand everything, even acknowledging design. But what we do as humans is we keep finding things that we're like, wow, this is amazing how this works. And instead of being like, wow, the amazing mechanism itself is actually evidence of, like intricate placement or order or design, we are like, oh, see, this is how it could happen without design, because look, it's just crazy. So It's a vicious cycle of philosophy. But the fundamental question is, how do you have matter? And Aristotle first pointed this out a long time ago, right? It's not like a new idea. You're going to have to come up with where matter comes from, you know? Like, what does that mean? But I get it.
Yes,
You can say we don't want to talk about it.
outside the bounds of abiogenesis, right? We can have that discussion, but we're no longer talking about abiogenesis at that.
Right. I agree that it's technically
Stellar
different.
nucleosynthesis.
I agree it's technically different subjects, right? But the compartmentalization is a tad dishonest because they're intrinsic. Like if you're using them to propose to show how you don't need a designing force, if that's the reasoning behind it, trying to show a viable mechanism without a designing force, you have to address every aspect of it without a designing force. And if you just start with matter, that's kind of begging the question of how you got the matter, though, and so that's just a fact.
No,
I agree. It's technically separate.
Prerequisite. You can't have organisms that are composed of matter without being. It's just simple logic.
That's my point.
Right. Abiogenesis covers how matter and organisms are related. It has nothing to do with how matter got. That would be in the realm of geology, and if you want further back, astrophysics, and all those things are covered. I get you want to assert the God of the gaps, but that gap is closing quickly.
But the ignorance in that statement is if there is a designer, it intrinsically, the source of design would intrinsically fill the gaps. So it's not just automatically wrong by saying a derogatory characterization as you then replace it with arrogant presuppositions. That's the foolishness of man.
It's funny. You're like the most arrogant person I've ever. But anyway, you're
speaking about the arrogance of the actual claims, man.
You're just as free to show the plausibility and the demonstrability of this designer as astrophysicists are as free to show nucleosynthesis and stars, as origin of life researchers are free to show abiogenesis, as evolutionary biologists are free to show evolution. You're just as free to show the demonstrability of this designer. I'll listen. If you have evidence and you can demonstrate it, I'm all ears.
It's all around you. The evidence.
But again, that is unfalsifiable. You can't. I could just say that nature is all around us and did all this stuff. We're on equal footing.
Okay, Jay. How close are you to be able to create a apple seed from scratch? A simple apple seed. Create an apple seed from scratch.
I would say a good decade.
A decade. In a decade, you think you can mix up some ingredients, put them in a test tube, and voila, you'll have an apple seed.
Yeah, I think the most simplest way. I mean,
No.
everyone. Do you believe in DNA? DNA exists.
Oh, hold on. Do I believe in DNA?
Yeah. Is DNA real? Does DNA exist?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can use DNA to make apple seeds that way, but he's talking about
my argument is that DNA is information, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
information
now you have all the ingredients. You got all the ingredients.
It's a simple argument.
Information argument.
Okay, so information can only exist by intelligent agency.
What kind of information is this?
Any
like
kind of
bits?
information. Any information.
It's this like
can you show
bits? Is it bits or what kind of? Is it computer code? What kind of information?
I mean, what do you consider as information? Like, what would you consider as information?
Give me a definition.
I mean,
you're the one bringing it up.
A book, for example, would you consider that information?
Sure.
Right? Do you think a book can be created by mere random mechanisms, or does it need intelligent agency?
No, a book is not a biological.
That's not what I said.
So
I asked you a question about the
obviously,
book.
a book doesn't just spontaneously form. That would be the thermodynamics of that ridiculous.
Okay, so why not apply the same thing to DNA?
Because that's a biomolecule.
It's still information, though.
Spontaneously formed.
I mean, it's code. It's like software.
Molecule.
No, it's not simply knowledge.
It's a computer program. It has atoms arranged in specific locations based thus that they can interact and repel other atoms so that biological functions can be carried out. It's not a computer program.
No, but it could be akin to and like analogous to a computer program. It's the same thing. It needs for it to function the way we see it functioning, and in such a harmony, containing its information, its DNA. It can only be there due to intelligent agency. There's no way around it.
Atoms attract and repel regardless of any intelligence. There's no intelligence for molecules.
Well, that's not what I'm arguing, though. I'm saying
that's what DNA
biological. No, it's not just atoms repelling or whatever. It's more than that. DNA.
That's how the biological processes in your body get carried out. Atoms are located in specific locations in space, thus that they can favorable or unfavorable interactions with each other to catalyze other chemical reactions and carry out biological functions. None of that requires any kind of intelligence.
Well, actually, no. I would argue it does. Because genetic code, as you earlier said, code, right? Genetic code is specific and makes biological materials act in a certain way. It's very specific. It has a code that makes it interact in a certain way. It's intelligently designed and must.
No, it's not a computer code. There's no programmer sitting behind a computer screen.
Okay, so the difference is, because you can't see the programmer behind it. Is that your argument? Because you don't see the program behind the code or the programmer, the person sitting there. Because you can't see them, then they don't exist. But you see the code. It's the same code. Like if I were a computer programmer and written some code, it would be information just as much as DNA is information, but you're rejecting DNA as information because you can't see the programmer. Is that your argument?
No. No.
Then what is?
I'm saying
make your argument.
Analogy to a computer code or any other kind of non-biological organism code is invalid because the mechanism of the genetic code is inherently different than any of those mechanisms of non-biological codes.
Okay, great. And in what way?
I just told you. It's atoms located in specific to make it as simple as possible. All it boils down to is electrostatic interactions between atoms that are located in specific locations in space.
And how is that different from code? Let's say in a computer. I mean,
because that just occurs naturally. That's chemistry. A computer code needs someone to write the code. It needs a computer to operate on. None of that is needed in the genetic code.
But it's analogous. I mean, it needs the reality as much as the computer needs the hardware, right? It's the same thing.
The constituents of the genetic code are nucleotides. They are molecules.
Yeah, but why is it called code then? What's like? They have this similarity in the language. I mean, genetic code. Yeah. Well, you said it's not analogous, and now you're saying it's analogous.
I think the dishonest nature of trying to say because it can be analogized to a non-biological code, that this somehow implies a designer.
No. You're the one who disagreed with the
It's just
analogy.
a massive leap of logic.
No, that's not my argument, though. I mean, don't straw man. That was your defense because you said it's not analogous, but then.
All right, so it's analogous. Let's move on. I already know you're. Was just shooting right
Let's
to
move
begin.
on, and I'll shut up. It's fine. I mean, I was trying to just make
It's
an honest point here, which
it's analogous in the sense that it can be called a code. It's not analogous in the sense of the mechanism by which that code works.
Are we going to continue, or should I stop
go ahead.
here? Yeah. So, how does code work? I mean, what do you define as code?
Usually, if you're talking about a computer code or something, it's a strand of commands that tells a computer to perform specific functions.
Directions.
So, how does, if it's like computer code, that's how it functions. How does genetic code function differently? Isn't it basically like the same thing? A system of like.
Sure, you can say it's the same, but right, like we can't leave out the mechanism behind it, though. That's
No, I mean we don't differ on the mechanism. Like the mechanism could be different, but I mean it still needs a programmer, per se. Like it's instructions, because code is instructions for things to act a certain way. You program a computer with code, right? You tell it to do a certain set of instructions using code. I mean, that's what code is. It's instructions for it to act a certain way. So in reality, when we have things like DNA, it's instructions for biological matter or entities to act a certain way. It's code. There still has to be a programmer behind that code, intelligent agency, as I said earlier. It doesn't just pop up out of nowhere. Like it needs intelligent agency for it to be code. Information is the essence of my argument. Information needs a knower, right?
Right, but this is like we're not even skin deep. Like we got to get into the gritty here. We're gonna figure anything, right? You can make all these cute analogies all you want. The root issue with the argument is the mechanism, right? Because when it boils down to it, it's not actually a code, right? It's molecules and atoms interacting with each other. That's physically what's happening in the body and with DNA and other nucleotides and nucleic.
Are they acting randomly, or?
They can at times. You can have nucleotides that just act random. You can have some that perform specific functions. Right, code is just a word, right, that humans use. It makes things simplified so that I don't have to explain that this is really pyrimidine and purine rings, and they have a basic nitrogen atom that can donate a hydrogen and interact with other molecules through that way. And it can form hydrogen bonds with other purines.
Yeah, I mean that.
So I
you're talking
just
about,
say it's a code. It's simplified.
Yeah, that's great. I get what you're saying, but you're talking about the matter or the energy part of the mechanism. But what I'm talking about here is the information itself, rather than the matter or the energy involved in what they're doing. It's the information behind the matter or energy.
But the matter and energy are the physical things that are happening. That's what's observed. That's what's happening in your body. That's what's happening with acids, right? This outside designer of the code that you want to bring in is unsubstantiated until you substantiate it. And substantiating it is not just saying, well, computer code requires a design, so the genetic code requires a design. That's not how it works. That's not how science works. You have to show evidence, tests, measurements, data, validation that there actually is this designer. Right, it's begging the question to say that.
No, where am I begging the question?
It's begging the question, or circular reasoning, to say that
How so?
a code requires a design. Thus, that this code exists, there's an outside designer, right? You have to substantiate those things.
It's I would say it's self-evident. I mean, the only code we can create is one that's man-made, right? It needs a programmer. So when I see code in nature, i.e. DNA, I don't think you can come up with a better conclusion that there is a programmer behind that DNA. It's a very simple argument.
Yeah, it is. It's very simple people. Right,
Well,
because
stick to
that's
the argument,
that's
not the people.
not what's happening, as I've said before. Right, the actual
the only thing you pointed out is computer code is man-made, but DNA is natural. That was your best argument, which I mean is not even an argument.
Naturally.
Yeah, naturally.
We can make DNA naturally. We can watch it form naturally. You have to substantiate that there's a designer behind this. You have to show evidence, measurements, tests, observations, data, validation.
Okay, can I ask a question?
You can't assert it as baseless speculation and say it's true.
It's not. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Can you give me an example of information without a programmer?
That has anything to do. We're talking about DNA and RNA, right? Why we don't need to bring other things. I've already given you that computer code and all this other code requires a designer. That's evidence that those codes require a designer to make them. You need to substantiate that this genetic code requires a designer to make it.
Well, I mean, code is basically what, like I said, instructions, communication. It's a communication, right? It's a set of instructions. So, for some reason, the set of instructions we see in reality, you're saying, are caused by something non-intelligent, but anything else, like computer code, that's fine. It can be created by intelligent agency, but anything in nature is just natural and happens naturally, as you say, which also I'm lost on. I mean, when you say naturally, I'm saying it's natural also, but I'm saying there must be intelligent agency behind it because it's communication, it's instructions, it's design, there's no way around it. It's information, it's communication. There is a communication going on between these biological matter and entities that it needs a programmer behind it because it's information.
I give you all of that. Computer code, all this other stuff, they all demonstrably require a designer. Someone has to design them. The issue is that this genetic code, right? This is what we're talking about. You're making a claim that there's this designer behind the code, right? So you need to substantiate that claim. I'm also making a claim because I don't back down from making claims. My claim These are just natural processes, right? We can do it. I have a machine that will just make DNA for me. We've observed DNA out in nature. It's atoms that bond with each other. That is something that can be substantiated. I could show you the making the DNA. Could show you the NMR, the crystallography DNA structure. But what I can't show you is that there was some designer behind this. Right? Do you see?
I think no. I think we're going around in circles. Maybe look, we can move
Because
on.
you're trying to stay superficial.
Yeah, that's fine. No, that's fine. I made my argument. You made yours. Let's move on.
I get it.
I think
man.
people are getting.
I've heard this argument so many times. It's just very superficial.
Hey, could I ask a question?
Go ahead. Anyone's free to speak, to ask questions.
Okay, I'm not really coming at it from a particular side. I'm more neutral, I would say. But I guess I would come at it from a philosophical way, because, I mean, there's no question that life was created. What seems to be in question is, was it an intelligent designer? Because, I mean, apparently the origin was the Big Bang, and then, planets started forming, and like all the stuff that they say happened is, we can't recreate that. It's a story we're told, and apparently these different species and life forms just created themselves out of, like, or I guess from what matter is out there. I mean, but it's like, to me, it's just a story, and the claim is that all these different species formed on their own, and there was no outside intelligence that was behind it. And then, the theistic claim is that an intelligent designer is behind it all. And I'm more on the side that, like, I don't know. I mean, because, like, for there to be a God creator, I mean, I guess it would be that, this being always existed, and existed, infinitely far back, with no creation, no life at all. And then for some reason, this God is like, oh yeah, I think I'll create something.
Hey, Cyber, I'm kind of lost. I thought you were going to ask a question. You're kind of monologuing there.
The question
You're losing me.
is, the question is, so inorganic life, inorganic substance created life. That seems to be the claim of current science. And, like, I find that just as absurd as the globe claim. I mean, just as absurd as a God created it. You know, like both are supernatural in my view. So, I mean, how can you prove that inorganic substances created life?
I mean, does anyone hold that claim here?
Well, that is the official claim.
Yes.
Me and Kosho and me and Witsit, we if you go back for like you can hear a whole in-depth argument about for like the past 4 hours. Me and Kosho weren't arguing the beginning part, but once Witsit came in, we had an argument. I laid out a bunch of the details. If anybody wants any of the citations that I was talking about for those things, just DM me. I'd be happy to send them to you. I'm not going to have that argument again, but someone else is free to. Kosho.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I've been talking for a while.
Sorry, I kind of butted in. I was late to the conversation, so sorry about that.
No, you're good. But I was just going to say, I feel like I've been talking a lot. Some other.
We said a lot of the same things more because we had the conversation a couple times. It was before people got gotten here, but although as I said, I learned a lot even just what we were discussing before. It's good shit.
Yeah, like my recommendation would be to look up on like scientific databases, origin of life research and abiogenesis within the last 20 years. If you want more accurate, within the last 10 years, read those articles, see what those people say is the actual hypotheses and the tests and observations, data, and experiments to support it. Look at those with a open mind, and then you can.
Yeah. Do you have anything specifically talking about DNA?
Yeah. There's a lot.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that, like, abiogenesis, they have shown that inorganic substance can create DNA.
No.
Well, then I'm confused.
Like,
I don't understand how
was
that
trying to be nice in saying, I think you don't know what scientists and people who work in origin of life research, what their view actually is. I don't think you know what it is. So your best bet would be to read what they say their view is and the evidence and data and things that they provide for it.
Yeah, I think the evidence and data is vital, rather than their view, right? It's the evidence they can hold a view. That doesn't matter. It's the evidence. But for me, the evidence is, as I presented earlier, DNA is code. Therefore, it's information. Information needs like an author. Information is like a book. It's like a computer code. It's like I mean, that's how I define information. Information is neither matter nor is it energy. It's beyond that. It needs an author. Like, information always needs an author. For me, I mean, well, from what I've experienced and witnessed in reality, and how I define information, I could be wrong, but the way I present the argument, and for me, the way I perceive it, is information always needs some sort of author behind it. It's instructions, it's code, it's information, basically. So
Coach, if
procedure.
you want to have the information argument with him, you're free.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to dwell on the point, but I was just re-clarifying my position.
If you give me a second, I'll get something cool to show you.
Yeah, I'll post too.
Happy Friday, everybody.
It's Friday there. Hey, Banso, I got something amazing to show you, man. You guys are gonna be impressed. Hold on.
What? Something. You
Based on
always
the
have
article
something amazing.
that was just being made by this gentleman.
Which one? The computer code? The DNA?
Yeah, he's gone now, of course, but I'm fuck. I'll post it anyways.
So the whole slime onto a rock and then, walking up straight.
God, you're so perverted.
I know, Jay. Like I've missed a few steps there, right? Because you're talking about chemical reactions, biological reactions, and stuff like a hell of a lot of processes in between before we stand up straight. I get that, obviously, but it seems I don't know. It seems you come from a very defensive standpoint, and I could be reading it wrong. That it kind of threatens the field you're in, or your particular field of chemistry and biology and all that sort of stuff, and kind of makes it irrelevant or invalid. And I don't think it does at all. Actually, I think it far from does that.
Say the last part one more time. Just like the last 2 sentences you said.
The last, well, the whole, well, you got, the Big Bang and the chemical reaction and all that sort of stuff, slime from rock standing up straight. But I know there's a lot of steps in between, right, that are missing, the whole chemical reactions and all that sort of stuff. So that's just me kind of being a little bit facetious, but kind of cutting to the chase as well. But Now it seems a little right, and I could be misreading it, right, that talking about a creator threatens your industry, chemistry, biology, all that sort of stuff. That it is kind of invalid and means nothing. And I think nothing could be further from the truth. I try and understand how things work and whatnot, and how they're made up. I think it's vitally important for how we live and everything. Because at no way do I think that it invalidates what you do and people like yourself do as a profession at all. Yeah, that's basically what I said, mate.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, I don't think the existence of a creator invalidates most of science. Obviously, there's some things that would be incompatible. But what my issue is with the dishonesty, the just pure dishonesty behind it all. Like, I don't think I've ever heard an opponent of these things describe it accurately. Noah did he was very close on a lot of things. I think he's one of the few people I've ever heard describe a complex scientific topic accurately. And right, like what that demonstrates to me is just the laziness. Like you're not taking the time to actually figure out what the field says, what the evidence is, what the hypotheses are, what the data is, what the validation of these ideas are. Right, you've got this notion that they're just trying to eliminate the creator and they'll do whatever they have to do to accomplish that goal. And that's not, so you discount even making an effort to see what these things actually are and what they say. But then you are such arrogant about your unsubstantiated claims. It's just out of this world. And that's where some of the frustration comes behind.
Well, I think it's pretty arrogant to actually even suggest in the first place that we did come from slime and now we're standing up straight talking to each other over the internet with really nothing apart from chemical reactions and interactions and all that sort of stuff. So I feel that's a fairly arrogant stance to take as well myself, right?
Well, that just demonstrates what I said.
Nothing but absolute wild ideas while people are sitting underneath pear trees coming up with these wild sort of claims. I think that's a fairly arrogant thing to come up with. But the fact that there are chemical reactions and interactions and all that sort of stuff, and how things can mutate and whatnot, adaptation. I think that is very, very valid things that your sort of field looks at. And because I'm not going to go from an A to Z explanation of exactly what the process involves, doesn't mean that I don't necessarily don't understand it, right? Because I want to skip out because I want to skip out all the steps in between and not explain it like Noah or anything like that. I just want to get to the crux and say, hey, show me where a fish has turned into a butterfly, right? And the processes in between, but not just show me, right, an X-ray of a whale that has similar sort of bone structures to our feet is really no evidence whatsoever that the whale, right, turned into a human and that there is a whale human in between to link the two species together.
All of that is literally just a demonstration of what I said, man. Right? I would never go into and try to tell someone they're wrong when I haven't done the necessary research myself and don't know much about something. I wouldn't just go say, "Oh, you're wrong," and I have this wild idea and it's correct. I just find the inherent dishonesty in it, man. It's very frustrating.
Okay.
Right?
Well, when you,
Like
when
if
you,
you came to the table and you perfectly described what abiogenesis and evolution says, and you demonstrated that you have the knowledge of the topic, and you provided data and tests and hypotheses and experiments and things that show that, hey, what they're saying, and I agree that you're describing it correctly, my data that I have here doesn't demonstrate that. It actually demonstrates this other thing. I would be all ears for that. All ears. But that's never what happens at these places.
I wouldn't try and make a claim of something that happened 3 billion years ago, ever. Would never do it. I would never even try and come up with a hypothesis of what happened 3 billion years ago, because I'd have absolutely zero evidence to back it up. What happened 3 billion years ago? Absolutely zero.
All right, that's where I disagree.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
You.
Yeah, you weren't there.
Well,
I'm there right now.
I don't have the pleasure of being able to travel like you do, Gio.
One day you'll be able to travel like Jace to
Wish I did.
myself.
Wish I did. Wish I could
Yeah.
experience that.
You ever read Sherlock Holmes before?
I am Sherlock Holmes. What are you talking about?
Well, see, I thought you were, man. So I thought you were.
Yeah.
Because Sherlock Holmes, almost in every one of those books, he was never once at the scene of the crime ever when it occurred. Yet he was able to look at the information, the details, and able to figure out what happened.
I know. Well, he never solved a crime 3 billion years ago, though, did he?
Never solved the. Yeah, maybe Sherlock Holmes.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. But maybe they'll write a story too where he does.
But that's the thing, though. Like we said before, that I know some people come across as arrogant, like people on the globe side or science or whatever, that the information is what is proven, just proven fact. They're using kind of lazy words because it's like we said, if you're being careful about your words, then you'll say that this is the best model we have for for this event that happened, or for the explanation for this event that happened, or how this thing works, and it accurately, to our best ability, explains it. I mean, it's not necessarily saying this is exactly how it happened for a fact, but it is saying this does work the way we're describing, and it could have happened this way. Most likely did.
Some crazy guy looked at a bloody orangutan one day and said, "Yep, that's where we came from," and he got away with that wild claim, and they've been running with it ever since.
Fortunately, that's not what happened.
Well, kind of a little bit, but anyway, I do miss out a few steps, as I said, Jay.
I'm almost done with that argument. I wish that guy was still here.
Who, Mr. Edward or whoever it was?
I don't know what his name is.
I thought it was your buddy.
What? I think his name was Flat Earth Egypt, actually. Edward, who are you talking about?
Flat Earth Egypt.
I don't know. That's what you sound like, the guy who's named Flat Earth Egypt who's in here.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost done though. Hold on.
Almost done. What do you think about the new black hole?
Whoa, dude.
Show.
Dude.
Yeah, there's a much better one. I saw the image.
You need to grow up. You need to grow up, brother.
Grow up. Grow up.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I did see it. Me and Chronic were supposed to work on this animation for it, but I think
Yeah, and you let him down.
well, I didn't
You
let
let
him
him down
down.
again. He told me. He told me. Look at this, Hosho, in chat. That was the latest black hole. That one. Look how similar it looks. It's crazy.
Oh wow, that's not the new one.
No, but it's pretty close to what the new one looks like. Actually, it's uncanny.
Yeah, you know what is uncanny? I was just asking Jace about this earlier, but I heard once that black holes, they have 3 properties: spin, I think it's a charge, and the mass. And if 2 black holes have those 3 properties all have the same value, then those black holes are actually completely perfectly identical. And for this reason, I've heard people express them as almost they could be fundamental particles at that point.
Right.
Crazy stuff. But anyway, so yeah, it's not odd to see 2 black holes that look like. The cool thing about the other one, the new one though, is it's our black hole, the one that's to the center of our galaxy.
Wow. It looked like a bit of a letdown, actually. The picture of it wasn't.
What were you expecting?
I don't know. Maybe something blacker. I don't know.
Come on, dude. Grow the fuck up, dude. You know,
What the hell?
Chronic said that that's the most has most resolution than any picture ever made by humans.
That photo,
The
most resolution.
It said the highest resolution than any image ever made by man.
Damn, it looked pretty blurry.
Yeah, I thought so too. But nonetheless, yes, it is the most.
How many cameras took that thing?
I have from my memory, I think 10. He said there's 10. It's not cameras, by the way. There are antenna that are
Same thing.
Yeah, they're very similar. Very similar. Regardless, yeah, they're placed in several places in South America. I don't know how wide the range is, but they're spaced far apart. So it's basically acts as a very big telescope.
Yeah. So it's like 10 pictures put together.
Yeah, over the course of 20 days, I know. What's his name? I saw Gummy Bear was talking to Witchet about it. And he had he said half a ton of data for from the old picture.
So 20 photos a day over 20 days. So 200 photos.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? 20 photos a day?
Well, there's 10 photos a day over the space of 20 days. That's at least 200 photos put together.
Why are you saying 10 photos a day?
Well, you said there was 10 telescopes.
Oh yeah, well they're taking constant. It's taking data the whole day.
So we've got like 500
it's like
million photos.
Exposure.
We got like 500 million photos in one.
Kind of, yeah. But so it's just like I said, like long exposure.
That is the ultimate in CGI. 500 million photos in one.
Why do you say that?
Well, that would have taken a lot of stitching together. 5 million photos.
Well, it's not stitching together that it was. It's more like taking
layering
pieces of it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're nice.
One over the top, over the top, over the top, over the top. Yep.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, right?
We got the MO, how it all works.
Yeah. I mean, what's the difference between that and the image? What's wrong with that?
Did I say anything was wrong with it? I'm just I like to get the facts out there.
I mean, anyways, I do agree it's blurry and whatever, but I still think it's pretty cool.
It still pretty much looks like Snoop Dogg's blunt. Pretty much.
Yeah, I want to see Chronic's animation. Probably that's gonna look cool. Okay, give me 20 seconds and I'll be done with this thing. Hold on.
I watched the press conference of the release when it came out. I tell you what, they were an excited bunch of people.
Were they nerds?
Yeah.
Explains why.
They looked about as excited as when the fellows came back from the moon. That's how excited they
Oh,
were.
okay. Yeah, you guys always say that as a meme where they look sad for a second or something. 10 memes where they don't look sad, they're like laughing. And, it depends on what you cherry pick.
Oh, what I cherry picked! What I cherry picked! Oh God!
Those guys were a jovial bunch.
Oh God! Well, I suppose they were nerds. That's probably as jovial as they get.
All right, give me about 15 seconds, Bandsaw, and then I need you to play the part of Flat Earth Egypt.
Okay. What are you doing on the weekend?
I gotta take my girlfriend on a date.
Oh, so you should.
It's our anniversary. But it doesn't matter, Bandsaw, because you gotta get ready to act like Flat Earth Egypt. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Damn, this takes forever.
I'll put my pyramid hat on.
Okay, almost there, Bandsaw.
Almost. I'm waiting with bated breath.
Do you remember his argument?
Which one?
How
The
he's
DNA.
Yeah,
DNA.
DNA.
Information.
That's right.
Information. Yeah. You're the programmer, right? So you're playing God. By the
No.
sounds of it.
Listen to me. Don't make my argument. I'm not playing God. Hold on a second. No, it's not about playing God. Okay, it's about
Okay.
Okay. Now, anyways, the nature of this information is not the same sort of code from a computer program or a book, writing a book. The nature of this information is the chemical reactions and what react with them and what those reactions create. And yeah, so if you have a line of DNA, like a strip of DNA, you take half of it. That half of it, the part that's going to fill in those gaps, it's a natural reaction. There's a natural chemical reaction that's going to fill those in, and it's going to if as long as everything else in there is building and moving. There's a lot of moving parts to it, but the code itself is only code because each of those parts of that DNA have a let's call it a hole, and the complement to the hole is the thing that fills it, and it's going to do the same thing every time. And then if you take the other side, it's going to also replace or fill its hole with its counterpart as well. So I've made this quick analogy. It's not the same thing as DNA, okay? But it is an analogy to what's happening. Just give it a second, I think. Yeah, so you see, like there's a strip, and then there's these chemicals, and the only chemicals that fit are the ones that fit in the hole, right? And then there's another strip, and then it flips over, and the whole thing, and then the other side's filled in with the same thing. So it's not like the code is written by somebody and then filled out by anything else in nature. Like it's just nature's chemical code or chemical rules that make this code.
Okay.
But you're not Flat Earth Egypt, so.
No, I am definitely not. No. But look, it's a pretty representation of how you sow seeds and how grass grows. That's good.
Come on, man. Well, at least we know that you don't disagree. You guys are probably bored with that because me and Jace were talking for a while before.
Have you demonstrated 16 parts of hydrogen and 2 parts of oxygen make 18 parts of water?
Yes.
Really?
How'd you know that?
What do you mean, how did I know what?
Well, how'd you know that? I didn't know you knew that. And it's not. I don't think it's 8. What is it? 18. Yeah, it is 18 parts, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm
Okay.
right. Of course I'm right, Kosho.
Yeah, I was actually doing these numbers earlier. It's funny that you asked that because I was doing those numbers earlier, and I did
I did actually get corrected.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, but
No, but yeah, but that's you have to think about that. That's what's so cool about the dude who first did that. You know, and he's separating water into its hydrogen and oxygen, and he finds exactly that there's 9 times of one thing than there is the other.
So, do you know of a demonstration, Kosho? Because I know you're generally all over these things, right? Where someone has actually got 16 parts of hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen, and come up with 18 parts of water, or thereabouts. Let's say 17.5, because obviously there'll be a little bit of loss due to all that
Doesn't
sort of
work like
stuff.
that, dude.
Well, of course it works like that.
It doesn't. What happens is you split up the water that you have, and you end up. I said 9 to 1. I mean 8 to 1. You realize you have 8 parts of the oxygen, and you have 8 times as much oxygen as you do hydrogen. And I have seen people do that.
So you can't do it the other way. So you can't put them together.
Absolutely, you can put them together. That's what the
Well, there you go. That's what I was asking for.
Yeah, I know, but not in the way you said though. You don't put it together to get yeah.
It's like making a cake. Like you get your big bowl, put your 16 parts hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen, get your beaters, whisk them up, right? And then pour it into your glass. Boom. It's that easy.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about, like I said, 8 times 1, so you have 8 times the amount of oxygen, one times water. Let's say you have a gram of water of hydrogen and 8 grams of oxygen. Then yeah, you'll end up with 9 grams of water.
Well, no, it's the other way around. You need 16 parts hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen to get your 18 grams.
That's what I said. I said 8 parts
No,
oxygen.
you didn't.
I said the other way around.
Yeah, you said it the other way around.
Whatever, 8 parts oxygen. I mean, whatever. And 8 grams of oxygen, 1 gram of hydrogen. And yes,
you need 16 grams of hydrogen and 2 grams of oxygen
to end up with twice as much water as I've said. Doesn't matter what ratio. It doesn't matter what 2 numbers you use.
Of course, it matters what ratio. If you don't get the ratio right, you won't get water, Kosho.
The ratio was right. Wait, what did I say? 8 and 1. Yeah, 8 and 1 is the same thing as 16 and 2.
The balanced equation, it's 2H2O goes to 2H2 plus 1 O2. If you want to do it per just one water molecule, it's 1 H2O goes to 1 H2 plus 1/2 O2.
Oh, Doofus was wrong, Jay. He led me down a garden path. So I blame Doofus for that one. He tried to correct me, Jay. He tried to correct me. But I will yield. I will yield to you, Jay, and I'll correct Doofus myself.
I guess what was the context?
The context was making water from scratch with hydrogen and oxygen. So basically, I started off saying, get me 2 parts of hydrogen, 1 part of oxygen, mix it together, so I've got 3 parts water. And he went, well, it's not like that because you've got atomic weights and all that sort of stuff. And that's when he said the atomic weight of hydrogen is 8 to 1. So you need 16 parts of hydrogen, 2 parts of oxygen, and then you'll get 18 parts of water, thereabouts.
Oof. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me.
I think you have too much hydrogen.
Yeah, hydrogen's atomic weight or molecular weight is 1.008 gram per mole. So you times that for 2 for a H2 molecule, so that's 2.016 gram per mole. Then oxygen for O2 would be like 32 point something gram per mole. So oxygen far outweighs hydrogen.
He was way off. Man, I was about to make a bomb, Jay, going with his.
Yeah, I mean, it's right on the periodic table, right? You just look at the number, usually it's on the bottom, and you just multiply it by 2 for both of the atoms.
Yeah. Like when he said atomic weight and all that sort of stuff, that did ring a bell. So I did kind of go along with what he was saying when it came to atomic weight and everything. I didn't fact check him or anything. Now I know to fact check everything Doofus says from now on. Damn.
Well, I mean, all right, like there could be certain, contextual situations, methods where the ratios aren't exactly like that, but the generic ratio is that.
Have you done that, Jay? Have you put the ratios of hydrogen and oxygen together to get the equivalent ratio of water? Have you done that yourself?
Not necessarily in the way you're kind of describing it, with just using like these very specific ratios. What I've done is something. It's typically called the barking dog reaction, and you mix some different chemicals like carbon disulfide and some other things, and the final product of that is water.
Right.
The final products, and a lot of other organic and biochemical reactions. Just one of the byproducts that you form is water. But I've never had any like use of just sticking hydrogen and oxygen together to make water.
You said this is to make a drink called the barking dog?
It's a chemical reaction that's given the nickname the barking dog reaction. If you Google or YouTube, you can see videos of people doing it. It's the one where they put the reagents in a tube and light it on fire, and it makes that whoop noise, and the blue light goes up the tube.
Yeah, and then you get water.
Ever seen that demonstration? But the byproduct of that is water is one of the byproducts.
That's gold, Chad. Chad has hijacked your little table. That is absolute gold.
Oh, that is funny.
It is.
Chad is a funny dude.
Yeah. You got to be careful with anything you drop in chat. Chat will hijack it and rip it to pieces, make it his own.
Oh wait, White's here. If you're here, White, just let me know.
He's here but not here. You're off mute, Hugh.
Anyhows. What do you think, Bandsaw? You think your great grandfather, maybe a couple times great grandfather, was a slime? Slime on a rock?
Not a chance myself. Not a chance.
I
I'm
honestly,
not.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a slime believer. Obviously, I believe in a creator. Obviously, but like I said, I don't. I definitely don't. Even though I was having a bit of fun with Jay there, I do hold his profession and what he does in high regard to knowing how things work and whatnot. It's vitally important to stuff.
To me, it's a lot like I like magic. Actually, that's why I got into magic, was because when I saw tricks, I saw David Blaine do some tricks, and I was so impressed and curious on how he did it that I had to like learn how he did it and stuff. And that was a long time ago. But yeah, but in magic, you see people do these tricks, and it can be the most amazing trick you've ever seen, and one that doesn't have an explanation. And yeah, I mean, you could just say, "Well, I don't know how that happened. Maybe that guy's got some powers, or something's happening that I just have no idea of how it could possibly work that way." But you could also, try and figure out how it happened. You know what I mean? And there's always going to be an explanation. Um, so I think that's all that's happening with trying to figure out, how how humans could come about, just from chemistry. And I think it's cool that there is an explanation, but it's just not. It's not like anyone was there to record it.
Look, well, it is a long asked question, isn't it? Who are we? Where are we? Where did we come from? That question will never go away.
No, I don't think so. But I meant what I said earlier, that like I believe in God, but I also think that if there certainly is a God, then if we persist and in the way we are investigating the world, then I think that uh, we'll come across God.
So you think that that God put the process in place to get slime to crawl onto rocks and then stand up straight, Kosho? You think he
Well,
put that process in place?
I think that they set the rules in motion, and
Yeah.
is the entity that began it, and then provided that energy that is everything in the beginning. And I don't necessarily think that an outcome or this outcome was anticipated. Um, I mean, perhaps it wasn't. And I think that our experiences collectively make up the knowledge of this being.
Well, look, if you did have the ability, which a creator would, right? A creator would have the ability to get two little bits of stuff to collide together, attract together, whatever you want to call it, however it started, and from that, everything was created from that. The creator has the ability to do that. If you invoke a creator, like what is out of the realms of a creator? Well, nothing would be out of the realms, would it? At all. Really.
Sure.
So.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that? Well, if you're going to invoke a creator, which is what I do, that creator is all knowing, all powerful, all being. So
Why do you say that?
he has the ability to do everything because he's the creator of everything.
That doesn't mean anything.
Of course it does.
People create stuff all the time. It doesn't mean they know everything.
Well, yeah, no, they create things, yes, but they are the creator.
Yeah, right. But they're a creators. What was it? What difference does that make? I think that's an assumption. It's an assumption I don't make personally.
So you just think he's just like this dude that just creates things willy nilly? Then he just went, oh, you know what? I'm going to create two little bits of dust and make them collide, and everything kind of happened by accident from that.
not by accident, but
Exactly.
by consequence, not by accident, but by consequence of the rules. I think after the rules are set in place and the universe is set in motion, I think that every experience that this being has is a collection of every experience that occurred in this universe, and nothing outside of it.
So he put the rules in place for everything to happen.
No, just the rules, though.
So it's not really a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence, but it's like people do this all the time. Like it's like Conway's Game of Life. He did the same thing. He makes a program for these simple rules. Like if you go this way, you have to turn this way. If you are too close to this, you have to do this. Just makes the rules. Doesn't know what's going to come of it, and then presses play, and then the whole thing plays out. But
I think it's far more logical to think that a creator created things for a very specific purpose, which is what we see all around us with everything that is around us. Everything has except for man. Man really doesn't have a specific purpose. Like you put man to one side, but the whole earth itself, right? Everything was created for a very specific purpose, to interact with each other, to keep this living organism going, right? And man was put upon it, right, to now intermingle amongst it to work out where he went wrong.
yeah, maybe, but that seems like a big waste of time.
Really? Why?
Yeah, like you said,
why is it a waste of time?
he invented this whole thing, knowing what was going to happen, made these people just so they can figure out where they went wrong.
Yep, pretty much.
I think instead this creation was created for whatever reason. I'm not even going to know why, but this entity can only have experiences through everything. He can experience the entire universe through the universe. So through every rock and star, which actually don't have eyes and ears and brains even. So those are kind of useless experiences. But through life, they actually can think and see and feel. And this same entity is in everything. So he's in those things too. And now he's actually experiencing the universe in a way that he can actually record it. And then, through us, through us as avatars, he can actually experience the universe in a way that understands it, understands the rules, and not only that, can influence it directly and in a very calculated way. And I think if you think about it that way, that makes us very, it gives us a huge responsibility, to, act, just do the right thing, to not be selfish or whatever. But yeah, I don't know what purpose that would be, just to put people here just so they can learn where they went wrong.
Pretty much.
Like a punishment.
That's why we've got free will. That's why we are here, because of free will.
We're here because of free will.
Exactly right.
Seems like a waste.
We made the wrong choice, right? Given a choice, and we made the wrong choice.
What were the choices?
Well, eat the apple or don't eat the apple.
Yeah, but we never made that choice.
Yeah, we did.
I didn't. I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. It seems like if out of the two gods or entities, whatever you want to call it, the one that made the universe at the beginning and then had this immense energy, and then everything that came about through that. I think he is a bit more capable than this other one who's making people out of clay, and is making like horses out of clay, making people and stuff like that, and then making women out of ribs. Like, it doesn't make more sense. But the chemical reactions, that seems like much more impressive feat to create a woman than the clay.
And maybe, right? Maybe it's more impressive, but I think it's pretty impressive to put us here to work out the way. The way to get back. The way to get back.
Isn't it just a tad ironic that the the Bible says that we were, made from clay, basically, and its constituents say to people who claim that it's just chemical reactions that we observe, that we say that we came from rocks or dirt or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Then look, I don't invoke the Bible itself. Sure, I'll throw through things out there like eating the apple and all that sort of stuff, but I'm not a biblical kind of guy.
No,
Bible.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying you specifically.
Yeah, but I do hear what you are saying.
They put the bitten apple on the back of the iPhone. The Bible talks about the me, myself, and I, or the great I am. They call it the iPhone. You're not supposed to be prideful and take selfies of yourself and bring up false idols and all that. And that's basically what the iPhone is. Black cube. Also, there's some biblical references to that.
Well, also the guy did say be fruitful and multiply, and the
Yeah.
iPhone is a good expression of that. So it had an apple on it.
No, that's not. You're taking it out of context and you're mocking the Bible. That's not what it says. Sorry, Kosho.
Who is that one
I know
guy?
you're trying to get most words on Discord by a young man, but we'll just give you that award anyway because you're basically head over heels gonna win that.
Oh, thank you.
You don't have to comment on everything and act like you know every little thing.
I'll make you a trophy.
So you reckon?
Right. I got a trophy for him.
You guys
reckon the iPhone is like a satanic kind of symbol, do you, Rakia?
Well, it's definitely even before I even started thinking about that, we were like, God, everybody's on their iPhone. It's taken away from their, the talking and conversation. You go out to dinner right now, you'll see a family of 5 sitting down, and 5 of them have their cell phones out, and none of them are talking to each other. Or just walk down the street, everybody's on their cell phone. Drive down the highway, everybody's on their cell phone. I'm guilty, right? I'm guilty, but
sounds
it does
like
have
a boomer complaining about like TVs, dude.
Yeah, anyway, it does have the bitten apple on back. No one can deny that. And then when you turn it on, it has the globe.
What
as
if you
the
have an Android
default.
phone? Because I have an Android phone.
Yeah, I don't know if it has. I'm talking about the iPhone, Apple iPhone. That's the one I was talking about. You want to talk about the Android? You have some information on that?
I don't know. I just think you're like exaggerating here.
You think it's a coincidence they put the bitten apple on the iPhone?
Yeah. Well, that's always been
Okay,
their
that's
symbol.
cool.
That's
Yeah.
been like this ever since the fucking Mac.
It's been what? Yeah,
The
that's
Mac
not a
have that fucking
coincidence.
symbol, dude.
Right. So what about the Android?
I don't know. It's a pretty direct opponent in like the marketplace.
Okay.
It's
Cool.
not like everyone has a fucking iPhone.
I don't know where you're getting that information from. I never said it for sure. I said the iPhone. I'll repeat what I said. If you look on the
Apple.
back of your iPhone, if you have one, it's a bitten apple. I don't think that's a
So that's
coincidence.
always been their fucking symbol since like the 80s, dude.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Probably because their name is Apple.
Satanists.
There you go. Hey, that's a good one. That's one way. Yeah. Anyway, nice talking to you.
Well, it probably symbolizes the, because the knowledge you got from the apple, they were probably figuring, you can get a lot of knowledge from the computer or whatever.
It's Anton LaVey's thing about the story of the forbidden fruit.
Anton
isn't it?
LaVey was a fucking Randite, which makes him gross.
A what?
He was really into fucking Ayn Rand, which is gross.
Yeah, I'm just saying his version of the story of the Garden of Eden is that the snake was trying to free humanity from the bonds of ignorance and servitude, saying, "Hey, actually, what that apple is symbolic of curiosity. If you're interested in learning about your own existence and developing your own ways of, looking after your health or whatever else, then don't follow it."
Here we go, Rakia. The Google Play logo from the Android store looks suspiciously like the sigil of Lucifer when turned on its side, the seal of Satan.
The Android show us that. That sounds fun.
How do you know what Lucifer looks like?
Hold on. I'll put the link in the chat. There we go. That's the link. So when you, and it does look suspiciously like the seal of Satan.
Yeah, it does. I've never seen that seal of Satan before, though. That's new to me.
So
Some,
we've got
yeah.
Apple and Android all covered. There we go.
Android is basically, I
Look,
looked it
this
up. I'm good.
Christoid superstition must
Go
be
ahead.
destroyed.
Hold on, Red, you chopped Rocky off.
He might not. I might be have a delay or something. Did he finish?
Yeah.
Android definition in science is a robot with a human appearance.
Okay.
Never knew that.
Yeah.
Have you never read like science fiction?
Marvin the Paranoid Android and all of that.
Yeah, I never knew that.
Yeah, it's like Ripley. What's the guy in
Ripley
Alien that Ripley hates? Guy that bleeds white. He's an android.
Yeah, it's like a pretty common like thing in science fiction. Androids are just robots that they've designed to look like humans. Well, not just robots, I guess. I mean, like typically, like in fiction, like they're usually like very human-like in mind and body.
Yeah, I mean, usually the whole point of putting them in science fiction is to be like, "Ooh, you don't know who's the android," and it sort of usually turns out that the lead character is an android all along, or like in Blade Runner, there's this whole question of maybe he's one of these.
No, they confirmed he wasn't.
Well, it's talked about a lot in that science fiction is basically sacrilegious. It was fought against for a long time. Fantasy, it's against creationists, basically.
No.
Anything that
religions fight against anything.
Well, like
yeah,
Frankenstein
I
was considered science fiction.
we agree on. That I'm just saying that's what depicted as.
I don't know, like what was the fucking Jules Verne novel from the 1800s with Captain Nemo? That's science fiction.
40,000 Leagues.
Yeah, that's science fiction.
And it would be kind of weird if the first Apple computer, with the bit and Apple on the screen, if it was really sold at $666 or something like that. Wasn't that a like a goof or something? That's not true. Or if that is true, that is kind of another
666 being the number of like Satan is like unironically just like pop fiction, like pop.
Well, I know, but but even in pop fiction, like that would be another ironic, another coincidence that they're representing the Satan number, whether it's true or not, with the sale of the first computer. Since you said that, the bit and Apple wasn't a big deal because they always had it on their computers. So is the first laptop, what was it sold for $666.66, or was that someone just put that on the internet?
Apple did desktop.
As it was.
Yeah, the first laptops were IBM. My dad.
No, I'm talking about the first Apple. We're talking about the first Apple computer.
Yeah,
the first
Apples weren't laptops; they were the fucking Macintosh or whatever.
Yeah, the first
desktop is what I said.
The first Apple was sold for $666. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Another coincidence. I mean, it just when at what point do you not?
There are no gods.
Say there's not some satanic background in what they're trying to depict. But anyway, I digress.
It says that they did it because Steve Wozniak likes repeating numbers or something.
Yeah, I don't think for marketing reasons they're going to come out and say we're Satanists. But I'm talking about the coincidences of that particular company and their products being, you know, yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting. I didn't know that.
You said the first Apple computer was $6,666 or something?
No, $666.66. I believe I've heard that or
Oh.
seen that or whatever. I don't know if it's true. I've been told that was kind of like a internet thing to, you know, go against Apple computer. But the Apple bit in Apple is definitely on the iPhone.
It says
and then
Yep. So the first Apple computer went on sale apparently because Wozniak liked repeating digits, and it represented a 1/3 markup on the wholesale price.
And it just happened to be 660. So I am right.
Oh no, he was probably a fucking dork.
Yeah, I mean it's no you know no biggie that the same company has a bit in Apple on their iPhone, and then sold their first computer for
I don't know why you keep bringing up the
$600.
iPhone when it's just on everything they have. That's been their logo forever.
Right, I'm not just bringing up the iPhone.
You keep saying iPhone.
We're talking about the
Apple.
computer too. Sold for like the Satanist number 666. The number that
Second
does
of all,
represent
Satan's
Satan.
based.
Yeah, are you going to argue this point, or you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just think it's.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. You do get what I'm saying. Oh, all right, cool. Thank you. Thanks for agreeing.
Anyways, Satan's much cooler than the Christ monster.
Right. I mean, it wasn't $777.77, and they don't have like Bible scriptures on the back of their phone. They have a bit in Apple, right?
Oh yeah, why would they have like fucking schizo Christianity stuff on there?
Right. Why would they do that? They just happen to put the opposite.
Yeah, it's based.
Awesome. Thanks for making my point for me and agreeing.
Yeah. Christ.
Great.
Gosh.
We could probably dig a little
I'm gonna
bit
turn you
deeper.
down.
We could probably dig a little bit deeper if we wanted and probably come up with more stuff, but it's all just coincidences. Even with the Android talking about
Anyways,
science
eggshells, what have they
fiction.
been talking about? Just like this Apple thing?
Yeah, you got me. You cut me off again. Don't worry about it. I'm used to it. You done? Yeah. So then we were talking about the Android, and it's based on science fiction, right? And like humans looking like robots and that sort of thing, which is also basically in that realm of religious talk, sacrilegious or anti-religious. It's all probably just coincidences.
Is it possibly coincidence?
Yeah, of course. That's what coincidences are. I mean, but when you start adding them up, like you have one, it's the probability is really low. Some smart people could probably figure it out. But when you start having 2, 3, 4 with the same company, symbolism, numbers, what they call their products, what they represent. Yeah. Go into the
question
science.
do you think that there is a possibility or even a probability that by thinking that that's what you're going to find, you'll be primed to go look for it?
No, it's right there. It's on every iPhone.
But
I think
Gatesy and his patent.
I think go look for it. It's right there. I've always known as a small child what the bit in Apple represented. There's nothing wrong with eating apples, right? But I don't think there is. I eat apples.
How do you randomly land a patent number of 060606?
Yeah, and then sell your first computer and then put a bit in Apple
with a title Lucifer. fucking the light
Pretty fucking
within.
cool, dude. I would name my stuff after Lucifer because he's the good guy of the Bible.
How do you get a
There you
random,
go.
apparently random pattern number of zero? Like Bill Gates has got a pattern of 060606. How do you get that? Like, did he ask for it? Is it like coincidentally random?
Possibly be after the guy who's 060605.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
geez,
of course.
he's saying it's a coincidence. Bill Gates puts a pattern in it through Microsoft and
Oh,
boom,
this is boring.
060606.
I guess I'd probably need to know how many patents Bill Gates holds, and I suspect it's not one.
Second, like all these guys.
Yeah, but let's say it's 1,000, but out of all the
Most of the
patents
stuff about
issued, what would be the
Lucifer,
probability
aka
of
Shaitan,
having
is like
that
literally,
number?
Just
You would have to
it's
admit it's
literally
pretty
just
damn.
Christian fan fiction about like the Old Testament.
Yeah, sure.
Twice.
I'm a coincidence theorist.
Exactly.
I mean, they don't
I
seem
don't
like
believe in.
super
I don't believe in
strong
coincidences.
coincidences. So far to me.
What about
There's
an
not-
ability to see a connection between two unseemingly connected things? Used to be called paranoia.
Yes, that's what I'd call it. Hyper, like pareidolia, I think is a better word for it.
Well, it's unfound. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being paranoid, is there? Some would
There's
suggest that the
very
connections
voice.
are unfounded, but shit.
I thought being paranoid. I thought there was something wrong with that.
I wouldn't be paranoid if everyone wasn't out to get me.
The thing, it's their fault.
Yeah.
Doesn't Google have like a thing where you can look up all the patents? I already go for that.
The devil system has all the records, mate. Of course, you know that.
I don't think it has nearly 1%. That I heard. 99% of the internet's not even on Google.
Well, it goes further than that. I mean, I think the Bible says that the earth is the center and that humans are special, and science basically says the sun is the center and that humans are not very special.
Yeah, I think the
Those
science
tiny little
says
speck.
even the sun isn't the center. Even our own sun isn't the center. There is no center.
Yeah, the sun's only the center
Well,
of the solar system.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But in the Bible, the earth is the center made special for humans. In science, the earth is just one little tiny speck, not very special. It's another opposite.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you won't get any disagreement from me that science and religion are at odds.
No, not really. I mean, well, there's no coincidence. Right? So when science says that the earth is rotating and the Bible says it's movable, stationary, set on pillars, that's an opposite.
Yeah. One of them's
Right.
right, one of them's wrong.
Right, but they're still opposite, was my point. You agreeing? Well, you agree with one's right or one's wrong. But that's obviously an opposite. But that's what I'm pointing out. Science has taken the stance of the opposite, the text, or the Bible says they're stationary and the star, moon, sun, and stars are rotating above us in a circuit. Science says that the earth is rotating. That's an opposite. Science says the moon is a reflection of the sun's light. The Bible says the moon is its own light. Another opposite.
Yeah. I mean, the explanation I would give, though, is that it appears that the Bible's wrong about a lot of things.
Well, I don't think we need an explanation. You agree that those are between science and...
You're cutting out.
God damn. Can't keep my phone on.
Flap your wings, Rakia. Flap your
Grow up, Bandsaw.
Oh, Kosho. You and your grass seed simulation.
I think it's interesting though about the Apple thing. It's not that interesting though, but it is kind of interesting.
About Google Play though, or Google.
Yeah, but there's a lot of that. If you look up symbolism and stuff like that, there's there's people that claim it's in a lot of different stuff, like Monster and Google Drive and all that kind of stuff.
It seems funny that all these big brand names, like these huge brand names, coincidentally, someone has linked them.
I can explain to you exactly why capitalism is evil.
What's your favorite show?
I see what you're saying, Roland. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why there's like people see magic in numbers, like, oh, the number 3 is coming up a bit, and it's like, yes, but it's like nobody finds it amazing or interesting when the number 1 comes up or the number 2 comes up. So it's the first number that people can be like, wow, there's that number 3 again. And I think, yeah, same deal. If you then start dividing, you end up with 666 regularly because you're dividing it by dividing any base 10 by 6 by 3. I mean,
yeah, well, divide by 2. Yeah, divide 3 by 2, and you'll always get that number. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was my favorite show, Kosho?
Yeah, what was your favorite show? Not an adult show, but just a regular show.
My favorite show of all times is Grizzly Adams.
Okay, good to know.
Here we go. Any particular reason you wanted to know that?
Oh, not yet. I mean, yeah, yes, you'll find out.
Okay, you're gonna do a. Oh wait, you'll come back with something.
I just like to watch. I like to watch. That's all. Are you gonna live like that when you're older, Bandsaw?
He lives like that now.
I mean, are these the kind of Christians who believe God is omnipresent and omnipotent?
Huh?
Are you the belief that God is like omnipresent and he knows like the past and future perfectly?
Well, he knows the past because it's already happened, doesn't he?
In most
there
modern
was somebody yesterday saying that there is a sect of Christianity that believes that God can't see into the future, and that would explain a lot of the Bible.
Well, yeah, like
God's a bit short-sighted.
Well, here's the thing: like the idea that he's perfectly able to see and to know the future is somewhat of a modern, modern in the scale of like history. Is kind of like a modern idea to like.
Well, if he could see into the future.
Well, no, it's because he's supposed to like supposedly supposed to not even like the future. He not seeing the future, more like knowing the future perfectly.
Yeah, knowing who's going to sin and who won't, who will ask forgiveness and who won't, is a bit of a kick in the teeth for the free will argument, because either you have free will, hence he cannot know what you're going to do, or you don't have free will and he will know what you're going to do.
But if he doesn't know what you
both know what you're going to do,
if he can't, he's also not.
Not really.
It's not a kick in the teeth. You just need to use your brain.
How is it not, dude? Like, if he did, then he knew
you can have free
everything
will,
beforehand.
even though someone knows what you're going to do. For example, if you have kids, they go to the restaurant. I know
What's
if my
the fucking
daughter's going
point
to
of creation?
choose the chicken or if she's going to choose the fish. Because
What's the fucking
I'm
point
the
of
father.
creation if like
She
you
still
already
gets
know
to
how
choose.
everything is going to play out?
She
Like,
still gets to choose, but I know she's going to choose the chicken because I know better.
No. There's like no actual choice.
Because
like literally everything has already
you can
been
choose the chicken
determined.
or you can choose the fish. It's really a choice.
Everything has been literally been.
Calm down, guys. One at a time, guys. One at a time.
If everything's been predetermined, then like, what's the fucking point?
Well, you can know what your daughter's going to choose because of habit in the past.
Well, no, it's not like knowing. It's like perfectly knowing. Like you will know everything that has happened, will happen, what can.
Yeah,
I can
the
explain
creator
it.
who
I can
made
explain
you
if you guys
will
don't
know
ever
more
let
than
me.
you.
Let's see what
Correct.
you gotta say, Jeremy.
Logic.
Jeremy's trying to get in.
So, say it's a simulation, right? And you just set things into motion and you let the simulation play out, but then you can see the end of it. You're going to know what's going to happen, while as the people, whoever's inside the simulation still has free will to do whatever they want. So he can know how it's going to turn out in the end, but we still have free will. Like, just because he knows doesn't mean we got rid of free will.
Thank you, Jeremy. That's a fine example. Let me respond to that, Jeremy. That's a good example, because if I can write a program that has a random event, it has a random role in the program. So the program goes on, it does random stuff. So I see at the end of the program, I know what has been chosen by the program. It's still random as it is playing out, but at the end, you'll know what's going to happen. Same idea.
Yeah, but people are.
I mean, if he can know exactly what you're going to do, like what you're saying is you've got free will, but somebody knows what you're going to do. That's the two are, in my view, incompatible. If I'm definitely 100% going to order chicken when I go to the restaurant, and the creator knows that with zero wiggle room for me to pick the beef today, then I definitionally do not have free will. If something knows the outcome and that outcome is fixed before I make the decision, that is the opposite of free will.
Well, not only that, but like he
listen to me.
made humanity knowing that they would fall. Like he knew.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy.
Oh, there was a going. Sorry.
So listen, if we make a simulation, right, and we run it, we just set things into motion. We don't know what the things are going to do. They all do whatever they're going to do in the simulation.
No, but God already knows what we're going to do. That's the thing.
And then we can run the simulation forward, backwards, pause it in the middle, do all kinds of stuff, see everything that happens. Just because we know what's going to happen, they still had the free will to choose at the time. That doesn't matter.
So in this, this couldn't be a player-based game. It's got to be just NPCs, and there has to be no randomness, right? Because or any randomness such that we know the initial state. Such that
God created the universe in this idea that he's already all the quote unquote random stuff has already been when God created the universe, he already set everything into motion, like everything. From the rock that falls on a guy's head to you stubbing your toe was all predetermined and pre-known.
We run simulations right now. You know why we run them? Because we don't know what's going to happen.
No, God already knows when what happens in this worldview.
We do because when they're done, when the simulation runs, we could run a simulation and have it last 100,000 years and go and take 1 second.
The difference is
so we can see what happens at the end. But in the meantime, we didn't. In the meantime, they still had free will to do all this shit inside the simulation.
No,
did what it was going to
God
do.
already knows exactly what's going to happen. Everything, every little step, from you taking a piss an hour from now to you running out of toilet paper, right?
Yeah, there's not two choices. There's not two choices here, Jeremy. Either I am free to choose, therefore nothing could know my choice before I make it, or that choice is known before I make it, and therefore it's not a choice. There's no wiggle room for a middle ground. Definitionally, this is
that's a false dichotomy.
No. This is literally everything is predestined. If you know the future perfectly, everything is literally predestined.
Yeah.
Are you guys not hearing me, or?
No, I think your explanation is
I just want to say, I think A-Shells is confused.
Hold on.
I can't hear you, Jeremy.
Hold on. Jeremy, we can hear you, but you got that mic thing going where it comes in low and then we can hear you.
Yeah, it sounds like it starts
about. Just saying.
So let me. Can I read you the definition of determinism, and you tell me if this fits? The determinist approach.
It doesn't matter the definition.
Please. The determinist approach proposes that all behavior has a cause and is thus predictable. Free will is an illusion, and behavior is governed by internal or external forces over which we have no control.
Wow.
Hey, would you agree that when we run a simulation, we don't know what's going to happen at the end? But once we play it all out, once we play the simulation out, once we play the simulation out, we know what's going to happen in the end, right? We all agree on that?
Well, this is different from like the worldview of God in this.
You guys should address Jeremy's point because he got
no,
you
I already
behind
said
the
that I
barrel.
disagree that it's
Yeah,
not
it's,
similar.
you guys
It's
got
not
a false
similar in any
dichotomy
case.
going.
There's choices, there's randomness when it happens. Just because you find just because you know what's going to happen later doesn't take away from the choice.
There's not even later because every single thing that happens between now and later is already known.
That's why we say later. So
No. It's not even later because God perfectly knows every single fucking moment in this worldview. There's no actual later.
In a simulation, Jeremy, if you can program complete randomness, can you truly determine the outcome if there is true randomness in that simulation? I would say,
you can fast forward the computer.
I would say no, you can't. If you have pure randomness that this object can move here, there, or the other place, and every other object can do exactly the same, to determine that all these objects will actually all line up in a particular line, I don't think you could actually truly simulate that.
Exactly.
We run simulations because we don't know. We run simulations because we don't know what's going to happen. That's why we run a simulation.
The difference is that God knows what's going to happen.
You guys understand that?
Yes.
Yes, Jeremy.
Yes, but like,
okay, so we don't know what's going to
happen. That God isn't running a
Hold
simulation.
on.
So we run the simulation not knowing what's going to happen, which means all that shit that we have in a simulation, it's all doing its thing. Whatever it does, we don't know. We didn't control it or anything. It just does what it does. And then at the end, we'll know everything, right? We'll know everything that happened in the whole simulation, right?
Okay, so can I understand in this thing when we run a simulation, we don't know what's going to happen. In which way is that analogous to God? Is God running a human simulation in which he doesn't know what's going to happen? Or he does?
It's an analogy.
We could be in a simulation. Yeah. Oh, I didn't finish the point. We run a simulation because we don't know what's going to happen. So all the shit in it is doing its thing. We're not, we didn't tell it what to do. It just randomly does its thing so we can find out what happens. Then in the end, we can pause it. We can fast forward it, right? We can run the whole millions of years in 10 seconds. And then in the end, we know what's going to happen, right? So we could be in the middle of the simulation right now. We could be in the middle of the...
Just hold up. When you say we get to the end of the simulation and we know what's going to happen, that's like, which is it? Either we know what's going to happen, i.e. future tense, next, what will happen next, or we know what did happen. It doesn't make sense to go,
when you look at the end of the program, you know what has happened.
I'll give you an example.
If you're saying I ran the simulation once and then I know what happens if I give it exactly the same starting conditions to run it again, then I know what will happen. Sure, is that the suggestion that's what God did? He already ran through this.
You don't know what will happen because it's random. People make choices. You don't know.
Okay, so we don't know what's going to happen. Okay, yeah, that's what I think.
Look,
either
Jeremy,
free will or determinism.
If we are to run a simulation, right, with what we see, long distance observations for argument's sake, which is what we can sort of kind of do, right? I know Kosho's done them. He's tried to do these simulations, but it doesn't take everything into account, and all the randomness that's in the environment can't be accounted for. So we can't simulate it at all. So it's impossible to absolutely simulate everything and get a known prediction of exactly what is going to happen.
That's right.
Why can't you simulate everything?
We can't.
That's right. But when you run the sim, after you run it, you'll know what happened, right?
Yeah.
You'll know everything that happened, every move that happened, and then. But in the meantime, those people all had their free will to do whatever they wanted. All the shit in the sim, whatever happened.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, but this is completely different from like.
But the difference is, in the analogy you're giving, the creator doesn't know the end outcome. That's the only way you can give free will to the bytes or the bits in the simulation doing their thing. If you already know what's going to happen, then the bytes aren't free to do their thing. They're already set on a course. You can have one or the other, not both.
They are free to do their thing.
No, in the beginning, they were free to do their thing, right? And God fast forwarded it, saw the end. He could pause, see all the parts that happen in between, and now maybe he rewound it, and this is just us playing. He's just playing it out.
So you're saying that God?
This is getting close to a theory I have, a question I've had for a while. That if people say God is all powerful, can God time travel? Because I think if you had a time traveling God, then you could have both free will and determinism.
That's
because
the point.
you could have this God.
Let me give you another example.
Backwards and forwards through reality, giving people freedom to make choices, but he can still steer them by external forces onto a certain path where they still end up where he wanted them to.
Let me give you another example.
But writing, that also opens up the problem of like benevolence, right?
Okay, look, let me give you an example. Let's say you have a movie, right? You have a movie, you have actors, they show up, the actors are acting, they're playing their role. You have the stuntmen going through glass and shit. You have these actors trying to act. The directors are trying to get money. You know, all this is trying to happen, trying to make the movie. Everyone's busting their ass, right? Only God knows at the end what's going to happen, if the movie's going to be a dump, or if it's going to fail, or if it's going to be a success. But during that time that it's happening, all these people are trying to bust their ass to make it happen, to make some money, to do something. So those people are making their choices the best they can, but God knows at the end what's going to happen, how the movie's going to turn out. That's all. It doesn't take away anybody's choices.
Okay. Well, I was going to tell you guys, I agree with Jeremy. He's actually right if you think about it in certain ways. Like the way that time is described by Einstein, he says like it all happens at the same time. Like everything's happening at the same time, basically. And it, like the future already exists, and the past already exists, and all sort of type of weird shit. And if there it is possible that there is a God that exists to where he, like, if let's say it was just simulation, it wasn't even general relativity, it was simulation. Jeremy's right. If God had already seen the movie, like it's a movie, it's not even a simulation, it's a movie. God's already seen the movie. He's watching it again. In the movie. The parts are written and stuff like that, but let's say it's a real life movie. We all had free will and all sort of type of stuff, and the only thing that this includes is he doesn't have the ability to influence it over and over again. But the free will would exist, and also he would be able to see into the future and stuff.
It doesn't make logical sense, right? If you're a creator and you give people free will, that you know what the outcome is going to be. That doesn't make logical sense.
Either it's a movie in which it's already been written down and the actors are going to say those lines the same way every time. Hence, in that analogy, they do not have free will, or we don't know how the play is going to end because it's a play and any actor could change their lines on the spot.
You're missing another option.
Where's the joy in watching your creation do what it's going to do, knowing that the destination for your creation is already predetermined?
You guys are missing an option here.
You're trying to figure out what gives God joy. You're way beyond your capacity.
You're conflating two things, guys. You're conflating a God that has the knowledge of everything, right, with a God that intervenes. Those are two different things. So God could know the outcome of every single little thing, right? But he doesn't have to necessarily influence you. You still have your free will to do whatever you want.
Well, if he knows what is going to happen, SC, he has already intervened. If he already knows the outcome.
No, he hasn't intervened at all.
False.
Totally
false. No, he hasn't. How?
Really? If he already knows your destination, right, and your path, right, he has already intervened. Like the outcome is certain.
Not necessarily. Like, I'll give you an example. He knows that you're gonna die one day in an accident, let's say, whatever, right? Now he could intervene. This almighty being could intervene or not. That doesn't change. That doesn't change what you decide to do. Let's say you decided that day not to get in the car. You know what I'm saying? That I don't know how to explain it to you. There's no. If he doesn't influence, his knowledge of the outcome does not prevent you from having free will.
No.
I don't know if it makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that. Like he already knows the outcome of his creation. SE, he knows you're either going to walk through the pearly gates, or you're not going to walk through the pearly gates. Okay, then, and all those decisions along the way are going to lead you to the pearly gates, right?
Yeah, but how does that influence your decision? Let's say now, take me for example, right?
Yep.
He knows where I'm going to go. I'm either going to go to hell or heaven. Talk about the God in the Bible, right?
Yep.
Okay, now, God knows now. Did that influence my decisions in any way? Like I could have chose to not join a biker gang or become a scientist, right? Or I could have chose to join a biker gang and then, die at 30. You know what I'm saying? What influence of it does?
Because he already knows already the outcome of the decisions that you have made. Whatever those decisions are going to be, he already knows what the outcome is going to be because you are walking through the pearly gates. Now, I'm not going to invoke the Bible either or the pearly gates. I'm just using that as an example, right? Because I'm not a Bible literalist myself. But there's that's now we only just have a concept of free will when the outcome is already predetermined and he already knows the outcome.
Yeah, but you don't.
Bandwidth. Maybe it's
you
better.
don't know the outcome.
Maybe it's better if you think about timelines. Like, what if there's a timeline where you chose to be a biker and you died at 30, and there's another timeline where you chose to be, I don't know, a scientist and lived till 70. So you have these choices, and there's two different timelines happening. And you pick the one that you pick, but that you could have gone either way. Is that better for you to think of it that way?
Well, no, because I don't believe in dual timelines. I just live the timeline that I'm living.
But how do you know there's not timelines? It's just an example,
Yeah, no, it doesn't really.
What are you telling us, Jeremy?
The way I see it, like the creator's knowledge of what's going to happen to you, how can that affect? I mean, he knows the outcome, right? But you have no clue, so you're just going about your life.
Yeah, but then that renders him irrelevant.
Now, do you turn left, go down the alley, get mugged, or go?
In this worldview, like the moment God created, like creation, he already knew before he created it that, like, for example, someone would be going to hell, right? Like, that specific person, even like before he created everything, would be going to hell. He knew humanity would fall. He knew Satan would fall.
But you don't know who's in hell, though. You don't know who's in hell.
Like, if you do believe in a heaven and hell, SC, for argument's sake, right? I'm not saying that you do or you don't, but if you do believe those are the options, okay, of everlasting euphoria or damned Dalmatian type of thing. As a creator,
Dalmatian?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I know you picked me up on it, Ryan. You picked me up on it. You knew what I meant, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Why, as a creator, would you go? You know what, SC, you're the one that's gonna go walk through the pearly gates, and you, Bandsaw, you're the one that's going to take the elevator down into the fiery seas. Why would you make that, knowing that outcome, and then give me free will all along the way, and I'm still going to get to the same place, regardless of what I do?
Right. Oh, you're saying the what? Yeah, that's an oxymoron right there. Yeah. Now
you have to know
get
the
what
mind
you're
of
saying.
God.
You see what I mean, SC? Like this predetermined.
You have to know the mind of God.
Knows the mind of so now you're saying that the mind of God is actually going to choose a path of me of hell, and that's my outcome, even though he
You're
gives me
looking at
free
it.
will.
You're looking at it from a human, small perspective, and you're
looking at it from God's perspective.
You're making a judgment on God that you could do better in some way.
Well, of course I am, Godric. Of course I'm looking at it from my perspective, and what a narcissistic type of fellow to predetermine that my path is going to be in hell, regardless of my free will.
But that's what we're saying.
But that's
we're saying it's not predetermined. We're saying you determine it. That's what we're saying. You make the choices because we're saying you have free will, and you're saying you don't. But we're saying you do.
You're saying that he already knows the outcome, right? God knows the future. He knows what's going to happen. Right? That's what you guys are saying. What I'm saying is, no, he doesn't. He's given us free will to make our own choices, to walk our own path, and get where we're going to get on our own. That's what I'm saying.
You don't believe in free will, and that's sort of. I know this. Listen, correct me if I'm wrong. I know there's a lot of atheists don't believe in free will because therefore we're robots. We don't really make choices. There's no free will. Therefore, there's no sin. Am I right?
Yeah, well, I'm not an atheist. I believe in a creator, Godric.
Okay, well, you're an exception then. But I think that having choices and free will is completely separate from who knows all. No, there's no conflict. I don't know why there's an argument for that. Maybe we're thinking about it differently.
I don't think at the moment of creation he would have known the whole timeline, but I think 10, 20 seconds into it,
Jeremy, an all-knowing God would know. Okay, but that doesn't mean he's interfering with our choices.
I don't buy that though. I don't buy that all-knowing God thing.
Then you don't believe in all-knowing God, then, and that's okay. But an all-knowing God would know all. Period. And it doesn't mean he interferes with our choices. If you make a computer program, that computer program will function as its program, right? It may break down, it may do the program, but if you give somebody free will, they can make choices where maybe there's some randomness. They can make different. They take different paths left and right. So that's different. I think we're different than a program in that way. So I think we do have free will.
Let me give an example. We'll play God for a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
How arrogant of me. But let's say I'm God now, right? And I get an ant farm, right? That's my creation. Let's pretend I created it, right?
That's about right.
Now, I have the knowledge that I'm going to keep this ant farm. I'm going to feed them. I'm going to keep them warm, whatever they need, but only for 5 years because I have to move out of this apartment. Then I'm going to flush them down the toilet.
This
is a weird ass God.
Yeah, I'm a cruel God. I'm a cruel.
The story we're told about God.
I'm a cruel mother. Okay.
Well, there was a deluge.
So now, in those 5 years, right now, I know what's going to happen. I know their fate. I know they're going to end up in the river, right? In the St. Lawrence River. Now, but between the time that I got them and the time that I flushed them down the toilet, they were going about their business, doing whatever they're doing. I didn't intervene in their whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a case where you can have an all-knowing God that knows your outcome, your end, without intervention, and there it is.
SC, why didn't you choose to release them into the garden?
Yeah, I know, right? Just put them outside.
But that's a good question, right? Why would God create things like, why make pig delicious and then go, no eating that animal?
Hang on eggshells, but isn't that what a farmer does? They grow cattle just to slaughter them. They grow pigs, they breed them just so they can sell them. Isn't that like? Is that a cruel person?
Are we suggesting that's the behavior of an all-loving cattle farm owner?
Yes,
or
I'm making an analogy. They breed them just to slaughter them, just to make money and make them live. Is that wrong?
I don't think it's godly.
But is it wrong of the farmer?
No, not really. I mean, I guess in some ways you could see it as a bit problematic, but I mean, it's not wrong. But that's mainly because the farmer's not all powerful. If they were, they could just go, well, I'm going to give everybody sustenance without needing to consume a single thing. I'm going to make no sins. Why would I make anything sinful? Picking up sticks on the Sabbath and putting people to death for that, stoning someone to death for picking up sticks. Come on. Silly. It's weird.
Who was it that had the analogy?
Jealous and vengeful God that does that.
Who was it that had the analogy with the ant farm?
That was Jeremy.
That was Jeremy had the ant farm?
Yeah.
No, I did not use the ant farm. My thing is the simulation, and in my thing, it's perfectly okay for God to know what's going to happen and us to still have free will.
Look, you're breeding these ants, you're feeding these ants. You let's say you bought them in the mail or something, So technically, you're in charge of the ants, and if you breed them for 5 years. They have a great life. For example, they breed and multiply, and then the 5th year, you're flushing down the toilet.
You guys went down the wrong.
I just want to say something. No ants were actually harmed during this simulation. It was only a mind experiment.
You know, the God I told you I believe in. I don't think that.
Here's a question: do you have free will in heaven?
That's one
we
I've
don't.
wondered.
We don't know what heaven is. It's just
well, do you have free will in heaven?
We wouldn't know that. We only know on earth, and I say yes.
Well, if you have free will in heaven, why didn't God just like make the universe in such a way where you didn't require all these like mechanics of salvation?
Right. So here's the situation where a mortal thinks he knows better than God.
No, yeah. But God's supposed to be benevolent, right? Like, why would you want the suffering?
How do you know that?
Well, suppose like the common conception of the Christian God, at least, is that he's benevolent.
Suffering is an important experience in life, I think. Right. You have your own.
Yeah, but like
you can learn. Like,
wait a minute.
Put your hand on the fire, you get burned. You know not to.
Do aborted babies go to heaven?
I don't know. If I was God, I wouldn't put aborted babies in hell. But I don't know what God does.
Okay, wait. Do you think babies should go to heaven?
I don't know.
Well, no. But would you prefer? Like,
it's beyond my jurisdiction. I don't know.
Okay.
I think if you live the righteous life, if you live the righteous life and you put the effort in, I think you should go to heaven. That's all. That's all I can say.
Okay, so you have to put effort in. So babies don't go to heaven.
Babies, they make efforts. They do what they do. They cry when they want attention. They're gonna walk.
Babies are guilty of original.
You can't say they don't make effort.
Yeah. But come on, there's clearly a difference between that of a toddler and like a newly born infant, right?
We know that many babies die in the womb, and many babies die after they're born, and many children die as children. We know that.
Yes, but
I would say mostly they're not sinful.
Okay, but they're still sinful because they're fallen creatures, right?
So, you mean like the original sin?
Yeah.
Okay, so the original sin teaches us a lot. Okay, it teaches us why we struggle morally and why we fall from grace and do stupid shit.
Original sin is also the reason women
that's what it tells you about. So we have to guard ourselves from sin every moment. We're tempted. It's a temptation, right?
So babies are tempted by sin?
I think you start learning about sin when you're around 5. You start doing shit you shouldn't do.
So okay,
like lie to your parents, for example.
So if you're less than 5, you don't know sin, then, right?
I don't think so. I would assume no.
So okay, then they're like sinless except for original sin, but they still go to hell. But
I don't know if babies go to hell. I don't think you know that.
Well, okay, are they not saved? Like, I assume we're going through a Christian worldview. Like, there's no salvation outside of Jesus Christ, right?
I don't know if you can know if babies are in hell.
Okay, sure, whatever. I guess there's no reason to do infant baptisms.
It's a ritual, right? Just do the ritual. You have your faith. It's a faith. It's not a science experiment.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
You can't prove it or disprove it. You say the grace over the males. You feel like you had the blessing. That's
okay, but do babies go to heaven?
I don't know.
All right, I guess that's fair. But would anyone be willing to say babies go to heaven?
I think babies are born innocent.
I don't think babies go to heaven. Heaven doesn't make sense.
Well, no,
it sounds like hell.
If you count the
for me, listen. Let me say something. For me, the concept of heaven doesn't make sense. Okay, my heaven would be to come back down on earth and help people. That's what my heaven would be.
Why does it sound like hell writing? Why does heaven sound like hell to you?
Well, the way it's been described to me, it sounds like it is also lacking in free will. So I'm not free to sin or do bad things. It also sounds like it's perfect. So exactly as Godric just said, like one of my favorite things is helping people. Nobody needs any help there. Do I poop? If I don't poop, if I don't get tired, if I don't get in bad moods, then do I eat? Do I have good moods? How good are my good moods? It sounds like just this endless sea of boredom that stretches out for eternity. Like, how hellish. I would much prefer a short existence filled with joy and sadness than be subjected to an eternity of nothing.
You're putting heaven into a physical realm where you have a physical body where you
That's right.
have to poop and eat and do good things and bad things and all this type of stuff.
So sell it to me with the without the physical realm in such, like, because my two options are either it is hell or it is so far beyond comprehension it is meaningless to me.
Well, I personally think it is a place for your soul to rest. That's what I think, writing.
Yeah, so that's quite close actually to the Buddhist idea of you're not really experience, this idea that like all your relatives are there, including that creepy uncle, whereas the Buddhist idea is that life is suffering and nirvana is actually freedom from having to exist anymore.
It's freedom of connections and desires.
That's my best possible explanation. It's just a place for your soul to rest at peace. Like, it's done all its hard work. It's been down here, gone through what it's been through, and now it's just a place just to rest in peace. It's like a holding place for it, so to speak. I don't think there's any physicality to it whatsoever.
It's much different.
So I get that, but then that goes into this bounds of like it is meaningless. It is meaningless then to me.
Well, I don't know. Is your soul meaningless? Like, I don't think your soul is meaningless.
The experiences of my soul are, yeah.
Well, like Nirvana,
Well,
Nirvana, like once you reach Nirvana, you literally are meaningless because you have no more connections.
Yeah, you cross into not interacting at all with the world, being free from having to exist. I like the idea, but also that it would be rewarded to people who believed in a proposition largely devoid of evidence, and those people get rewarded, but people who were like, hey, I'd like to see some more evidence for that, get subjected to eternal torment. That also doesn't seem like the work of an all-loving creator. Creator does care about us whether we notice him or not, and he would pop down here every Wednesday to smite people with lightning bolts and stuff. Or he A, doesn't exist, or B, doesn't really give a fuck whether we think he exists.
Well, like if you drop the benevolent part of like the God, like it's a lot easier to.
For sure, he would never visit you, Eggshells. That's for sure.
He does exist, but he's an asshole.
It says in the Bible, man does not know the mind of God. Okay.
Yeah, sure, but like every time there's a rape, God lets it happen.
Like you've got the heaven and hell, and you've got the
free will, bro. Free will. If someone does
no. Godric, the way God, like if God perfectly knows the future, right? If God knows the future perfectly, He made the world knowing exactly every rape that happened and permitted it to happen via the way He created the world.
Free will, bro.
Eggshells wants to sin.
He gives you the
That's
free
why he doesn't want to go to heaven.
You can sin. Or you
No. But He also made the world knowing it would be fallen.
The world is a temporary place. It says it's gonna turn to dust. It says that.
No, because because Christ will destroy it and remake it.
It says that. So it's gonna shit like grasshopper.
But He made the world knowing that it would fall. I mean, God creates evil too, so.
I don't think God creates evil. Evil is a consequence of free will. And it's the opposite of good.
Does God know the
opposite of
future
righteousness?
Perfectly? Does God know the future?
An all-knowing God wouldn't know the future. Yes.
Okay, God doesn't know the future.
An all-knowing God wouldn't know the future.
So He is.
Who would think that heaven is boring? What kind of a person would think that heaven would be boring? Like you can have anything you want, do whatever you want.
No. A lot of those.
Because I tell you what I'd want, and that's motorbikes. But part of what I find exhilarating and fun about riding motorbikes is, in part, the risk that I might come off and break myself. Right? That when I managed to jump over a log and not snap myself this time. That's really fulfilling.
That's
Now,
right. There's no
Granted,
joy
you
and
can
there's
have
no
it.
pain.
And is there any
Boom.
risk?
Like a simulation in Star Trek. It's yours. Bam,
No, that
boom.
doesn't
There's no
sound
There
like
it
joy,
is.
that
there's no
doesn't sound
pain.
like the tradition. That
You
doesn't
can
sound
go
like
out every day and break your legs. Yeah, why not?
No, that doesn't sound like the traditional Christian like view of heaven. Like the view of heaven is that you're like in a perfected body and you like give praise to God for eternity.
I'm not so sure that's clear. I don't know. I can't really remember the exact explanation of the biblical heaven.
It's something about being in hell is like, maybe this is actually a preacher's version of it.
Well,
Rather
that we
no,
know.
like right. There's
Torment.
like two concepts of
one is having shitty bread for the rest of eternity, and the other one is having fruit, but it's too big to be able to eat it.
like writing. Like it's either like there's two views, and like the old view is like annihilationism, which is just like you literally just die a second time, you don't exist anymore. Or it's like the separation from God is like torturous. Thus the infinity of torture, et cetera, blah blah blah.
So, if you were granted a bike ride and a bone breaking every day, Eggshells, would you be happy?
Well, I mean, tell me a bit more about it.
There's
I go
no
for a bike
thrill.
ride. I
There's
break
no
my
thrill.
bones.
There's no
Hopefully
risk.
don't. Do I get better day after day? When I break my bone, does it just immediately heal, so there's no consequence for my failures?
No, you suffer. You suffer the whole thing. Like,
so there's suffering in heaven.
Yeah.
For you, yeah, because that's what you choose. Yeah.
No, because
Like,
there's a lot
make
of
it go away when I'm like, oh, that's too painful. I don't like this broken bone anymore. Does it magically heal now?
Maybe it does.
Your creator's
chose
got a
that.
giant probe
that.
waiting for you, Eggshells.
If you chose that, it does.
Giant probe.
Think of like Star Trek, right?
I'm willing to
Devil's
believe
got a
that.
hot barbed one, and the creator's got a
Like, look,
tasty
I'm
one.
perfectly willing
Take
to
your
believe
pick.
in a God, just not the Christian one, because the Christian one's supposed to be benevolent, or at least most Christians believe he's benevolent. Like a Calvinist might not so. So
yeah, just
okay. How about Eggshells? How about the Muslim view then?
The Muslim view is that
rivers of honey, rivers of milk.
Material
many versions?
rewards
47, 42.
Step back a bit. You're chopping all over Montreal. Go Montreal.
Who?
I was just saying, like the Muslim religion, right? To Eggshells, they offer you rivers of milk, rivers of honey, and a certain amount of virgins.
Sounds gross as hell.
How does that sound?
I've only once slept with a virgin, and I would rather not be required to do that again.
You had sex with them?
Like, what about some like girls that have known a peen or two?
Maybe if you could choose, maybe you could choose heaven, Eggshells. Would that be better for you? You can choose your heaven.
Anytime anybody starts selling this idea of heaven to me, it quickly becomes like so fantastical. It's not really believable to me anymore. That I can go for motorbike rides, break my bones, but they magically heal, and then there's
magically heal
virgins everywhere. It's just
you seem to be into pain, bro. What's up with you? Both
sounds ridiculous. Is my point.
That's the physical reality that you put on some people's version of heaven, maybe.
You mean like a permanent orgasm? Eventually, it'll get.
Come on, Eggshells. You could come back as my dog. I'm looking for a new dog.
I find this fascinating. Like he's offered a painless, nice existence, and he's saying boring. I want pain. I want broken bones. I want.
No, not that I want them. I want there to be consequences for my actions.
Listen,
I
I
want to
don't
be able to grow and change and improve myself day by day. I want to be able to improve the lives of people around me. If it's already magically great, then it's just there's
I'll
no
train you.
There's no interest.
Listen,
I'll get
I
some
rarely
treats.
agree with.
I'll train you well.
I rarely agree with Eggshells, but in this case, I agree with Eggshells.
You've got that already, riding. You've got that here.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I quite like this existence. I like helping people and being of service and making people laugh or think or cry. Not cry really, but and that to me is worth making sacrifices for.
But you'll take all that with you. writing when your soul's at its resting place.
Yeah, so an at-rest soul, just non-existence, that I can comprehend as sort of like before I was born or when I get knocked out, just sort of a nothingness. That's comprehensible to me. It seems like it makes sense. It looks if you ever see things die, they're just suddenly not conscious anymore. That the idea that it's just a sort of blackness without a color, then sure. But the idea that I can go for motorbike rides and have bones magically heal, it just seems
no, that
childish. It's silly.
I don't think that'll happen myself. But.
So pain then. Okay, how about hell then? How does hell, a lifetime of torment, how does that sound?
Sounds equally silly to me. It also sounds silly to me that people who were good people but found the word of God to be like just doubted this whole story are punished for eternity. That befuddles me. It doesn't make any sense to me. That this is why with all of these doctors and otherwise really good people and full of Hindus who heard about Christianity, but because they were brought up with this Hindu idea, they didn't really believe in Christ. They didn't ask for forgiveness. They just tried to live their dharma and ended up dead and punished for eternity for it. Doesn't make any sense.
This is why the Catholics believe in purgatory. So you can go to purgatory and stay there for a while and wash off all your sins and you can go to heaven. See, because they don't believe that all powerful God will do anything, not benign.
Yeah.
So an all powerful God can bring justice, and let's say you have punishment, then it can bring you to heaven. It's all powerful.
Oh yeah, it's just I think that there's the thing I said the other day still holds. It's the same view of heaven as it is of God. I'm like a flat earther about it. If you show me evidence, then I'll start to think it's true. But so far, I've seen no compelling evidence for any of this. Just men who stand to benefit from selling me bullshit, telling me that, oh no, you've got to pay me money so I can get a bigger, pointier, more gold-laden hat. And I'll tell you what'll happen after you die because this life is suffering. It just sounds like an obvious scam.
But these are just concepts, right? You can't really imagine what happens in another lifetime, in the spiritual life.
Mm.
Talk about it, but really we're not going to really know until we do it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Hey, Ben, so I need you to look in the chat in a second.
Okay.
Who?
Bandsaw, it's
Kosho's got grass seeds for me.
I don't have any fucking grass seeds for you, dude. I'm trying to warn you. I don't think you want to go to the bad place.
No, I don't.
Has anybody seen that TV series, The Good Place, about going to heaven?
No.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's a fun, like, quite sweet comedy, about this guy who's like, how would you put it? How would you put it, Whites? It's like this guy who's pointing out some of these problems with the idea of heaven and hell and who gets sent there, so he makes his own version of it. It's weird. Yeah,
it is weird.
It's really hard to describe.
Symbolism. This fucking devil show that Bandsaw loves.
I can't believe you did that, Kosho.
I did that? You think I used to work for the show and I used to make the outlines for the fucking thing, dude? No. It's devil symbolism.
Devil symbolism. Did that deliberately. I can't believe you photoshopped that to wreck my childhood.
Okay, man. The hardest part was putting the mustache on the devil, but yeah.
Come on, who didn't like Grizzly Adams?
Yeah, he was cool, man, but I mean, I like Apple. I like actually I like the Play Store. I buy apps all the time. I didn't know that was a Luciferian symbolism.
Neither did I until I googled it.
Oh, is that are you pointing out Luciferian symbolism in Grizzly Adams?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Found it. Jeez, it's everywhere. Have you seen that talk from some like Christian festival or something where this woman's explaining the satanic symbolism in Monster Energy drinks? It's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, well, that's one of the ones that all those ones are they can be convincing because there are symbols. There's so many different symbols. So it's like oh well, if you turn this 666 sideways, it looks like the Google thing. If you turn this random seal I got from a letter from Satan, it looks like this seal in the Google Play Store. And you're like, if you spell 666 but you do it in Hebrew, then it says it on Monster. Hey, wait, why did you change it to Hebrew? So why do you have to change it to this other language? Or why does it have to be this seal that no one's ever seen before?
Yes, that one that you've got to be told and then Google, this is the sigil of Lucifer. Like the same, here's the list of occult symbols. And
speaking of symbols,
quite a few.
Sorry to interrupt you, eggshells. You guys reminded me. Can somebody tell me what the hell this is?
Looks like
I think it's Sumerian, or somebody told me it's in the Inca lines there.
Oh, I know Incan. That's right. Yeah.
Has anybody ever seen this before on the Pope? Looks like a freaking alien.
Hey, thanks for showing us.
Are you in Livestream?
Yeah, Livestream text. Yeah, Livestream one text.
I got news for you, dude. The guy who copied it onto the robe, he did a really bad job.
You think it's like a scam thing?
No, I think he saw the old thing from a long time ago, and he tried to draw it on the robe, and he just did a bad job because it looks like really distorted. And
I freaked out when I saw it.
the thing on the robe has 3 whiskers, and the thing on
it looks like those. It looks like those pictures, like from Ancient Aliens, like that the natives drew on the rocks.
It looks like the futuristic utensil, like a utensil you can use as a fork. You can turn it around and use it as a scooper.
So why don't you make that item, Kosho? You can sell it.
Yeah.
Look at the eyes in proportion to the head.
Yeah. They're a bit off, huh?
Yeah. And what are those things sticking out of his head?
It's like whiskers and hairs.
I don't know. I've asked a few people. Nobody seems to know what the heck that is.
Look under his collar. That it's like what is it? The Young Turks symbol for their show. That liberal YouTube channel, Young Turks.
It's liberals.
Yeah, I think that's his. I think that's a symbol underneath his fucking shirt.
What is this brown circle that's they're showing you? Looks like, where's that from? Is that like from something else?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Somebody told me it looks like an Inca. You know those Nazca lines there?
Nazca lines, yeah. It looks like a Nazca line or some shit like from the Ancient Aliens.
You think he's like an Incan sympathetic?
I don't know, man. When I saw it, I went, what the hell is this?
Incan lives matter.
Yeah, isn't he Brazilian? The Pope Brazilian, I forget.
No, he's Argentinian.
Oh, well, then maybe it is Incan.
Why would it be?
You ever notice that the Pope wears a yarmulke?
It does confuse me, that crossover there.
Which one? The one on the GIF?
Which Pope is that one? Which Pope is that one?
Pope, I think he's the first one.
Is that the current one?
He's the current Pope, dude. Pope Francis.
Is it Francis?
Pope Francis.
Yeah, he's got a girl's name.
Are you up to date on the Pope, Kosho? You a fan?
I'm a huge fan, dude. Bandsaw hates the Pope, but I'm a giant, massive fan.
Oh. That's a bit harsh, Kosho.
Yeah, no, ban soda.
Apparently, he and Bill Gates have never been seen in the same room together, and their ears match. So there's that.
Holy shit! And he does look like he has these fake cheeks on. Imagine what kind of weird world we would live in if like that really happens. Like the things somebody said the other day with Justin Bieber and The Weeknd. Like, imagine the world we'd live in if the fucking there's really these dudes and they're wearing these fucking Mrs. Doubtfire masks and switching lives for a couple hours.
What if you meant the Pope in real life and he tilted his head back and his eyes were pure black?
I don't
like,
think
oh shit.
I don't think the modern Pope. I think he's as deadly as the modern Queen. They're you know, just figureheads for the most part, right? Plus, this Pope is a scientist.
He's a scientist. He gets on his telescope Lucifer and does some astronomy.
I think he's a chemist.
That's not science. Oh, is he a pseudoscientist? Oh, right. My bad.
I think he's a chemist.
He can make gold from clay. What?
No, I think you're thinking of a nuclear physicist. He's a chemist.
I think they made gold from something else, but it cost more money to make the gold than the gold was worth.
Well, technically, nuclear fission reactions, gold is an unlikely, but still present product. Well, Jace is here. Maybe he can confirm that. Maybe he won't. But yeah, it's an unlikely but still present product of a nuclear fission decay.
There's an article where they can make gold from other minerals, but it costs more money to make it than the gold's worth.
How do they do it?
It was an article, I don't know, but they were making. I think they were doing it like one of the colleges. They had like a vat of water. They ran some kind of energy through it. After so many hours, it would collect gold on the edge of it.
Oh yeah, if you can, there's gold in the water, so you could collect gold from the water. That's one way you can do it. But that's not creating it; it's collecting it. But there's you can create gold from a fission reaction, which is actually creating it, but it's extremely.
Maybe that was it, but the fission reaction was more expensive to make than the gold value.
Yeah, most likely. You know what's funny? The amount of we were thinking about this the other day, or not the other day, a couple months ago, about extracting gold from ocean water because there's like 50. I've heard this before. There's 50 pounds for every square mile. Although, however true that is or not, it still would be less. It still would be more valuable the water you extracted from that same square cubic mile of water. The water would be worth more than that gold.
Yeah, but you don't have to destroy the water. You can just siphon the gold out and put the water right back. No harm done.
The point is, you might as well do that feat in order to clean out the gold. I mean, clean out the water because you make more money.
No, that's very fucking intense to try and desalinate. Fuck that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You'd be doing that anyways by extracting the gold.
No, you're not.
How about from a natural?
No, you're not desalinating for gold.
I know, but that'd be the point: is to clean out the water and then clean out the sift through the material.
How about a natural lake like Lake Erie?
Anyway. We'd all be rich if we could just run a sluice down any beach. There's gold in all the sand down all the beaches. If you could just run a sluice for 10 hours a day, we'd all be sweet, but the governments don't let you do that. Imagine the debris running off out to the ocean fucking each day.
Go ahead. Who's going to stop you?
Oh, there's rules. They come down and fine you more than you can make in a day, so there's that.
How do they find you if you're not a citizen?
Oh, they have their ways, mate.
Go off the grid, bro.
Take your equipment off you. Yeah, you got to come in and then use your gold to get shit though. So you sort of have to still take part. That's why gold's shit. Give me butter or fucking eggs or milk or beef any day of the week as a store of value.
Putting yourself as an independent sovereign nation, bro. That's what you gotta do.
Mm.
And you start digging for gold.
I think we should have a crypto based on ghee. I was thinking about it more and more, and I thought maybe salt or beef or milk, but I reckon it should be based on ghee, which essentially still is milk, but a product from milk.
Isn't that butter?
Well, yeah, from milk. Yeah, it's clarified butter, but yeah.
Do you use that in your food?
Ghee, I do, but that's not why I'm suggesting. It's just a great store of value, and it just holds. It's got eternal shelf life if it's clarified properly.
Do you make it or do you buy it?
Oh, you make it. You simmer just normal butter until it clarifies. All the milk solids drop out.
Oh yeah.
How do you separate it?
You just simmer it, and it separates. Bring it up to temperature.
Do you use the remains of the butter and milk?
Oh, you can if you want, but it's high sugar content. That's all the lactose and stuff like that. So if you wanted to, you could.
Ghee looks like, if it's clarified properly in a jar, it looks like wax, right? Like a dark, thick, waxy substance.
I wouldn't say it's waxy. I mean, it's fat, but it's a dark golden. I mean, it sort of depends a bit on the breed of the cow too, a little bit there. But yeah, it's a goldeny, thick liquid.
Here's a question: is that healthy for you? Because the doctor said all that is cholesterol. You need cholesterol meds. You take that.
Oh, don't stress about that shit. Yeah, no, it's very healthy for you. Butyric acid, very healthy.
Is it like a scrambled egg? Is it like eggs?
Oh, eggs are different. Eggs have got protein and other stuff in them as well. So eggs are more like a balanced multivitamin, balanced nutrition, whereas ghee has just certain properties of fats. What was that, egg, Charles?
I said they're ideal for riding on. They make a good road surface.
I thought you meant going for a ride on like a serve of eggs, and then go for a ride.
No. I mean actually riding over eggs. In fact, that's what me and my girlfriend plan on doing. Keep remaking our intro where I rode over some eggshells. Just continue when we get to a new country, buy some eggs and ride over them.
Fair enough. Little tradition.
Rolling is not satisfied with the answers he gets to his questions. I wonder why.
You talking to a Glober?
Yeah, he's not satisfied with the answer I gave him.
What was his question and what was the answer?
He said, "Why can't I see the lights on the building in Havana?" And I gave him, like, does he need? I said, "Well, you need to get better glasses for starters." For starters, he goes, "What, binoculars, telescope?" And I said, "You would need Lucifer plus a really big fan for starters." Right?
Love it.
Do lighthouses work on globe Earth? Have you looked into that discussion?
Lighthouses work on both. Like, what do you mean? Do they work?
I think the discussion is that many lighthouses would not function to alert the distant ships because they're too far beneath the curve of the Earth. And the height of the lighthouse and the distance that the light is supposedly going is not possible on a globe Earth. You wouldn't see the light. I think that's the discussion.
Yeah, well, look, if they're to keep you off of fucking rocky coastlines, then I think they work just fine whether it's curved or flat. Because depending on their height, they can extend well past, far enough distance to let someone know, oh shit, here comes a coastline. Steer away, steer away.
Are you into the belief that the light curves at night around the globe to reach the person on the other side? Is that your belief?
Refraction takes place. Like, if it's curved and there's refraction, then yeah, I can see how light would bend in the model, yeah.
Okay, well, that's your explanation to why you can see it on a bend, because the light's bending around the curve is going to the ship standards in the ship.
Well, irrelevant of that though, like I think the straight path line of sight from an elevated point like a lighthouse extends far enough without any curvature, like needing to bend around any hump, to let a boat know that they're getting close to some fucking obstacles. Definitely.
Yeah, but some of these lighthouses are seen like at 40 miles, right? And doesn't that contradict with a spherical Earth should be bending down?
No, not really. Because what's their height?
Digits in the global Earth calculator, put observation height, put a distant lighthouse, and then I mean that's a discussion. I don't know that much about it, but I know that people claim to debunk the globe in that way.
Yeah, well, that's just silly. Without some actual points, like, maybe there's a story somewhere getting around where such and such a ship hit a fucking rock, and they shouldn't have hit a rock based on such and such, but, and they're using some sort of distances and heights and to actually, back this story. I don't know. Otherwise, you can just say anything.
Another
These
time,
fucking lights were bright too.
Yeah, I mean, you can
those
see them
lights.
long distance away.
Focused and very bright. Yeah. Would have been useless with some fucking sea mist though, or fog. Absolutely useless.
Yeah, sea mist will cover it up. You won't be able to see it.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the book, Godric?
Which one?
The Bible.
Harry's book.
The Bible?
No, Harry's book.
Oh, I didn't get through it. I got through a couple chapters. What I read was good. It was kind of like a self-improvement book. It was it talked about logical, practical ways to do this, do that. Speak for yourself. I liked it. I didn't get through the whole thing though. I like what I read so far. I read like 2.5 chapters.
Okay, nice.
I figured the Glober can write a book. Shit, what's going on here? So I bought it.
If a Glober, yeah, well, that's a good point. If a Glober could write a book, good point.
Plenty of Globers write a book.
Yeah, well, I had to see for myself. I was like, what's going on here?
And then there's Eric DeBay. He writes books too.
Eric DeBay can write a book.
He's written a few of them, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's Globers and then there's Eric.
I've never had the pleasure of reading one of his books.
Okay.
Was that a deal you got, Harry, or did you self?
No, they asked me to. Somebody had seen I gave a talk at a thing, and this person read my blurb about it, which they thought was quite funny, and then said, "Do you want to write a book?"
Were you given X amount of time to write it?
Yeah, it was about a year. The writing was easy. It was the fucking deleting that took forever.
Really? Oh, okay. When they came back, because they have what do they have? Are they called proofreaders or whatever you call them? they have many changes when they came back to you? Yeah, yeah.
You mean the editors?
Yeah, loads in terms of like this bit doesn't make sense. This bit's too similar to this bit. Put it together, like condense it. You know,
You didn't just ad hom them and tell them they don't understand. Crazy.
That's right. I didn't just ad hom them.
Good on you.
All right, guys. Good night. I'm going to dinner.
Good night, champ. Sleep it up.
Did you yourself give much pushback when they came back with suggestions?
In some parts, yes. In other parts, no.
Yeah.
Like it would just depend on what they were doing. Because originally, when it was commissioned for Pearson Life, who they own Penguin. They're a quite big publisher, and they had a whole division called Life, which was like random books for people for whatever. And then when they shut down that division, they came to me and they were like, right, you got two choices. Write the book for Pearson Business or don't write the book. I was like, okie dokie. I write the book for Pearson Business then.
Yeah. Was it something you just did part-time or something you had to like plow right into it like a full-time job type of thing?
Initially, I was just sort of writing it at evenings and stuff like that, and just sort of around work I was doing. And then for the last, like it was getting to crunch time and they were like, this is ridiculous. It's way too long. You need to cut it down. So then I went and did probably the poshest like laboring ever, where I went to a castle in Tuscany in Italy where they had what are called woofers, worldwide workers on organic farms. They had a organic vineyard there, and they take people on. Basically, you'd live there for free, drink their wine, eat their food, and hang out with them in exchange for working during the day on their thing. And I thought it'd be a great way to like go clear my head, and that's where I did like last 2 months crunch time of editing. And then sent it off. And then had to spend and then they sent me back the sort of draft with it all paginated and fonts and stuff chosen. And then I had to edit it, go proofread it again for them. And then when the book came out, I was like, you not remember the bit where I circled that spelling error? There was little spelling errors and stuff.
No way.
It was pretty bad.
What's that movie where the writer's writing his last book or something, or he's got writer's block and he goes out in the middle of nowhere in the snow and he has that accident? What's that one?
Oh, that Misery.
Misery.
That is a fucked up film.
Oh, isn't it? Where he gets hobbled like that is just.
Oh, that was scene just. Oh my god, it makes my stomach flip.
Yeah. And you don't actually see it. You don't see it, but even just the thought of it, like even now, you're just cringing. It was a brilliantly written film screenplay. It really was.
The book is better. I mean, I read it like years and years ago, but in the book, a cop actually shows up, and like the woman knows that the cop knows something is up, so they get in a fight, and she pushes him down, and she runs over his head with a lawnmower.
Oh wow! Oh, damn! she played that that part brilliantly. That actress.
Yeah, she hobbled Sonny Corleone. I mean,
Oh, is that the
anyone
guy
who could do
playing him?
that. Yeah, James Caan.
Yes, I think it's a great scene in terms of like filmmaking. It's a fantastic scene to show how you don't actually have to show the ankle breaking.
No.
You just need to build it up and show the shots in the right way, and you'll get it. You'll actually get a more visceral reaction than if you did show the ankle breaking.
Yeah.
Sort of the sort of skill and subtlety of filmmaking, I think.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why, to me, most horror films or psychological films are, but horror in particular, they're more like comedy, really, because it's just like, you know, you hear this thump and okay, and we're going to go outside, and you see guys with big creepy fingernails chasing after you with chainsaws, you know, cutting you up into a million pieces. It's almost comical, and watching
Yeah.
that plot take out. But I think one of the best horror films in the category of horror, psychological, was the very first Saw in the Saw franchise, where you just got those two
Oh
guys in
yeah.
that abandoned bathroom stall, right? and you don't see anything. Like there's the suggestion of the Saw and all that sort of stuff there, but you never actually see anything. Like you hear some noises, you hear moans and groans, but all the seeds are planted, they're watered, and you know that's
Yep.
what gets to you. It was absolutely brilliant. And then the Saw franchise went down the route of, now we actually have to show you every explicit, gory, graphic thing.
What about
And
Hostel?
I've heard about that one, but I've never seen it.
That one's fucking graphic. There's like 7 of them, I think. Hostel 7 or 9 even, maybe. Oh my god. But yeah, sorry, Ben, you go on.
Yeah, it's just too much for me, really. I just don't see the point.
Yeah.
You know, myself.
Interestingly, there's OK Cupid did some like they do these cool statistical analyses, and one of them was what questions to ask a potential mate to determine whether they will be a good sort of life partner, long-term match. And they said one of the interesting correlates was asking them whether they like scary movies. And if your answers on that match, you're more likely to be a long-term partner for them.
Really?
Which is interesting because apparently it also correlates with, would you like to travel the world, or would you consider traveling the world alone? And apparently the answers are quite often match up as well. Because it's certainly true of me and my girlfriend. Like she and I both hate scary movies. To me, it's just like, why would I subject myself to unpleasantness for an hour and a half? Like, I don't get the point here.
To see how real they can get it, to see how much they can put you in the moment. That's what I watch them for. How good are they?
Yeah. But I wonder if it's something to do with like where you get your sort of rush from, because I like it. I'm sort of mad keen on traveling and stuff.
I'm sure there are travel horrors, you know, stories where you travel around and people get cut up in different countries because, you know, different reasons or whatever. You can watch gory shit while incorporating travel content.
Yeah, I don't mean that they're mutually exclusive, just often people's answers. Reminds me, actually, you say that. If anybody else wants a good series, it is, forgetting the name for it now. It's about this serial killer in operating in like the tourist trail of India for a bunch of years, where he would drug and rob and kill tourists. What's it called? It's like The Serpent, I think it is. Based on a true story. Yeah, The Serpent. It's a pretty good series, and it is like when you Google it, it seems like it's actually pretty close to what actually happened.
What about that fucking, just on this sort of topic of criminals, serial killers? What about, it wasn't that long ago, there was a taxi driver who got caught with a whole heap of fucking videotapes, and the cops, had to go through the tapes, and they were tapes of this guy, bringing people home from like raves or whatever, and like drugging them, and then having his way with them. And these were all blokes, and he was a man, right? So that was his thing, and filming it. And he had this fucking pile of fucking tapes. And anyway, the cops had to fucking go and knock on obviously several people's doors to let them know they had been violated. And a lot of them had no idea it had even taken place and needed to fucking see the footage to even fucking believe it had happened. Could you imagine watching that fucking footage?
Watching yourself. Yeah, watching
oh
yourself.
my fucking god.
That's
you'd think
interesting
so,
because it also
but, hey.
proposes a kind of moral dilemma, doesn't it? Which is like, I mean, I think the answer is yes, but it is at least a question, which is like, should you tell that person? If
Well,
they're going to be
yeah,
happy
no,
or just not knowing?
exactly.
Are you really doing the right thing by telling them?
That guy's got a few people waiting for him to be released, I can tell you that. No worse way to violate someone is if they don't even fucking know it.
I had back in my single days, I remember I didn't really think about this until after I told the story to somebody, and they were like, and I was like, as I was telling, I was like, yeah, this does sound a bit weird, where like I'd found some girl on a dating app, well, somebody I thought was a girl on a dating app, who was like all into sending like naughty messages and stuff, and they were like, oh, I've got this consensual non-consent fantasy, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm, unfazed by that. That's something I can do. And then
whatever it takes.
And then rape fantasy basically. And then one day I'm like sitting there playing GTA at home, and I get this message, and she goes, "Come over right now." And I'm like, "What?" She goes, "I want you to come over to my house right now." And I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm not up to much. I can come around." And she goes, "And what I want you to do is the moment I open the door, I want you to just like forcibly have your way with me." And I was like, no, no, I'm not doing that. Like, we can have a discussion first. We can discuss bounds of consent. I can make sure you're.
Oh, you party people.
And then she's like, no, it doesn't work for me unless you just like go at it straight away. And I was like, oh, okay, are you going to be communicating your consent to me in some other way? And she's like, no, I'll be screaming and saying no and behaving like it's real. And I was like,
you have to wear a balaclava.
Okay, this chick's got a really weird fetish. And it wasn't until years later I was telling the story, I was like, I think that's possibly one of those cases where somebody tries to trick somebody else into getting raped. Because there's stories of that actually happening, where there was one where it was a housemate. She really hated her housemate.
Hold on, writing. I just got back. What's the conversation right now? What is going on? This seems
It's harmless, Gio.
Might
It's all
be
good.
PG friendly, actually.
True crime stories, mate. That's all. Very popular on other channels.
was not going to turn up.
Rumpus was not involved.
Maybe get him to explain to you how he thinks heaven will be boring.
Yeah, heaven's pretty boring. That's true.
Oh, I don't think it's the opposite of anything that could be considered boring.
No, not according to Eggshells, and this is on the cusp of. Afterwards, he's starting to talk about the rape story. So, yeah.
Yeah, heaven's boring unless you could take a shit, according to Eggshells.
Great stuff.
I mean, it's pretty accurate.
Or
Yeah,
break a
that's
bone.
pretty much it.
Right. Or kick some homeless person.
What? No. No.
Well, what is your definition of
I want there to be stakes. I don't want to be nasty to people.
Well, you want
to be
the
nice
good
to
things
people, but if
and
there's
the
no
bad.
stakes, if there's no suffering, then how do you alleviate it?
Well, what is your
exactly?
What is your perspective of heaven? What's your definition of it in this sense?
I don't really have one. I'm only going on what other people have described as an eternity absent of suffering.
Yeah, infinite bliss, infinite love, and pure harmony of energy. So are you thinking of it as like a physical location, or is it like a state of consciousness, or is it a spirit realm? Like how are you defining it, or how would you think about it?
Any of those? Like just none of them to me make sense. As Jerry said, like my question started when I was a kid, where like I had this question that I think I even asked our chaplain at school. I was like, do you poop in heaven? And once I convinced him that I wasn't just trying to take the piss and I was genuinely curious, because I was like, there's so many metaphors. Well, I'm not even sure if they're meant to be metaphors. There's so many stories about heaven that involve food that I was like, well, do you poop it again? And if you don't poop it again, like, do you sleep? Do you get tired? Do you get frustrated? Do you grow? Do you change? Do you develop your skills? If you're developing your skills and they're developing too slowly, can you magically develop them quicker? And if that's the case, is it that much fun having skills if you haven't really had to earn them? And just, the more questions I asked about any of that stuff, the less and less sense it seems to make to me.
Okay, so are you talking about a place that you're human? Is that what you're going for? Because a lot of those are human things. So are you imagining that you're in a human body in this place?
Could be in some sort of spirit form. Could be anything, really.
Well, yeah, there's so many different ways of viewing it. I'm just wondering how in that sense, because a lot of those things you just mentioned, some of those things are more human emotions and feelings and experiences.
Right.
Developing skills could be done in spirit and in human form, but some of the stuff you were saying, like taking a shit, stuff like that. I mean, yeah, that's that's not it's not needing to be happening. I mean, I think you could experience what if you need to, if you experience that. But I mean, if you're not in a physical body, why would you need to have those things?
Yeah, and that was some of the confusion to me. If it lacks the stakes of the physical world, if it lacks, like if it completely lacks suffering or incompetence or development in any way, then it becomes meaningless to me.
What were the things that you said it lacks? If it lacks what?
Stakes is one for me. Like, I want to be able to, like, triumph is only really meaningful or interesting or exciting to me if it is over some form of adversity. If it's just like, if I can just be the best motorcyclist, off-road motorcyclist, without having to put in the effort, then is it fun? Or can I ride a motorbike? Because I really enjoy that. And if I can ride a motorbike, is there still the risk that when I stuff things up, I'll like I broke my thumb on the last ride, not like broke the bone, but got some bit of bone lodged in it now that it clicks when I try to bend it every now and then. those stakes, that cost, means that then next time I go over a whoop and up a rutted hill and stay on and don't bust my thumb, I'm like, woo, I'm getting better. But I only can really appreciate the challenge or the cost, the improvement if there is cost there, in my view.
Yeah, I got you. Well, I would say from my perspective, well, yeah, I mean, I think that there are skills and advancements that we're all going through on the spirit planes and also in this physical realm. And this physical realm is just an embodiment of what we're already doing in the spirit planes. It's just a version of that. So, however, but I think like the tasks that we'd be taking on, like if you're not in a human body, you might not be actually like doing motorcycle stuff or like learning sort of human lessons, as it were, or going through human things. But there's other components of advancing and, like, for example, like developing your ability to create worlds, like actually create entire worlds with your consciousness.
Essentially become a god?
Well, I guess that's how you would define God in that sense. I'm saying, like, yeah, does create an entire world that has its own, an entire like set of operating functions. Also, like
how world, do you mean one that has like beings in it that experience things?
It could, yeah.
That's a cool idea.
Also, assisting in the concept of a spirit guide.
Tell me about it, because I probably don't get it in the way that you intend it.
Well, essentially, it's based around certain very like high vibrational entities and beings that have the capacity to support other souls and spirits, within their journey, support and in some cases protect and assist in various ways. So that would be viewed as like a pretty advanced kind of position, as it were. And so, if one wanted to become a spirit guide, as it were, there would be that journey. So that would be another like you were, in terms of the idea of like developing skill sets. Also, like helping others, which this would go with the spirit guide, like helping others to plan their lifetimes. It's like before we incarnate, there's an enormous amount of planning, as it were, that has to occur. So there's that concept too, like helping others to coordinate and plan their lives with other souls.
Yeah, it's yeah, that's a much nicer idea, because like the thing that really brings me fulfillment is improving other people's lives, and if that's not a choice, if that's not a thing that I can do, then yeah, it sounds like eternal torment. It'd be nice to see my uncle and my dad again, but for eternity? Eternity's a long time.
Yeah, I think we're all as one in eternity. So those, well, you mentioned people's physical names. So, I mean, of course, if they're not in a physical body, but meaning like what I was saying is that you referred to them as human names, and you said they passed away. But obviously, if they passed away, then the part of them that you would know in the spirit world would be their actual spirit directly. And you would also be aware of the lifetime, the lifetimes that you've lived with them. But that, of course, wouldn't be their human name, as it were, like their same name that they were in the lifetime. From that perspective, but what about the idea that when you're there, as it were, that you can actually, with your mind, like if you are like in spirit form, however that would be defined, because I mean, you wouldn't even have it's not like you have eyeballs, so you wouldn't be like looking at it even in that sense. So in this idea, it's like a state of consciousness that is unique. But in that form, what if you can actually create any environments you want to create? So like, let's say like riding, let's say you and I were in the spirit world right now, you know, and we're oh, remember that lifetime with the, you know, back in 2022 and, you know,
when I thought the earth was spherical,
or you were defending the globe and all this stuff, the whole deal. But like, if we were doing that, we could do that. But then what if we could also just be like, hey, like, do you want to go on a motorcycle ride in another world? And you could just instantly create that and have that physical, almost like in the Matrix, you know, when he's kind of in the different worlds, can experience. So it's like, it's not just floating around necessarily in spirit. It would be having that like infinite capacity to experience. Well, I'm not saying like from the level of God at that level. I'm not saying like just have I mean, at that level, yeah, the complete creation, but even just to have a part of that, or even just to be able to, like, if you could like rewind your life and then go back and see it from a third person perspective, stuff like that.
Yeah. It's like it's a sort of almost like if the afterlife were a lucid dream. The challenge for me is the stakes, like the which is just the same for me when I got into lucid dreaming. I was like, this is cool fun because I can do these like exhilarating things. And some of the stakes actually were there for lucid dreaming because I would know that once I started lucid dreaming, because I never got super good at it, I knew that I had like minutes of dream time. Like it could be a lot longer in the dream, but you know, like I knew it was minutes before I woke up. But in an afterlife like that, if there are no stakes, if there's no like risk or cost of failure, then will I care that much about about success, you know?
Well, I hear you on that. I think that would be one reason to incarnate. So you can have that.
Yeah, reincarnation in terms of these logical problems makes more sense because it, you know, it's existence turning again into existence, which is easy for me to conceive of because I exist. Yeah.
Like, I think this world allows for certain challenges and certain growth. The way I see it for myself, in terms of for my soul, for my spirit, this world in the lifetimes I've lived here has always been a place of assisting me to develop my own soul and spirit in various ways, and to have certain ways of like refining and defining oneself through all the processes we go through that are very unique to this realm in terms of being able to have like that particular experience here. Because like the way I see it on the larger level, this is my kind of like metaphysical cosmology, as it were, is that there's this physical plane. There's these, let's say, the human spirit world, like the human, where human souls go, like when we die and before we incarnate, that's where we come and go from, kind of like the train station. And that could be considered heaven in that sense. And that's where we reside, you know, when we're in between lifetimes and everything. But even that spirit world, like seeing it as the idea of like a train station, that actually is, even though it's its own realm, it's its own state and place, as it were. I mean, it's not physical, but even though it's its own kind of realm, let's say, it then branches off to many, many other spirit worlds, which are also connected to various other worlds. Like some of them are connected to other physical worlds that you incarnate in. Some of them are connected to various different multi-worlds and so on. So like from that human spirit world, there's even more beyond that, you know, beyond just this realm. So in that perspective, it's like if our souls are all kind of going through all of these different sort of places, and, you know, we're like building and refining and growing our awareness in throughout all of these experiences is how I see it. And that's what my experience has been. Like if you were to go back to the human spirit world and you went to another spirit world that had another physical world that was similar to this one, where you incarnated in a body and did stuff, and if that one was somewhat similar to this one, then you would already have all the skills that you learned here when you go there. So you'd already know, like, you know, a lot of everything you've learned here, you would have that going there. So it's actually kind of like a similar concept of like the way that they say in the heliocentric model, like galaxies and all that. It's a little bit similar, except it's not a vacuum with actual balls out in space. It's just in consciousness. But it is similar in that idea, in that way, where you could go to other worlds, and there's like infinite of them to go to, which is pretty intense. If there's actually infinite other worlds, how to even comprehend that? But that's my understanding of it.
Sounds like the multiverse theory.
Yeah, I had one experience in particular that really solidified that for me. So yeah, I was sorry, I had to just do something for a second. Are you still there, Riding? Or
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm not looking at the Discord, so I don't know if I'm talking. I was flipping different screens. Because that's the question. I mean, like, Riding, do you feel like you came here from somewhere, or do you feel like this is the first thing for you, this life?
I feel like it's the first thing.
It's the first thing. Your birth was the birth of you, and as far as you're aware, currently there's nothing else, basically.
Yeah, that's basically it.
That's pretty amazing.
I mean, I'm obviously an expression of a genetic code. So in some ways, I am my father and I am my mother, and they are their father and mother. And so in some ways, I am my grandfather and grandmother. And so there is this kind of connectedness and inherited wisdom, or whatever it might be. But in terms of my individual consciousness, as I am an individual now, I feel like I sprang forth from an eternity of nothingness and will descend back into it.
Yeah, that's very poignant that the creator can create that experience. That's amazing that it can actually create its consciousness to experience itself as an absolutely authentically brand new experiencing part of itself. Would you be surprised if you die and there actually is like a spirit world and we're all floating around and we're when I say floating, I don't really mean floating, but in the same sense that we do on Earth, but I'm just kind of using that as a analogy. But and if there is, all kinds of other worlds and other things and there is an afterlife that exists. I mean, whether it's the way I see it or whether it's another version, but I'm just saying, would you be surprised if that's the case, that you don't descend into nothingness, but you actually expand into something much more greater that you had previously just forgotten about while you were in this life?
Yeah, I'd be surprised. Yeah, but surprised, but it'd be really exciting as well, be like, oh, cool, existence continues. Existence is cool. Let's keep it going. And yeah, I would, it would be very cool. It would be, I would find it cruel, like unfathomably cruel, if it turned out to be like the Christian one, where I had to believe in a proposition that had relatively poor evidence behind it. Otherwise, I was being sent to the bad place where I'm tortured for eternity. That I would find surprising and awful. It would. I mean, I think I would even probably struggle to enjoy being in the good place if that's where I ended up. Thinking that there are other people who just said, well, I don't see much evidence for that proposition, and so I disbelieve it. And as a result, they were suffering for eternity. That would be quite difficult for me to enjoy heaven, knowing that other people were suffering that hell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like speak for anyone else's religious viewpoints or anything like that, and I'm not saying anything negative about anyone's beliefs in different ways. But what you just described there, it sounds like a demonic possession concept rather than what the, let's say, real sort of transcendental levels of consciousness actually are.
Yeah, it sounds awful. It sounds unfathomably evil.
The only hell that I'm aware of is that if you, well, there's like the idea of like the physical earth plane and then like the astral plane and then the spirit world, like that kind of three layers. Like you'd have the physical plane and then you'd have like a intermediary between the physical and the spiritual, and then if you went all the way, you'd have the, you'd be in the full kind of spirit realm. In that concept, there can be certain demonic possession states that can occur, which can be very painful. And that gets into the idea of ghosts, like ghosts that are like troubled and demonically possessed and, haunting houses and stuff. It gets into some of that stuff as well. But that I think is connected to one's karma and is not connected to believing in that thing you just said. And then if you don't, you get punished. Or I don't think any of that's happening. In fact, the demonic entities that are convincing people of that are also, well, they've like hijacked, the real ancient Christianity and everything, but they're actually preparing people so that they can try to possess people when they die. So they're actually like pre-training you they're trying to possess souls, essentially.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. I mean, that's like the Catholic Church writ large, isn't it?
Yeah, like they have entities that are partially possessed by their demonic entities that are in the physical world that are doing all of these various things so that when human souls die, these demonic entities can try to capture them. But that's a whole, I know what you mean though. Yeah, no, the concept that you're going to be like judged and then cast to hell for the rest of your life. I mean, yeah, what a nightmare of an idea that is.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe in their particular thing, it's like, what? I mean, that's just like a demonic sorcery of manipulation to even.
And it's also sort of transparently, like, it's what all the cults do, right? If you don't follow me, that way damnation lies.
Right.
You've got to believe all of the things I say, and questioning is bad. Like,
believe them all.
Yeah, it's so obviously just a silly scam.
What if they said we had to believe the earth is a globe, otherwise we're going to hell forever when we die?
Exactly.
What's funny is nowhere in the Bible does it mention, you go to hell for eternal damnation.
Right.
Either you're resurrected with a new body and you walk with the Messiah, or you're thrown into the lake of fire and you cease to exist.
Oh, really?
That's just the whole hell thing is just Catholicism's way of trying to control.
Yeah. This is awful, these.
Yeah, it's crazy. how they kind of inserted all that stuff.
Well, yeah, they inserted a whole lot of man-made doctrines and stuff like essentially 98% of Christians are satanic worshipers without even knowing it.
Well, I mean, it'd be the perfect way to do it, isn't it? Like that's the thing. That's some of what I go for when I challenge people. People challenge me on my idea of being doubtful, and that is, if you could be doubtful, like if you should be doubtful of anything, it's this proposition you're being sold without any good evidence for it. Particularly if inherent within it, and its lack of evidence is this requirement that you believe. And if you could be deluded, like particularly even about the shape of the Earth, if you could be deluded by NASA and stuff when the P900s and GPSs exist, and surely you could be deluded by a bunch of guys in pointy hats who tell you what happens after you die. The very men who stand to benefit because some of their method to salvation involves giving them cash and your kids as well.
I think that's a bit harsh to say that 99% of Christians are satanic worshippers. I think that's a little bit harsh, personally.
Okay, 70%.
I even think that number's a little bit harsh.
No. Well, I don't necessarily mean they're worshiping, Satan.
Yeah.
But their whole idea of what the church is teaching them is completely misstrued.
Now, they unwillingly or unknowingly may not recognize, say, some sort of symbolism or whatever, but I think it goes to the intention of your heart at the end of the day of who you are. Worship, I don't know. Worshipping is probably wouldn't be the word that I would use, but try to.
Yeah, like a lot of true Christians, they're really good people.
Yep.
But they're taking a lot of what the word says out of context, and they're following the man-made doctrine to go along with it. So
yeah, definitely.
Don't you think if it's possible to take that God's word out of context, that then we should also be doubtful, each of us, of our own interpretation of God's will? If we're saying those guys have it wrong and acknowledging that those guys don't know they have it wrong, then we could have it wrong and not know it.
I think the best you could do is look for similarities between other religions, see the parallels, and see what the overall message of all of the religions is. Because when you go into the Bible, you see that, like, just look how it was put together. It started out with like over 500 books, and they whittled it down to 66. Depending on your translation. So I think what we have now is kind of a hint as to what it's all about. And I'm not saying that the Bible shouldn't be read or understood. I'm just saying there's more to it. There's definitely something to all of this.
I've had this conversation with writing too about religion and how I find religion itself, and I'm probably going to rephrase it from when I originally spoke to you, writing about it. It's the hierarchy of these religious organisations which I find quite vile, because the normal people, right, are good intentioned. They are pure at heart, right? When you have to see, little old ladies, men, women and children holding fundraisers to raise enough money so they can so they can get some hodgepodge kitchen made up and then go buy their vegetables so they can make their soup and then drive it around and feed the homeless and all that sort of stuff, which they do out of pure intentions, right? And then on the flip side of that, like, and they're doing this all out of the goodness of their heart. So these people are pure people, but the institution itself, right, with the amount of money it has to just hoard like little grabblers that they do, it's quite vile that they don't just go to these people and say, here is the money. Go to the market, buy your vegetables. Here is a van so you can drive around and do it. You don't have to worry about volunteering to cook it, volunteering to drive it around, as well as volunteering how you are going to raise the money to do this anyway, considering we have already asked you to reach deep in your pockets, right, to donate to this church to help the unfortunate. Like, you've already done that in the first place, but we are going to hold on to this money like the little grabblers that we are, right, and not put it to a use what it was intended for. We are only just going to, we will do it, occasionally, just to give the appearance that we're a good organisation, but there should be no money left over whatsoever, right? It all should be done, are used to be to serve good, not to be held on
I
in
agree 100%, brother.
Yeah.
Sitting on a giant pot of gold, telling the rest of
Exactly.
the world that you've got
Exactly.
a direct line to the
That's
Creator,
right.
and you know how to be a good
Yeah.
person. The two don't stack up.
Exactly. No, they don't. They don't, and that's why I find, and that's why I just slightly changed it. Not the Catholic religion itself, but the hierarchy of the Catholic religion that make these choices on the parishioners' behalf. That's what I find quite vile. I really do.
Yeah, seems like bullshit.
Yeah, like the amount of money the Vatican has, like, if they were as good of people as they claim to be, they'd be helping everybody. Like there wouldn't be homeless people,
And in hindsight, we could look back on all of their stances in history and go, it turns out they were on the right side of that one. At the time, we all thought, Vatican, what are you doing? Why are you siding with those people? But then in hindsight, we go, actually, that's right. But I mean, they fucking sided with the Nazis. Like continually on the wrong side of things. It's just not the behavior of somebody who's got a direct line to the Creator.
I always found it perplexing, being brought up very strict Catholic, why money itself were part of the sacraments. Like the money was collected and then put in a bag and placed next to the altar. I always found that perplexing.
Well, doesn't it? My understanding is, I thought it had actually a deep history with the Catholic Church, that they used to sell indulgences, and you could say, I plan on cheating on my wife tonight, and the priest would be like, that's going to cost you, and then they would set a price on murder, on adultery, and all manner of things, and you could purchase, and they would also sell essentially tickets where if their dead relatives were considered to have gone to purgatory or hell, you could sort of scrounge together some money and go and give it to the priest, and they go, okay, I'll take them out of purgatory, but it'll only last for 6 months. So you better, drum up more money and come back in 6 months' time. Like, just awful.
That's grimy. That is grimy.
Yeah,
isn't it?
That wouldn't surprise me, Harry, what you just said there. But it puts an even more sour flavor in your mouth about the hierarchy of the church or churches, whichever one you want to. I presume they're all.
How could you trust them ever about anything?
That's why I turned away from it. Like I turned away from a religion. I turned away from God and all that sort of stuff. But I am on board with a creator. I came back to a creator, and that was after I lost my brother. Tragically.
I'm
Years
sorry to
ago.
hear that, mate.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, look, it is what it is, mate. But just I suppose is it for myself? Maybe because I didn't want to think of him, I suppose, just being eaten up by bugs and cockroaches type of thing. I wanted to think that he was in
Yeah.
a better place. And so is that me? That sort of influence looking through those rose-colored glasses that invokes a creator. Well, maybe possibly. Lots of things that I look around. I do see evidence of a creator. Now, I'm not gonna put a particular religion on that creator at all. Catholic, Church of England, Buddhist, Hindu, whatever that God is. They all preach that this God is a good God. So, I will believe in a creator, and if I go about what I've got to go about in a good way, in the purest way that I can go, without following these mantras that these religions follow. This creator will welcome me into a place that all these religions say that is promised. That's the kind of way I look at it.
Mm.
But I'm not going to be scared. I'm not going to. I think religion does like a lot of things, preys on fear of the unknown. We have the answer for you. Follow us. We have the answer. I think that's what religion does somewhat.
I think a lot of them do have the answer, but the answer is not obvious. Like you got to dig through so many layers of bullshit. Then you say, "Oh, that's what they're really saying." It's all fucking metaphorical, allegorical stuff, man. It's frustrating.
Well, do you think that's something I often wonder when I think people believed in a lot more stuff, talking pigs and stuff wasn't that weird for people back in the day. So was it all allegorical and metaphorical, or now in our modern sense we go, anybody who thinks they've seen a talking pig probably needs to go and talk to a psychologist. So we then put those into the realm of allegory where they weren't originally taken or intended that way.
It's calmed down a bit this afternoon, hasn't it? What have you got planned for the weekend, Harry? You must be tidying up all your bibs and bobs before you set off.
I haven't done any. I bought some boxes, but I'm in the middle. I'm working through a trainer's guide because I've got to train up some other people to do what I'm doing while I'm gone. Went down to the mechanic today because I had to change my sprocket on my bike, and I just stripped the head of the bolt. So that speaks well for the whole trip's going to go.
No.
And I took it down to the mechanic, and he just sort of shook his head at me and then put it in a vise and twisted off the bolts. And then was like, no, don't worry, that's free, which is pretty nice of him.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, it's getting pretty real now. Got we clean up the house today, show it to the landlords, to the real estate, and then got 2 weeks of packing, and then boom.
So all your stuff goes in storage, and then what? From storage, you're on your way, or you got a week or so staying in?
So we've got 2 weeks till we need to have packed up the house before that and put it into storage. Got to go up to the farm and drop my Hilux up there, so it so it's somewhere to keep it. And then the plan is on the 28th, I think, or 29th, we head off for the first leg, which will be 2 weeks riding to get up to Darwin.
Yep.
And then from Darwin, we've then got a bit of a month-long hiatus while we wait for it to go across. So we'll do a trip to the UK, see Liss's whole family and stuff. I've got to meet a bunch of them, and then back to Timor-Leste.
You going up to Darwin through the centre, or you going around the coast?
We go on the coast. Well, I don't know. We were originally going through the centre, and then because we're leaving in winter, we were like, it'll be bloody freezing at night. But now that we're considering the coast, I'm kind of worried because Queensland's flooding again.
Oh, really?
You're going to get wet. Yeah.
And riding in the rain is fucking miserable.
You might want to, go inland.
Go up the guts, mate.
Yeah.
Cold
kind
at
of considering
It's a different kind of prep.
Yeah, it's not. It's easier on the tires too. I'll have burnt through my first set of tires before I even get to Darwin. On knobblies on hard top.
Where's your lighter, Bendy?
Where's my lighter?
Yeah, I haven't heard it. Fucking like 2 hours. What's going on?
On the bench in front of me, mate.
Oh, fair enough. It's usually a prominent sound in the background of you, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep. Especially if you're getting passionate about something in a discussion, it flicks at quite a rate.
Me get passionate?
Like a dog's tail wagging, you know? Click, 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 click.
It's actually, I don't know, if it's in my hand, it's a bit of a, whether or not you want to call it a nervous thing or whatever.
It's a fidget spinner, mate. It's a fidget spinner.
Pretty much. Well, I'm always spinning it, you kind of hold it between your fingers and spin it round and round and round.
Yeah.
When are you going to show us more of your woodworking?
I showed some a month or so ago. What are you playing, White? The bloody gum leaf.
Playing?
Sounds like. Well, it sounded like you were blowing into a gum leaf there for a minute.
Oh, that might have been my zip from my jacket. Because, it is a bit chilly. Gum leaf, fucking haven't done that since I was a kid.
Chilly, it's bloody 20 odd degrees. What are you talking about, chilly?
No, it's actually chilly where I am.
Do some jumping jacks. Oh, we got you.
You mean star jumps?
Oh no, he didn't ask.
What's happened?
The rolling my boulder.
Yeah.
He asked, why can't I see from Key West to Havana, right? And I told him, get a better set of glasses. Was the first offer. He goes, what, binoculars or a telescope? And I go, well, you probably should start off with a really big fan, just to blow everything away first, and then maybe rent out Lucifer or something like that after you've set up the fan. Blow everything away. He actually asked that question in 24/7, and he's getting hammered.
Amazing. He must be onto the right style that they haven't banned him from there yet, because they're usually pretty quick on the old banning.
He's a valued member over there, apparently.
God, I've been asked to edit this document to like get it ready for a thing, and it's like somebody else who's made it has made a document and then put like words in sort of boxes or tables and things with gradient fill backgrounds in the previous one, which is all good and fine. But then for some reason, they've turned them all into images so that in editing the thing, I have to rewrite out half of their bloody guide. Why?
Can you use an OCR?
It's just small chunks that I did consider that for a bit, but I was like, it's small chunks that just won't, I don't think really. I don't know. Anytime I've tried to use OCR, it's just ended up being more effort than it's worth. And these are like just tiny little chunks each time where I'm like, I'll write out that paragraph. It's only going to take me 3 minutes. And again, and again.
Yeah, sometimes they're spotty. They're getting better though.
I've got a mate that's that was unemployed for about 2.5, 3 years thereabouts. He got laid off, and anyway, he just couldn't. He wasn't lazy or anything. He put in application after application after application. He just wasn't getting any responses to any of his applications, and he was getting really frustrated. Anyway, he's case manager at whatever job agency he was at was having a chat to him, and he just couldn't work out why he wasn't getting any interview, with any of the jobs that he applied for. And she said, "Oh, it might be the bot that is reading your application." You go, "Bot?" She goes, "Yeah. Quite often they have bots to read the application, and they do a lot of sifting before they get to someone that will actually lay eyes on the application."
Oh my God.
So yeah, so she turns around to him and said to him, copy and paste all the key selection criteria, right?
Yeah.
And put it in the smallest possible font you can, and then color it white so it just blends into the background so you can't actually see it, right? And place that on your application and see if that helps. Well, yeah. Then anyway, he actually did it, and he put it in a few applications, and he used this method, and he actually got a response, like a positive response for like a further interview and whatnot, and he ended up getting a job within 2 weeks by using this technique. And I thought, my God, that is crazy. Like, you go to all this time and effort to fill out the application, try and what you think may fill the key selection criteria, because obviously doing that is a skill in itself. And you don't get any response whatsoever. And his previous case manager obviously wasn't very helpful in trying to help him word his applications and stuff. But yeah, this one just came in and said, oh yeah, there's a way around the system. Just do this, that, and the other thing, and someone will lay eyes on it, and then hopefully they'll read your application and you'll get some success. And bang, he got it and was working. He was a changed man. But I thought, damn, like it's like this whole AI kind of thing. It's like, it's not people doing it. We're just getting robots, computer algorithms trying to, obviously it makes it more time efficient and stuff. I kind of get that, but I found that amazing.
My mate does a fair bit of hiring for a big company, and he does. It's somewhat understandable that they do it, because he does say that you'll do a role for something, and because it's a very well-known company, he said you'll do a role and you'll get thousands upon thousands of CVs, and if you just start looking through them yourself, you'll be like, this person does not have the skills I said I needed. Why did you apply for this fucking role? So yeah, I can understand that they did it, but it is kind of scary new world stuff, right? If a AI takes some sort of dislike to you, that's it. You're
off. You're crossed off.
Now.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Like, technology is amazing writing. Like, I love it. Like, the benefits. My son has set up his bedroom where it's all smart. It's voice activated this, voice activated that, touch this, touch that. Absolutely incredible, what he's done in there. And whether it's technology with your phone, whatever aspect of your life, technology can make things a hell of a lot easier. But it is going to make a lot of jobs redundant, like we were talking about the other day, all the automation and whatnot. And I don't see other roles that are going to be sufficient to fill that void. Like when you have AI that can do artwork or write jokes or even write computer algorithms and stuff like that. You've taken that human element out of it to make it more time efficient, which is fantastic. But now, all of a sudden, you've got all this other time. What do you do? Okay, then, well, instead of working 40 hours a week, you're now only working 10 hours a week. So what do you do for the other 30? And at least now, with I know I jumped down your throat the other day when we were talking about this, but people work out of necessity, of course, right? And you may have a certain skill set in a very particular field, but you may not be able to get a job in that particular field. So then you have other options. You can now lug round bags of cement and put them on a conveyor belt or load them onto a truck to fill that void, right? So you can get an income, so you can keep a roof over your head, you have food in your belly and your family's belly and stuff. You still kind of have these options, but they're slowly but surely, through all this automation, these sorts of things are becoming redundant and eroded. Even when it comes to house building, 3D printing your homes and factories and all this sort of stuff, you're taking out a lot of labor there. But now, what do these people now do? Do they all just sit around the plum tree singing Kumbaya? or everyone on a universal based income? Is that what's gonna happen, where the void just gets further and further apart? Because not everyone can be a computer programmer or a robot fixer or this sort of stuff.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's interesting about it, like I'm obsessed with the idea of an apocalypse, and what it means is that we are more and more fragile because, you know, back in the day, people would fix things with the tools at hand, and many sort of laborers or tradespeople or artisans were kind of artisans, and they would many times build their own tools. Whereas nowadays, like, it's just not possible. You know, before you used to be able to fix a car and all you needed was a spanner. And if you really wanted to, you could build a spanner yourself.
Yeah.
But nowadays, if the ECU goes on a car and you don't have the right program to reset it, that's it, car dead. So it's kind of crazy to think if supply chains break down or instability comes about, there's a good chance that we'll look around at existing infrastructure and go, well, it'd be great if we could get some fresh water, and we do have a water treatment plant, but sadly we don't actually have any of the tools to keep it running.
Yeah. Look, you know, Roddy, I don't know how long the farmer's been in your family and how long you've been a part of it. You know, I grew up on a dairy farm, and necessity was the mother of all invention, really. Like, something went wrong, you had to work out a way how to fix it, how to rebuild it. Like, if you didn't have something on hand, you had to think outside the box. How can I make this work? Right? And generally, you'd work out something that was, pretty much a permanent fix. Like, it didn't have to be fixed again. Like, it was pretty permanent. Not necessarily maybe the way it should have been done, but like I said, you think outside the box, you get the job done, and 10, 15 years, it's still standing, it's still working, it's still doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, like at our farm, we if the tires go on any of the buggies or utes that we've got, we just take them into town.
Yeah.
Like, that's undoubtedly a thing that you would have done before. I remember, in fact, changing a tractor tire with the guy that used to run my dad's farm. But super difficult process. You got to have the right tools. It's also, from memory, it's quite dangerous. I only have a dim memory of it because I was a kid, but there were certain bits where he would make me stand well back.
Yeah. When you're getting bloody leverage bars in there or crowbars trying to ream that tire off the rim, and you let go, things can go south pretty quickly, pretty damn quickly.
Thank you, my love. I'm not a pickle boy.
I remember as a teenager when when the farm ended up getting sold and we moved to town, and anyway, McDonald's opened up there, and it was a 2-story McDonald's thereabouts. You walked in, and then in front of you there was a mezzanine floor where you had other seating, and had windows from floor to ceiling, like 2 stories high type of thing. And you're either a pickle lover or a pickle hater. on McDonald's hamburgers. Like you're one or the other. Like there's no in between. And we used to get these pickles, and we'd be sitting on the seats on the mezzanine floor, and you'd fling these pickles towards the window, and they'd all get stuck on the window like up really high.
Yeah, I remember that too. And we used to get the paper that used to wrap the burgers.
Yeah.
And you fold it over and make a kind of you bend it in such a way that the pickle lies flat on it.
Yeah.
And then when you snap it straight, it goes wing and flings the pickle up to the ceiling.
Yes. Pickle abuse. I'm sure it was pickle abuse. Oh God. I heard some rumor years ago that the pickles in the hamburgers of McDonald's was the only thing that stopped it being classed as confectionery or something. I don't know if it's an old wives' tale or had any truth behind it, but that was going around for years. That one.
Yes, there's from something that somebody else had said the other day. I googled it and found that they've actually McDonald's has a section on their website dedicated to myths about McDonald's.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah, and they're like, no, this one's not true, and this one's not true, and it was like because the one we were talking about was that they claimed that they had 100% Australian beef, but they were only able to claim that because they bought beef from a company called 100% Australian beef.
No way.
And it was in fact not even beef or not even Australian or something like this. And they're like, no, that's not the case. While we do own a company called 100% Australian beef, it only has 100% Australian beef, and we would be in violation of advertising laws if we didn't. Something like that.
They definitely don't look like beef, that's for sure. Or taste like beef.
I love macros, Joe.
We've got a I used to love our local fish and chip shop. If you wanted a hamburger, there's nothing like a hamburger from a good old fashioned fish and chip shop. Like a hamburger with a lot. Like that's a real hamburger. And they used to make all their own patties and all that sort of stuff. They were just mouth watering. They were just, oh my God, they were the best. And then one day, we've done, because like once a fortnight used to be like takeout night, for us, and it was generally fish and chips and hamburgers and stuff. That's what the kids wanted. And anyway, we've gone down there and ordered the fish and chips and hamburgers and whatnot, and brought them back home, and I dived into them, and I've dived into the hamburger, and I've just taken a bite. And I'm going, what the hell is going on here?
Oh no!
Well, they had changed. They were no longer making their own patties. They were buying their patties in. So they were some frozen thing that was perfectly shaped and kind of all symmetrical. And it was just like, oh no, give me a break.
Yeah, I started making burgers at home, and the difference between a handmade patty is so good. It's like one of our favorite things. It takes ages, but just get. I mean, I don't mince it myself, but add in all the garlic and squidge it together and form it into a nice shape, and so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have one of those places that made, and I'm not sure if they made their own, but they had these enormous buns, and they made these burgers that had names like the Big Mother Clucker and stuff.
Yeah.
They had a challenge of like, if you can eat this whole thing in a single sitting within 45 minutes, we'll put your photo on the wall. And so it was like a sort of rite of passage. You'd go down there with your uni friends and see if you could get through the whole thing.
I remember this nightclub we used to go to every Friday and Saturday night. There was a fish and chip shop right next door to them, run by a Greek family, and you'd go in there at like, after the nightclub at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The place would just be jam packed. It was pumping. The guy was making a killing back in the day. And good luck to him. But it was a family run business, and everything in there was all handmade. Everything was handmade, even the chips. And they had, it was like a big washing machine type of thing where they used to throw all the potatoes in, which would peel the potatoes, and then the daughter would stand in front of this this big stainless steel holder with the chip press, and put the potatoes in and push them through the press, and out would come the chips. That's how they used to do it back in the day. Now everything is just all pre-packet. Pre-packet patties, pre-packet chips, pre-packet this and that. It's
Excuse me, sorry. How's Man of Concessions know that Bandsaw killed the VC? He must be listening on YouTube. Hello, future Man of Concessions. Yeah, he's just said in the chat that you killed the VC.
Yeah. Nate just throws around wild accusations and allegations.
Bandsaw is the straw that stirs the drink. I don't know what Nate's talking about.
Exactly.
And are we all the drink in that metaphor, Jerry?
Yes.
Can I be the ice or something?
Oh, you're definitely the ice. Noisy and clanky and just.
Yeah.
Who's Rakia?
Oh man.
The tonic.
I mean, I am allergic to tonic, so that could be the thing.
Oh, really? You and him bloody lock horns so much. So much.
Are there any Globers he gets on with though, or is it just me and Globers, him and Globers, or is it specifically me?
I thought. Look, I've got an inkling that you try to get under his skin a little bit, somewhat.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, see, yeah, there you go.
Probably a reaction to things I see in myself.
Look, yeah, he's been in here and had many a cooler conversation, calm and whatnot. But yeah, you know, there are certain characters that I think. Sorry, mate.
But it's usually only from the ones I've had with him on neutral territory, and or if his interlocutor is putting a lot of effort in to keeping the conversation calm.
Yeah, look, I don't want to speak for him. He's his own man and does what he does. But look, we all clash. We all clash at times.
We come here for it, don't we?
We all clashed at times, but you and I have clashed on a few occasions.
Yeah, that happens sometimes when you're wrong.
But and you can't accept that you're wrong is generally when we clash. Anyways, it is what it is. Really, you got to brush yourself off and come back and fight again another day. Which somewhat when you're talking about these things, it is a ends up in a fight, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Instead of a a discussion, you've got to prove us wrong, we've got to prove you wrong type of thing, instead of the whole kumbaya, let's come together and try and work it out together.
Nate's pretty good, I think. Since he's a senior, I think he's pretty good at asking questions and, as you say, making concessions.
Nate and I had to. I did that to him. I've changed his name. Nate and I have some really cool back and forths, I must say, really cool. But we're not adversarial to each other either.
You're not what to one another?
Adversarial. Is it adversarial?
Adversarial, yeah.
Adversarial, yeah. We're not really like that. Even though we disagree with many things, he'll bring in his bloody his Gungan shines and Globber shines and whatnot to the argument. Like
Gungan shines and Globber shines.
Yeah. All these things can be fairly easily debunked, and he can see the shortcomings of what he brings, and generally he has to concede the point.
I love it. You're just trying to bait him into coming into
He's probably busy, but we did a little thought experiment the other day, and he had to concede that the evidence that was right in front of us were the crepuscular rays, and thus the sun is, close and local.
Is that what he conceded?
100% he did, because we have crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays. All he had writing, all he had was shadows, on the ground. That's all he brought, right? That's all he brought to the discussion was shadows. It's just like, come on, it won't work. You're with your girlfriend, are you, Nate?
What's going on with my computer? Come on, I gotta have this done in like 2 hours. Only halfway through, and I gotta go back through and look at it all again.
Do you do everything on a laptop, Harry, or you got a PC that you?
Big old fuck off PC. I've also got a new gaming laptop for the trip, so I can do my editing there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Tell him to stop. I'm not going to stop. God, mannequin sessions. And then he comes in with all these little slimy tactics too.
You love calling people slimy. It's kind of slimy, man. You're not going to lie.
He comes in, right? It's crazy. It just throws something in there, like plants the seed, then runs away, right? And just waits for the explosion. Sits back, laughs, chuckles in the background. I know what he's doing. Hear him all the time.
Mm. Van, so you need to stop. You can't.
Do I?
Can't keep attacking Nate while he's not here.
Really?
That's what he's told me to tell you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Nate, seeing as you aren't here to defend yourself, that would be the perfect time to attack you. All right, one would imagine. I'm going to get no resistance, right? So anything I say about you will stand true and correct, right? Unadulterated by yourself, right? To try and muddy the waters, as you generally do, Nate. Yeah. Quite funny when you get so many people in the VC and so few kind of participate. We need someone here that can just like talk and talk and talk, like Jin. Right? If we say Jin's name 3 times, do you think he'll come in?
Don't.
Right? We'll get Jin in here.
I do find it funny that he talks like he's commanding an audience of thousands. And they're all, and it's like even the way he uses his voice implies that, like, in his head, they're all sitting in rapt amazement and listening with bated breath.
Oh, he does always address the audience. Right? He does always do that.
Yeah.
Bless his soul. Bless his soul.
Bless his cotton socks.
He is a man of good intention.
He's always speaking to the folks at home, as he says.
That's right. And he'll always give you something, right, to view in your leisure with a cup of tea and a scone.
That may or may not contain the thing he said it did.
I know. He did that to me one day, and I'm just going, "You've got a chin." No.
Yeah, that was the one about the court of law proves flat Earth, and I was like, that video is just a bloke sitting in his living room talking about water. There's nothing about a court of law, and he's like, "Yep, I'm a man of integrity," but that was clickbait.
So Jin and I had a good conversation the other night after Jose JG had his live stream. Jin was in there and I was in there, so naturally we argued, and then suddenly got on motorcycles or something. Most of the people left. The live stream had finished, and it was about an hour after the live stream had finished. I chatted with him until my AirPods were down to 1%. My phone was down to 1%. It turns out that we both worked in basically the same place in London, with basically the same job, and basically within about a year of each other.
Wow, a motorcycle-based job in London?
Yeah.
Whereabouts? Not the Ace Cafe or something?
No. It's I was a courier, motorcycle courier.
Oh wow,
and so
very
was
cool.
he. I worked for Pony Express, and Jin worked for another company. I can't remember the name of it. And we started telling each other stories. When you've been a dispatch rider, you accumulate stories pretty quickly. I tell my kids these stories. He had a few, and he if you know the UK at all, the M4 comes from Wales down into London, or across the country, the south into London. I had broken down, or I had an incident on the M4, and he had an incident on the M4. It was so many different things that were similar. It was quite remarkable. So I talked with him until my phone was literally about to die, and it was pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. You know, so I hit him with every motorcycle reference I could think of from that era, and he understood every one of them. So he was absolutely authentic. You know what I mean? It was good. It was really good.
He tells some really good stories about his experiences with his motorcycle courier days, taking film into some studio. I think is one of them. Where they do all the the CGI and fake moon landings and all that sort of stuff. No, he didn't say that bit.
In 1980 CGI anyway. So he told me something like that, and I have a great story from that, very very similar to that. I picked up. I went to Pinewood Studios in London to pick up a package, and it turned out the package I was picking up was Sigourney Weaver's copy of the script to Aliens.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
So I was the courier that delivered that package to Sigourney Weaver. So that's one of my stories. This is one. I met a few other people, but that was one of them.
Don't you find it amazing, Hugh, that we can measure, right, a telescope lens down to a billionth of a millimeter? A billionth of a millimeter. That's amazing, isn't it? Like a billionth of a millimeter. I find that incredible that we can do that. Yeah, absolutely incredible. But we can't measure the curvature in water. What are you guys doing? Like, what the hell? Like a billionth of a millimeter. You can't even show me a billionth of a millimeter of curvature in water. Like,
I mean, I reckon the people who can make a lens down to a billionth of a millimeter could measure curvature of water if they so chose to.
Well,
they
haven't.
they're definitely those two things are comparable. Oh yes. They can. What are the classic one is they can send them out to the moon, but they can't make this whatever it is. I love that one.
Well, they have. Look,
Here we go.
when we get to the moon, that will be an amazing feat. That will be an amazing feat when we get there.
I'm still interested in hearing. Still interested in hearing how, if the moon is so close, it can't be. You can't get there. I really love to hear about that.
I agree.
This is what I was going to say to you. There is a new meme, it sounds to me, like developing within Flat Earth, because I heard somebody ask Bandy the other day, I know we haven't been there, but could we go there? And I've heard since then more than a few Flat Earthers entertain the idea of possibly one day going to the moon.
Oh, I definitely said the other day, I think my response writing was, it looks close enough that you could go there. Right, so why wouldn't you aim to get there? Why wouldn't you? Like it looks that close. Like, I'm not going to deny that at all.
Bandy and I you and I have discussed this. We've talked about rockets, and you know, if the moon is close, there should be no physical reason why you shouldn't be able to go there. If there's no dome in the way, if the moon is inside the dome, and there's no Van Allen belts, there's nothing to get in the way. It's inside the dome. It's according to someone who just debated. I've forgotten who it was. It said that the moon was 100 miles away. It was someone talking about the distance that you can zoom in on a P900, and it was 100. It was 100 miles. Therefore, you can see the moon. Therefore, the moon is 100 miles away. 100 miles is not very far. So it is. You know, you ask the question: is it physically possible? Would it be physically possible to reach the moon if it's inside the dome and only 100 miles away? And the answer is, of course, yes.
Well, that's
contradiction.
Well, no. Well, that's if it is only 100 miles away. It could be. It could be 3,549 kilometers away.
Right. That's okay.
Right. So I'm not going to put any claim to a dome, but the sun and the moon themselves look like they are inside that dome. They definitely look that way.
Because you need it to be inside the dome to get the reflections you need to make the Antarctic 24-hour sun work. Okay, so you have to have the sun and moon inside the dome.
Well, no, it's in Antarctica. It's 24-hour sunlight, not 24-hour sun.
Well, you can see the sun.
No.
Well, no, Bandy. You can see the sun. That's the point.
Therefore, it's but when we show them videos and it goes behind clouds, it therefore isn't 24-hour sun.
The best one you've got, I think, goes for 21 hours.
That's long enough.
I think that. Well, that's 21 hours, right? It's not 24. Like, you're falling 3 hours short of 24. Right? 24 is pretty explicit.
If you look at the shape and the if you want to call it a model, I'm going to call it literally a model, like a model aircraft, like an airfix kit. If you look at the shape, every time it's depicted by flat earthers, for example, at the flat Earth conferences, there are guys there selling models of their flat Earth, which is basically a disc with a dome over it. All right. So picture your son flying around Antarctica, and now try to imagine how that would all work out if the sun is circling. It would be dark. There's no way we could stay light.
Well, firstly, I'm not going to adopt their model. I haven't even seen their model. Their model seems to fall short a little bit of what my model would look like. Because my model is flawless. you. Right? Absolutely flawless.
Everyone
Right?
has
My
a.
model.
How many models are there?
How many do you want?
How many flat earthers are there?
There's only one model. That's my model. Right? We don't need any more models than my model. Okay.
I want a supermodel.
So yeah.
One model to
So
rule them all.
and look, you got many different explanations. You got the old coffee cup caustic effect. Like, there's many things that can explain all these things. There may be two suns. There could be four moons. There could
Oh,
be any number of these things. That
two
no,
suns,
we
one
really
shadow. Okay.
Yes, I think quite a few people think there are two moons to explain. What's the two moons trying to explain?
The solar eclipse.
There, maybe that's it. Yeah.
There you go. And that's not really a difficult thing to get your head around. When you look at the sky, everything, right, is in perfect synchrony, right?
Well,
Is
I've
perfectly synced, right? So to have
yeah.
a second moon, all right, have a cycle at some stage and come in and interact where we are, right? That's not really a difficult thing to get your head around. It's quite simple, really.
It is.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
then.
not difficult to conceive of.
No.
It's lacking evidence.
Well,
that's what I mean. It isn't. If you just want to use your imagination and imagine things, but if you want to try and figure out, I mean, give it the best shot and figure it out how it would actually work in practice. And the other thing is trying to actually model it. And I know we don't live a model. I know that, but you can model it. If you can model it, if you can model anything about the flat Earth and make it work, I'll be impressed. For example,
what do you want to model for? Like the stuff over your head? Like I too can sit underneath a pear tree, right, and look up at the stars, right, and I can write a couple of algorithms, right, and go, this is what's above my head, right, and then all of a sudden, right, tomorrow I go sit under the plum tree, right, and I look up at the stars and I go, oh damn, I see a different star now that doesn't quite fit my algorithm. I now have to come up with a different algorithm that works with my first algorithm, right, to make everything kind of work, right? And now I've got to think of some fancy name. So I will call it the bathtub vortex, right? And that's what's happening above. That's what's happening above my head, because now I have an equation that matches the movement of the bathtub vortex, right? And then the day after that, right? I look up there again and I go, oh damn, there's a star and it blinks 3 times really quickly, 3 times really slowly, and I need another algorithm to explain that one. Okay, then. That's what I do. So all I do is come up with these different algorithms to explain what part of the sky I'm looking at that particular time, because my algorithm hasn't matched the very, very first one, right? Which really doesn't describe about anything what's happening down here underneath my feet. Doesn't really
okay. What I'm really talking about is a flat Earth version, and I appreciate you were you went into detail there, because it gave me a chance to remember what the name of the app is called, or whatever it is. What you need is a working, functioning version, flat Earth version of Stellarium.
Oh,
yeah,
why?
that'd be pretty good.
So
for what purpose, Hugh? Why do I need a working version app of Stellarium? Like what good is a working version of Stellarium gonna do for me? Like, how is that gonna help me get milk and bread tomorrow? How is that gonna help me fill up my car? How is that gonna help me choose the latest greatest bandsaw blade that I have to get next week? How is this going to help me with any of those things that are really important?
Well, for one, I think it would make you extraordinarily famous and wealthy. So all of those things would certainly become a lot easier because you'd be able to afford as many.
You could have a man. You could have a man.
You know what I don't need?
You could
I
send
don't
your
need.
man out to get it.
Well, I don't need fame and fortune because I have all the fame and fortune that I want. I'm the richest guy in the world.
Do you want
To be
other
quite honest
people
with you.
to recognize the reality of the flat Earth?
Look, it's up to them what they realise and where they live,
This is a
Friday.
curious thing.
That is not for me to tell you or anyone. I have my thoughts, my beliefs. I'm an individual. You
I find
can't
it
fool
very,
me.
very, very fascinating. I really do. There are people, Austin is one, Nathan's another, there are others, and they'll literally give up their jobs, give up their lives, and devote 100% of their time to this. But it isn't. But it isn't something they can devote 100% of the time to actually proving. For example, creating an app, a flat Earth version of Stellarium that would actually prove to people that the flat Earth model is possible. The flat Earth is possible to model, which would take it off. That would take it off the out of the realm of Discord and YouTube and all the discussions and chats and into the realm of science.
Okay.
Which
and
apparently
maybe
is the goal, right?
And maybe Hugh, making an app for Stellarium isn't his skill set. Maybe learning the skill set to make an app for Stellarium, he has no interest in. Like, have you asked him these questions? Like, if he actually wants to do it, maybe that's not his desire. Maybe he has looked within himself, right, and he has worked out what path that he wants to walk for himself. Like, who is it to you for you to go, you know what? I need a working map of Stellarium, right, to help me get on board. Well, I don't see why.
Well, if flat Earth could be modeled, it would be modeled.
There's people who believe in the glob and don't know the model. There's people who believe in flat Earth who don't need a model. If you need a model for flat Earth, and you're free to do whatever you want and make one, and then you'll wind up right back.
I'll be very clear. You need a
You'll
model.
have people saying, "Well, how does this work?" It's like flat Earth. What's up,
Jerry? My dear friend. With respect, you need a model. If you can't model flat Earth, you can't just simply model it. It's not complicated. If you simply model how the flat Earth works in practice, in reality, you model it out. No, you can't. If you can do that, then you could have something to compete with the globe. Okay.
You guys can't even model
how. So what do you want a model of?
Okay.
No, I was going to say,
what can't we?
What do you want a model of? What would you like a model of?
Stellarium. He wants a model of Stellarium.
A flat Earth version of Stellarium.
That's what he wants.
Just a
Go
map
for it.
of the land masses
So then
would be pretty good for me.
So just curve all the lines of light. Instead of curving the ground, you curve the light.
It wasn't really it's an open-ended thing. It's not really produce one for me right now or explain how it would work right now. I'm not really saying that. I'm just saying long term, if flat Earth could be modeled, it would be modeled.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can model anything in reality. You can pretty much, right? I mean, you can model.
You can put any shape to anything.
You could do a CAD design of any house, any map any mountain range. You can do that in reality.
There is a similarity between certain things that are unable to be modeled, and that is skeptics doubt their existence, right? Like that was essentially the questions I was asking before about heaven, were asking for a model of heaven, and people have divergent and conflicting ones.
Well,
like a car, a house, chemical reaction. Most of those can be modeled.
Well,
physical things.
You haven't even demonstrated on a small scale how light works even over a curved or spherical surface yet.
No, I'm talking just not
Right.
the
So,
light. I'm just talking about the physical,
well,
the mountains
what
and
do you,
the moon and the sun. And
well, when you're talking about stellarium and stuff, you are definitely talking about light, right? And when you are talking about what we see through our eyes, you are definitely talking about light and how it behaves in a world that you say it is. And you haven't demonstrated how light does behave over a curved or spherical surface in different medium density gradients that fluctuate, that are dynamic, that move all over the place.
It sounds like we're agreeing then. It sounds like what you're saying is you doubt this ball model because it fails to model this important part of it. That's what Hugh's saying, right? He doubts your model because you're not able to model it.
I think the model. I think the model is very, very flawed, personally.
Right, and what does that lead you to believe then? If it's working off a flawed model, what are your thoughts about what it is modeling? That it is untrue.
I don't need a model per se to be able to get on with things writing. Like, I live my life the way I live it. Like, having a working app of Stellarium is not going to help me one little bit at any time in my life ever or in the future of anything beneficial. Ain't going to help me at all.
that's not what a model is.
There is no benefit. So I don't need that working model, right? Now, to get around from point A to point B, right, I have maps. I know how to drive from here to there. I can follow the map and all that sort of stuff. Not a problem whatsoever. Right? Now, those sorts
It
of
sounds
things.
in the one breath like you're saying, I doubt this thing because it doesn't have a model. And then in the next breath, you're saying, well, I don't need a model. It sounds like your requirement for a model shifts depending on whose model it is.
Well, if you want to have I don't need a model of flat Earth either myself. I don't need a model of anything, right?
That's the thing I'm saying, though. But you do require a model of how light works over a curved surface.
Well, if you want me to jump on board, right, the globe model, well, I wanted to see these things demonstrated empirically, how they work. And if I myself, as a simple layman, can pick flaws in the models that to me myself don't add up, right? I'm not going to just believe it because you or Hugh or some other person in a lab coat has told me so. I'll think for
So
myself.
let me play all of that back to you as best I can, but just switch them around. If you want me to believe in a flat Earth, then you need to present to me a model. Otherwise, I'm not going to believe in it.
And that's fair enough. You don't have to, Harry. I'm not asking you to believe in it, right?
Sure.
You take what
do you not see how the requirement seems to be lopsided?
No, why is it lopsided? You are going to believe what you believe with the evidence and experience that you have, right? That makes you feel good about what you want to believe in. Right? I'm not asking you to jump on board.
But here's the thing. Let me to find anyone who's going to say, oh, because the Earth is a globe, I feel so much better about myself and everything makes sense. Just because the shape of the Earth, that just makes all the difference in my life. And I can be a happy, well-balanced and content person, be fulfilled in everything that I do because the Earth is a globe. I don't know if you can find anyone who would think in that way or express anything like that, or that would be something they would need to actually believe in, if you know what I mean, or tell people about, or be preoccupied with. I'm not preoccupied about the shape of the Earth.
I'm not saying you're preoccupied with it at all, even though we spend time in these servers.
Yeah.
So to somewhat, we are a little bit preoccupied.
Well, I'm preoccupied.
Okay, but right, it's answers of the unknown. isn't it? Right, the whole solar system and existence and all that sort of stuff. You know, the Big Bang, blah 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 blah. It's answers of the unknown. Who are we? Where are we? Where have we come from? Where are we going? Type of thing. It fills in these blanks that people naturally do look for. That's what human beings do. And it gives them this solace that they know, oh, this is where I am, this is where I have come from, and this is where I may or may not be going. Right? I'm going to end up in the ground and be eaten by witchy grubs, or or a creator, because there are globers out there that also to believe in a creator as well. But it gives you answers to the unknown. I don't really worry about the unknown myself, or look for those answers itself.
Is it important if those answers are accurate? If they're comforting but inaccurate, is that acceptable?
If they're comforting and inaccurate,
yeah.
Look, like I said,
if they're false but you're unaware that they're false and they provide comfort, is that more important than an answer that's accurate?
Well, not necessarily, because like I said a couple of hours ago, writing, a creator could have created the solar system or the Big Bang Theory and that chain reaction. A creator, if he is all powerful, all knowing, and all able, right, has that ability to do that too. If you believe in the creator, right, you can't say the creator can do this, but he can't do that. He is the creator of everything. So, I give him credit that he could actually put those chain of events in place and actually do it. Now, me logically thinking, I don't see that kind of occurring. How it would happen? You kind of create everything, for a very particular purpose. You're not just going to let some random chance happen. You will create it. You will put it in place.
That's
right?
a false, though. Hold on, Bandy.
You what?
There's a problem with that. It's
okay.
It's a false, not a false. I'm sorry. This sounds accusatory. It doesn't. One doesn't go with the other. One doesn't necessarily go with the other. It sounds like, and this is the accusation I've heard many, many times. It sounds like you got the Big Bang and evolution, and then the globe, and they do. That's not the. If you go by that, and you put all those things together, okay, you could say one thing leads to another. The Big Bang leads to the globe, and evolution leads to the globe, and then a godless place where it's just happened by chance and everything's random, and we're all spinning out of control. We don't know where we're going or who we are. And that's because of the Big Bang and then the globe. That's not at all.
No. I hear what you're saying, Hugh. I hear what you're saying there, right? And to me, right, like I said, I believe in the creator, and I would give the creator the ability to do exactly that, right? If he's all powerful, all being, and all that sort of stuff, he could have created this thing of chance and randomness to happen exactly as what the Big Bang explains, right? Or or thinks that it knows, or the explanation that it puts out there. I give the creator that ability. I don't believe it myself. I don't see it as a logical kind of thing. But I give him that ability because he is the creator. He can do these things, right? To me, a creator would create things with a very specific purpose, put them in place, and then go, voila, that is what I have created. That's my version of my creator, right? So, but I do give him the credit to be able to do either too.
Out of interest, is it your view that the creator created an Earth that is flat, but in a lot of ways of measuring it, it appears to be spherical and turning? Is that something the creator did, or do you feel, that's not the case?
Well, the sky.
Wait! You measured the turning. You measured the turning. I just have to say, you measured turning and spherical. You measured that.
That's not what I said. I do think that's happened, but that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying things
see.
like gyro compasses or star trails, it appears to be spherical. Did the creator make it look that way?
Putting gyro compasses and that and for cults and all that sort of stuff to one side, like, you know, to me, it's been created where the sky is moving over our head, right? That's what it appears to be, right? I don't take any more from that or any less. Now, he didn't create gyro compasses or quartz pendulums or anything else like this. Now, he may have given us the ability to make these things.
Right, but I just meant, like, if you just take the thing I was saying the other day that it sounded like you agreed with and Geo was agreeing with as well, which was my example of if you got a GoPro, stuck it on a ball in a room full of fairy lights, would you get something similar to what we see with the two celestial poles? And it seemed like you and Geo were in agreement that it's that if you take the star trails, then they comport with a sphere. Is it your view that, like, instruments aside, the further south you go, the higher the south celestial pole is in the sky? Is it your view the creator was somewhat trying to make some people think it was a ball?
They don't comport, though. They don't comport, right? And because now we have noticed other objects in the sky that don't move exactly the same way. Thus, we've had to create different equations, different theories of dark matter, dark energy, all this other sort of stuff to get them to work. So you're only taking the basic sort of close stars that we can see, but these other stars that move in a completely other different random way do not work in the way of the GoPro on the chair moving around. They don't do that at all.
In what way?
No. Well, because some move anti-clockwise, some move clockwise, some move left to right, and all that sort of stuff.
No, I think you're talking about the retrograde motion of some of the planets, right?
I don't know what I'm talking about, Hugh. I'm just rambling.
It's starting to sound like it.
Well, those things can be observed to be happening. So it's just a case of, you have to explain. You have to explain why you think those things are happening. But you can see those things happening. So, I mean, they got a choice of either just saying, "Oh, well, that's just the way it is," and not trying to figure it out. You know.
Yeah, but when you get moons that orbit around a planet clockwise and others move anti-clockwise and whatnot, the whole GoPro on a chair does not do that.
Well, you got planets with moons. Okay, so moons go around planets. So it's a very, very simple. I would imagine I wasn't in here. I was in and out. But it's a very simplistic sort of analogy. But basically, when you look up, you get a good telescope, you can see planets and you can see moons orbiting the planets. Some of them orbit one way, some orbit the other way, and some are big, some are small, but they're there. So it's a case of trying to figure out what they are and working out, the explanations for how they do what they do. Or the alternative to that is not figuring that out, but no one's not going to do that. No one's going to look up at the sky and then just say, "Oh, I think these may be just like, we don't know what they are. Let's not bother with it. I'll go back to work." No one's going to do that. Someone's going to look at them and try to explain it. So you have to come up with alternative explanations.
Wouldn't it be a shame? Wouldn't it be a shame, Hugh, though, if there were somebody that was able to figure it out, but they never looked into it because they were given the wrong answers on purpose? Wouldn't that be a shame?
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean by that, though?
Well, if it is flat, the sky works in a totally different way, then we're not getting any closer to that truth if people are just consumed with the ball psyop.
Okay, so then I think your first, the thing you should be working on is explanations that are counter to what general science of the establishment has decided is true. So come up with your explanations and challenge the current
Well, I wouldn't
science.
I wouldn't know how to explain what's in the jibby jab that you also science isn't telling us the truth about. So why is it you're assuming science is telling us the truth on all levels otherwise?
Because it's like this. If I'm if I'm in Germany, okay, and it's German, it's just modern Germany. Right. Some guy's talking to me German, and he's lying to me. How would I know he's lying? I'd need to know German.
That'd be handy.
So
it's a good metaphor. I like that.
If you contend that if I contend, then I just accuse that guy. Oh, it just sounds like jibber jabber, and it just sounds like I think he's just lying to me. How on earth would I know that? I need to learn German. Okay, if the science is jibber jabber, then I mean most sciences to me is jibber jabber. Once they get above a certain level, I have no idea what they're talking about. It's like learning a language. If you want to prove that the scientists are lying, you have to learn their language. Otherwise, you can't accuse them because you don't understand their language.
Well, yeah, but you're just straw manning me as somebody that just doesn't have any knowledge of what they're saying. That's why I don't believe it, because I just don't know about what they're saying. That's not the case. We could all know. A lot of flat earthers know exactly what they're trying to say and disagree with them. No, I call it the jibby jab. No, I said the jibby jab. The jibby jab. Jab. The thing that we're not supposed to talk about. You don't agree with the science there, but you're agreeing with the science in other levels. Is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I see. I didn't understand.
I don't understand German either.
Verboten is a German word there.
I've got German in me.
It's
yeah, I bet you do, dude.
Kindergarten. I know some German.
Can't believe you wrecked Grizzly Adams for me, Kosho. I'm angry.
Yeah, I didn't do that, dude.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
I didn't do anything. Bandsaw was complaining about all these Satanist shows and Satanist.
Oh gosh! Oh, they have scary names in them.
No,
I wasn't.
Hey, look at these symbols. Look at this symbol. Look at this. I never seen this Satan symbol. I got this Satan letter in the mail. And it was a Satan seal on it or something.
Who started the conversation? I just said Google Play is a satanic symbol. That's all I said.
Yeah, it is. And guess what, dude? I'm not gonna let it corrupt you and corrupt fucking you. You watch.
I heard people saying that curved lines are satanic. So
they probably are.
Curved lines are tight.
Satanic. That's
everything's satanic. If you ask
vector graphics. Yes, vector graphics. They literally said vector graphics are demonic.
Oh, that's awesome.
I worked with Illustrator for 5 years. It's curved lines. That's all they are. It's.
Well, what's funny is that song "Curved Lines." What's that guy's name?
That's an awful song.
What is
that? That's what's his name? Robbie. There's Rob fucking Robin Thicke, and then who's the Will Pharrell Williams. Yeah, Pharrell Williams had to pay $7 million to the family of.
Look at that, Jerry.
Marvin Gaye.
666.
Yeah.
Boom. I knew you would see it.
It's obviously there.
I was going to ask about this, putting 666 in things and other, frightening numbers. I was going to ask about the purpose of doing that. I'm curious about the purpose of putting these signs.
I have heard some interesting ones on that topic.
What's the
One
purpose?
of them, I think, is that people think that the controller, Illuminati, whatever, are required. They have some sort of moral code to make it obvious to the woke that they are.
I got it. That makes sense. It's like they have to include some truth. That's the other one. They have to include some truth. They're required to include
there's
some
a lot.
truth.
I think that
in plain sight.
There might be something deeper to it than just they have to show us for the code or whatever. I think they use Satanism as kind of a front for their esoteric interpretation that they don't really want to share with you unless you are interested in learning about it. And you can find 666 and all kinds of things. Doesn't necessarily refer to the Bible, but they're using it as a front, and at least for just a way of being in the club and being in the know. But there's esoteric meanings behind a lot of these numbers and things that they use for reasons that totally not what people usually assume. You know, it
Yeah,
probably
Isn't there also?
I could explain the
like,
curved line thing if you want.
Oh yeah, go on.
All right, so the curved line, like the wave, it represents like a sine wave, just going back and forth, and that's, you know, the serpent, which, you know, serpentine. But when you're on the path towards God, it's supposed to be a straight path. So Satan or the serpent, whatever, represents choice.
Okay.
Having a choice means that you're fallen, right?
That's it.
Free will.
Yeah.
Free will.
Not that you're evil, but that's just the state of what we are. Is we have the ability to make choices.
So if we have a logo with a curved line in it, that's, what is that? Or a creator logo, that's somehow bad.
I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that that's the overall kind of history, like the deep-rooted history of what a curved line symbolizes. It doesn't mean that you're evil or, you know, whatever.
Because I guess the serpent also is like curved, isn't it? And snaky. And
Is that the?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Okay.
what all the people used to call me in 24/7. A serpent.
Is there any? Well, that's very Christian. Is there any documentation to that effect that that's what curved lines mean, or is this just something that people have thought up recently? I mean, ancient documentation, or even, you know.
I've seen it talked about in various videos. You know, people talking about it. Yeah, I mean,
it's recent
like,
then.
No. This goes back like thousands of years.
Okay,
Everything
that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some that shows that it goes back 1,000 years, rather than people saying it goes back 1,000 years in recent videos. If that's the case, it's a recent idea, but I'm looking for evidence that it does in fact go back.
Well, a lot of this stuff you're not going to find written down either. It's kind of written like in the stars, and it's like a correlation. Right. It's a correlation between the human body and the stars and kind of our state of being here on Earth. Like either you get it or you don't. But if you read a lot of stuff on these symbols, it's all in there. Like if you listen to say like Manly P. Hall or Santos Bonacci or Mark Passio, they all talk about this. How everything is a symbol for something else. Everything has a meaning. It's just all around us, and it doesn't mean that they're evil or that they're devil worshippers. It's just the human condition. That's
right. That's what I was getting at, Jerry. Totally. Huh? Yeah, that's totally what they do. They have the esoteric for themselves, and the exoteric is the knowledge that's for the public. And they would love you to just interpret the Bible as good and bad and evil and Jesus and the devil and all these kind of like really, surface interpretations that just by the just divide people over superstition, and they play into it all the time with the using the symbols and the one-eyed stuff to make it apparent that they are in the club, and what your interpretation of that club is, they don't give a shit, because it's just a matter of trolling us pretty much.
So they're trolling us to what end?
Well, I can't know that. I'm not in the club, but to what end is they keep the secret knowledge for themselves, and they put some of that secret knowledge in the code for us to see, for the thinking man to see. And that's why I think they fake space poorly on purpose. They're giving us a wink and a nudge, doing it so that the person can see that it's not that real. That's why they play golf on the moon, because it's like the president golfing when some tragedy's happening in the world. It's a show of wearing no clothes as the emperor. It makes them allows them to continue doing it without feeling ashamed as much, because the thinking man should be able to see through it. I'm not insulting you guys for believing it, but
Yeah,
I think
don't
you
worry,
believe it
I'm
just
insulted.
because of your. Sorry, I just think it's obvious when you look at the antics, whether space is real or whatever they're doing. You may believe it for other reasons, but I don't think it's the ISS gimmicks that convinced you we're on a spinning ball, right?
I don't see any gimmicks, but I mean, the evidence convinced me.
All right.
The evidence
Well,
that I have
whatever it
not
was.
seen refuted, that convinced me.
Sure, it wasn't the ISS.
No.
Well, no, the ISS is just icing on a very large cake of evidence.
Well, they did a beautiful job of constructing the science behind it. I'll give you that. But I think they pooped on top of the cake with the ISS antics. That's all I'm saying.
When you say the evidence convinced me, Hugh, like prior coming into this realm and writing, I'll direct this to you as well, so I'll give you both a chance to answer. Like, like the evidence convinced me that I was on a globe hurtling through space and all the other jazz that goes with it. Did you, before this, actually look at it and go, you know what? I don't actually think that I'm on a globe, and I want to look at this evidence so I can be convinced that I'm on a globe. Did you do that prior to coming into this at all? Because I would say, from my point of view, no, you didn't, because I know I didn't, because you're just brought up to believe these things. You don't go, I'm going to examine this place that I've been told by my parents, by my peers, by my teachers, and all that sort of stuff, where I am. You just take it as a fait accompli. I would say that is pretty much every one of us. We just take it as a fait accompli, and we don't really examine anything. We just take it as is.
Sure. Yeah, I think that was absolutely the case. Until I came to Flat Earth, I didn't know any of the arguments for it, and now I feel like I can probably give a fairly good rendition of them. So I think that was the truth for me. But I now think if there's any further flat Earth evidence that's out there, then it's hiding from me.
For me, it was. I'm from the era of the shuttle, so for me, it would have to be shuttle missions. I was a big fan at the time. But if you look at it from a physics standpoint, and Bandy, we talked about this, I haven't yet seen anyone explain definitively why the shuttle or any other rocket could not achieve orbit. So, given the model, if you accept it or not, that's fine. You don't accept it, I get that.
Yeah, but that wasn't really the question though. The question was, before you came here, and yes, you were a big space fanboy and all that sort of stuff. Because you said, I examined the evidence and this is where I am. But did you actually examine the evidence, prior to this?
No, not really.
Asking, like, am I not actually where I'm told? Yeah, exactly right, and that would be an honest answer to say, like, not really. I think we just take it as a fait accompli.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a telescope and you look at photos taken through people's telescopes, professional and amateur, and like I've said many times, for lack of competing evidence, it's space is there. Those are the stars. Those are the planets. If they're not as far as we're told, then I want to see evidence that they're not as far as they're told. Not they can't be, or second law of thermodynamics. I don't want to hear all that. I want to hear evidence that they're not as far as we're told. So when you're looking at this stuff, there's nothing out there that defies any laws, any known laws of physics, or goes beyond any realm of reason why those things are impossible. And again, let's go back to the moon. Getting to the moon.
I'm just curious if you ever questioned it. That's all.
Yeah. I don't know if I would ever say I'd question it. No, so that was very long-winded.
No, that was long-winded. No, I didn't mean that.
It was a very long-winded way of saying
I just felt like maybe he was thinking, hey, he's not answering the question.
Yeah, I was just being very verbose. These are nice German weather.
I like your stories, anyways, man. So.
I appreciate you. By the way, I like your new microphone, Kosher. Thank you.
It's nice having you back in the community, Red Cloud. Let's stop each other off. Let's
What'd you say then? Sorry.
Let's stop sucking each other off because Bandsaw will get fucking excited and then he'll forget what he was thinking about.
So you're hanging.
Andy's cool.
Oh, look, the man of the moment. We have baited Nate in here. He's come to defend his character.
You are a master. You are a master at that. The old baiting.
Bandsaw, can't you focus, man?
Yeah, focus, man.
Focus. Look, I've already done what Jerry wanted me to do. I stirred.
Stirred the pot.
And now it's on. Like it was quiet. And all I had to do was to mention, right, telescope lenses and how we can measure them to a billionth of an inch, and how you guys, right, with those precise measurements, have yet to measure the curvature of water.
Really? Long chat we heard from IB is measuring the curvature of water.
It absolutely baffles me that you can't.
I wonder why you guys feel like you can get away with lying like that, man.
I showed you my paper. Why challenge it? Kosher, why even challenge it at this point?
He's a big liar, dude, and he owes me money.
I think he lies, man, so you fibber.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Oh, my poor computer.
How would you just throw money away willy-nilly? All I've got to say is, look, I've got this big hand. I need some money, Kosho.
I almost got money from fucking Allie the other day and I turned it down. You remember that? I don't know if you were there for that, but let's get back to the conversation, dude.
Sure, the conversation about why is Bandsaw always permanently wrong?
Right.
Why is he why is it? Never mind. A CCB.
Nate always has to concede in the end. He has to sign off with his tail between his legs.
Who's Nate?
Man
He's
of
lying.
He changed it. He changed it.
Man of unconsciousness.
Now, because somebody was calling you that the other day, and I was like,
exactly.
Man of concessions.
Yeah, it was concessions, but everyone read it as man of consciousness, so I just decided to change it.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah, everyone just kept saying man of consciousness, man of consciousness. I was like,
illiterate fools.
Kosho.
Yes, sir.
What happened was, I left the server because it was in gems, and then it just got too stupid. You know how it is. And I deleted my account. I was like, I'm never going back in there. Those people are crazy. And then I came back in and forgot. Yeah, I forgot which because I deleted it, so I had to create another one, but then I forgot which name I used. So that's why I had another one as well. I did this. This is now the third time I've done that. I've come in and forgotten which one I deleted, and then have to come and make a new one.
Oh, wow.
So hopefully this will stick.
Wait. Let me get this straight. You deleted your account because of Gem Pandas, but you came back for Geo server.
Yeah, it's far better here.
Welcome to the flat.
Hold on. I can't stand for that, sir. Okay? But Jim Panda is one of my best friends in the world, and his server has saved lives. I don't want to talk about it anymore, but I will say that yes, and I will say that.
What? His fucking server makes me want to kill myself. That place is depressing as fuck.
It is depressing as what he just said.
I'm not depressed. Anyways, that's not
Gem on his own.
He's a cool dude.
He's a cool dude. Sharp guy. Yes. Yep. Okay. But in the server, when you get 19 of them all shouting. I went in there and I had the audacity, the gall, the unmitigated gall to tell them I didn't believe in global warming. And they just pounded me for an hour.
Oh no, yeah.
I tell you what, here's the thing. Here's the thing, chaps. I have ordered an electric car. In my garage, there is an electric strimmer, electric edger, electric mower, electric chainsaw.
Tell us about your vibrator.
Everything I have to do my yard work is nice, quiet, electric, battery or cord powered. Okay, and I've ordered a car. I'll tell you about it in a minute if you want. Okay, but despite that, I was a danger to humanity because I didn't buy their story about global warming.
Hugh, I have a question. What happens if the electricity goes out and everyone's on electricity? Doesn't that kind of like, don't you think a gas backup or nuclear backup is reasonable? Do you know power grids go out and
What
shit?
world is the electricity going out, but they're still shipping oil around the world?
If the electricity goes out, you can't pump gasoline, right?
You're gonna have most gas pumps run on electric motors.
Yeah, the gasoline's gonna have to.
I don't think you've solved your problem by doing that. Like a cooking oil diesel, maybe.
I tell you what.
No, you put the generator, hook it up to the gas pump, and then the gas pump's on.
And then turn the electricity back on.
There you go. What are you talking about?
In this apocalyptic world where the electricity stopped, who the fuck's turning up to the gas station to refill their reserve?
And who cares if you've mowed your lawn?
What you talking about?
And what are you doing with the gasoline anyways? If your electricity
I would have a generator in the back of my car. I'd be riding around like a fucking Ferrari and shit. It's the end of the world.
No, you're not listening. I'm saying, where's your petrol? Where's your fuel coming from?
The pump. I just pull up to the pump, plug the generator in, take the gas, and dip.
What do you think?
I tell you,
like, you don't think the pump is like
end of the world?
No, it's just the leftovers. I'm just one dude. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I tell you, funny thing.
I think that's the problem with this.
I swear to God, I'm being tracked by an animal right now. I can hear it in the bushes.
Okay, I tell you a funny thing. Wifey asked me to mow the lawn, and we just got the electric mower. I think I can't remember. And I went out, I mowed the lawn. I came back in, and she said, "I thought I asked you to mow the lawn. Where have you been?" I said, "I mowed the lawn." She couldn't hear the mower. So that's why you need. That's why you need an electric mower, dude.
I've got electric everything too, Hugh. They are the bomb. Like you don't have to worry. No zip cords, no rip cords. You just push a button.
So easy. Instant torque.
Yeah.
The
no
torque
smell,
is
no
amazing.
oil.
I ride a little electric bike, and it is I just desperate for more motorbikes to go electric.
I'm a conservative eco nut.
Yeah. My electric mower and whippersnipper and all the other electric bibs and bobs all work off the same batteries. Like the mower takes two batteries, right? But I can mow the lawn, right? Take those batteries out, put them in the whippersnipper, go around, do all the edges. Then I can get my edging machine. I can go around and edge that and all that sort of stuff. Then I can put it into the blower and blow everything all off the one charge. It's amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing. I love it.
Our first mower had a car battery in it. It's massive, heavy, how many, like 25 pounds battery, and big thing. It was a Black & Decker, and then I bought a second one. After the Black & Decker's battery went out, I bought a second one that has a lithium-ion battery, which is a quarter of the size and lasts twice as long.
Yeah.
It's fab. Less.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I bought the electric mower years ago. They first came out at Aldi, and they had the old sort of batteries in them, and then they had the lithium battery the lithium batteries come in.
Right.
That you could replace them, and anyway, the couple of batteries that I bought cost me as much as the mower itself. God, they were expensive.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, well worth it though. Like they held charge. You had torque all the way from woe to go. Whereas the old batteries, the less power they got, you could actually feel mower, losing power and kind of struggling to get through the grass and all that sort of stuff, where the lithium-ion batteries are just good to go, and quick charging, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's the way to go.
I think what's nice is I think the grip the oil companies have on things has loosened to the degree that I think we're going to start getting proper batteries now. Get actually really good batteries instead of the
batteries.
That's my hope anyway.
We're thinking seriously about getting, because we've got all the solar panels and all that sort of stuff.
Brilliant.
We're thinking about getting the battery bank as well. So, because the trouble with solar, it's fantastic during the day, right? And you get your solar credits and all that sort of stuff. But where the power is most expensive is at night during peak hours, and they charge you like a wounded bull for your power at night. So getting the battery back up, so you're using all that free power during the day, and then it's also to charging your battery. So then at night, you're just using the power that's in the battery bank. So,
nice. Yep, I like it.
Yeah,
the old on-demand charging, hey, that's pretty bad.
They're pretty pricey though, the battery banks at the moment, but I think they're well worth it, really.
You got to go with Elon Musk's. There's he's got the solar.
You would.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, they got the best Powerwall, and then
we've got one of those at
solar roof.
Jeez, it was like 12 months or something of just like, it should be charging, and they're like, well, where's our backup power? Doesn't have it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have the same fucking shit, and it's like you basically run out of all the fucking energy after the sun's gone, pretty much.
Well, the Powerwalls, now that we've got it running, does stop that, and also helps because we're so far. My folks are so far out in the country that I regularly.
How big is your riding? How big is your one? Like, what is the dimensions of it?
It's sort of I don't know. Trying to think, like probably about like 4 foot by 3 foot, bolted to the side of a wall.
Yeah, that's the same one I have. With the little switch on the side that's on and off. You connect your iPod to
it's got
iPhone
some whole Wi-Fi thing because you're meant to be able to, check it from an app and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's
cool.
the one, yeah.
Cool tech. I'd love
I
to
don't know,
get
I
solar panels.
find like it runs out at the end of the day. Like, if the next day is cloudy, it's like, you know what I mean? Because it'll tell you, like, you ran out, and then it'll tap into, like, the city's network or whatever. It's a fucking...
To be fair, I haven't actually looked at the app much. I've just been trying to help my parents with it from the city because like I go up there maybe once every few months. Oh God. Come on, 50 minutes till I'm late.
Yeah, we'll just wait a little bit longer. Elon Musk is all in my town right now, and he's everywhere.
Electrolysis, I think, is the best way for storage.
What is?
If you're going to have solar and have excess, you should just be making hydrogen and storing it, and then using a fucking
hydrogen. I had that idea before, but it's not a good idea.
Where are you, Coach?
Hey?
Austin. You said store hydrogen? It's not good.
Yeah.
I had that idea before. I was like, I think if the world collapsed, but the thing is, you can't store hydrogen sufficiently. And also, it doesn't burn cleanly. I mean, it doesn't burn efficiently either. I mean,
no, you run it through an inverter, straight back into the, the device that you just plumb hydrogen into, and it makes fucking electricity. I forget the name of it.
Yeah, but it's hard to store. But yeah, gravity is good if you have a good mechanism. The best mechanism for it is if you live near a mountain and a water source. Yeah.
Well, that's what Australia had a plan long ago to make a giant hydro scheme. That's like, we've got this giant snowy mountain scheme that actually my granddad and my dad both worked on. But there was for a while a plan to do the opposite as well, and that is pump stuff we get power out of it when it comes down, but then when you've got surplus of power, pump it back up. So you're using it as a gravity battery, which I thought was quite cool.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, the best.
Yeah, but that's like a massive central system that still has to be gridded out. People could have their own independent systems at home with hydrogen.
That's
because it's a feedback loop.
Solar too.
My understanding with hydrogen was it's
No,
just
solar is
basically working-
hydrogen. You're using the solar to make the hydrogen instead of store it in a battery.
No, that's not
Oh,
efficient.
okay. So you're saying a solar system that then converts water to just hydrogen as a storage system.
Yeah, instead of a battery that needs to be replaced, etc., blah, 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 you just use your wastewater from home and you electrolyze it so that you can have hydrogen and store it. You wouldn't need a big tank of it because you're only then using it for that night or maybe the next day and that night until the sun comes up again,
I keep
And
seeing conflicting things about hydrogen. I can't decide.
No, you lose so much. It's not efficient to break the water apart like that, but also you can't store the hydrogen in a decent way either.
Look up bloody Toyota's technology, mate, for hydrogen. Have a look at it.
Yeah, Toyota's
They can definitely store it completely safely as a solid, and
No,
they
no,
just
no,
put
you
light
can
on it
store
and
it.
it releases again.
Oh, wait, you're talking about those? You're talking about those solid ones, the solid battery ones?
There's a solid.
I'm talking about hydrogen storage.
Yeah, not
Yeah, we talking
there's
about
different forms of it.
one.
Not tri-cell then.
No, look up Toyota's hydrogen tech. If you don't know about it already, you'll be fucking blown away.
No, I've seen that. Those are cool. I thought you were talking about like breaking hydrogen apart and then just storing it in a tank. But yeah, that's not good, man.
In a primitive term, yes, that's what you'd be doing. But in a more modern version of it, you're storing it in a slightly different way that's not dangerous. It's very transportable as well.
But this one, the hydrogen one, I've seen that. Because don't you have to like because it is efficient. It's really efficient. But like when you're done with it, you just get a new one, right? Isn't that what?
Look, I think it does have a lifespan similar to a battery, but I think it's a lot fucking longer and a lot more, refills and empties, a lot more cycles.
Yeah, I think that it is really efficient.
Well, it's brilliant the way they've, if it actually comes to fruition in terms of the bulk production of hydrogen, so that they can have these cartridges or whatever they're going to have that you can just go into the service station and change over. It's going to be quicker than filling up with petrol even, let alone trying to recharge a fucking battery. Even trucks, they'll just have big fucking cartridges that plug in the side, off they go. No concern for fucking blowing up on impact or, cold temperatures for storage or anything like that. It's pretty good, man.
Yeah, I've seen it. I think they are pretty efficient actually. But what do you mean? There's no danger of blowing up? I mean, there's still if you got in a wreck, it'll still explode, right? Or is it?
Well, no. I believe the hydrogen is trapped inside what it is in such a way that it can only be released in a certain way. The video I watched with the Toyota mob, they were talking about how safe it was to transport. So that alone suggests that a crash isn't a concern.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Unlike now.
That's interesting. Let me look at it. Yeah.
I mean, even LPG tanks are dangerous. I've seen plenty of crashes, recorded where they end nastily.
Dude, they even got fucking Michio Kaku on the fucking on the website for some reason.
Space.
That's pretty cool.
Well, could you imagine the technology like that hydrogen cartridge and whatever? If you found water on Mars or on the moon, now that they've got this tech, they can very quickly go, hey, look, we can then convert that to this and it's safe to move around and it could power the buggy, it could power this.
Well, that's their plan is to, they have found water on the moon at least. That's why the Indians were looking for it 15 years ago. But yeah, that's what Musk's plan is supposed to be. This is when he plans to make it so that it's set up to where they can refuel when they get there, based on the resources from there. They're supposed to build a factory before they get there. That's supposed to process it so that they can use it to get back. I'm curious. I gotta look into this one some more because actually I haven't seen too much about this one.
I have no word.
Who is that? Somebody say something?
Very, very, very quietly. I heard something. Yeah.
Yeah, I did too. Oh yeah, whites. I forgot to tell you, dude, because I forgot you sent me that thing about the stem cells, adult stem cells. Well, I was because we were talking to Jace earlier, and he's a biochemist, and we're talking about all sorts of stuff. And I remembered because whenever we were talking about that, I did some research, and then I did some like I ran into like the xenobots. I don't know if I told you about those, but so I was talking to him about all this. Anyway, I remember what you had said about the stem cells, the adult stem cells, because I'd seen that there's operations where they can go in and actually reprogram the adult stem cells so that they can become I forget what it's called again, but it's basically like the embryonic stem cells. But I remember you were saying there's some technique where you can do that like in a natural way or something. I forgot what you like. What was that technique? Like if it was like a diet or what it was. You remember? You know what I'm talking about? What?
I'm not sure he knew you were addressing him.
Yeah, I said whites. Said it again.
Yeah, but you're talking pretty fast, and he might not have heard you say that because it seems like he might not be listening. White's World.
Obviously being called away for something, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
It switched from hydrogen fuel cells quick. I just watched a 2-minute video, and suddenly you're talking about stem cells.
No, I
got a video I'd like to watch with you guys, just a part of it, if you don't mind writing. Could you share if I put a link in there?
Better to get somebody else to do this one because I'm still in the middle of work.
All right, you're the only one that shares that I know of in here. Who else could do it? Never mind if you're not.
I'd share it, man.
Can you do it?
Oh yeah.
All right, let's see. Let's check this. Let's check this out if you want. Here, I'll put the link in there. I'm gonna put a timestamp with a screenshot. Okay.
Where's the timestamp?
Here, I'll post it right now.
Hey, which video?
10:30, is it? 1939 is that timestamp.
1939. But which video are you talking about?
The one above it that I put in there.
Oh, you posted a picture. Okay, so that's not a real timestamp. Okay.
Yeah, it's the video above.
Yeah, you can just. I'll show you one time. But anyways, okay, let me play it.
The obliquity of the equinox. It's just this part of it.
I love
See what the baller's take on this is.
I'm trying to skip ahead.
He was asking for some explanations that aren't typical of flat earthers, but this guy gives an attempt at least at some answers here in this video, this part of this video at least.
A1 is the man. He is the man.
He does a good job.
Doesn't he? Turn it up,
Turn
Kosho.
it up
the
a bit.
volume up.
Dude, don't tell me what to do ever again, please.
Hey, Kosho.
Did you go to the timestamp?
Yeah.
What happened?
What happened? He's buffering.
We lost the audio.
Jesus, Coach, what kind of... Who's your ISP, man?
Why the hell? Why did we give Kosho streaming rights if he can't stream?
How does he have
I lost
streaming rights?
mine a few
Can I
days
get
back.
streaming rights? Yeah, I also want streaming rights. What the hell? Why does culture have them?
If you ask nicely, maybe.
All right,
Mine
could I
got
have
taken
streaming rights?
away but then reinstated once Bandy was punched.
All right, here's the part we're talking. Pay attention to what his thing is here, please.
Yeah, why'd you pause it?
Because Kosho
What you got going on here, Kosho?
he's
What the
been
fuck?
debunked. Oh, that's why Kosho he doesn't like what he's saying. He's going, oh no,
Yeah, he's like, oh shit, it works on a.
Fuck.
But is there a way that when Kosho was streaming this, like people on YouTube could also see it? Because I know on YouTube no one can see this.
No.
Yeah, was
I
that
think
was that it?
Geo.
There is, but Geo needs to set it up, and it's a bit of
Yep.
No, I can do it. It just takes a second. You want me to share it, Kosho?
Oh no, I was just wondering if was that was that I don't know if you wanted me to stop you and tell me perspective.
No, keep going. If everyone's interested,
Yeah, I mean,
good.
we watching, man. Why'd you stop?
You guys are perverts, dude. All right.
You're like, fuck. I'll let your go.
What is it? I wasn't. Is it?
He wants us to watch this fucking porn with these two guys, but it's whatever. It's not bad, but
Good. It's really good, Geo.
Oh, this is the Erewhon thing.
Yeah.
One of them, yeah.
Well, let me know if you want me to share it. I don't know if it's like copywritten or anything like that.
Yeah, you might want to not share it just in case.
Yeah. Okay.
Dave, hot mic, man. Kosher, pause. Could you pause? I just have a question. So what he's saying, he's not necessarily saying the sun moves so fast in the sky. He's just saying compared to our clocks, right? It goes up and down.
No, wait. Say it one more time.
Is he saying that the sun moves slow and fast in the sky between February compared to November, or is he saying it moves slow and faster compared to our clocks?
Yeah.
No.
He is. He is.
Yeah, but is it compared to our clocks, or is he saying the sun speeds up and slows down in the sky?
No, he's saying in general. He's saying even the sundials were doing this.
But is that compared to our clocks, though? Or if we didn't
our
have
clocks
clocks,
are
we
consistent
would
and the sun
say,
isn't consistent. That's the point, though.
It's moving faster compared to how it was moving the other time.
Yeah. 14 minutes slower or faster.
But is he saying when you compare the sun's movement in February to November, in February it's 14 minutes slower than this November, and in November it's 60 minutes faster? Or is he saying
I think
compared to our clock?
I think it's
I haven't
faster.
watched the video because I've been working, but that general suggestion is true. That's why at noon the sun won't always be at its zenith. The explanation being that the Earth's orbit is not perfectly circular.
Or what you are saying, one or the other.
Yeah, because it sounds like he's saying, during February, like you go into spring, the sun is moving faster in the sky because it's
That's what I'm saying.
traveling over a bigger circuit. And in November when it's winter, no.
Yeah, he'll explain more. Just let it play, Kosho. Can you turn it up a little bit, or?
So is everybody just mic shuffling? Nobody's gonna talk? What's going on over here?
We're watching a video on Kosho's stream.
Okay, thank
Shut
you.
up.
Thank you. Sorry.
He's joking, I hope.
Yeah, right.